The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., March 8, 2023. I hereby appoint the Honorable Marjorie Taylor Greene to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Kevin McCarthy, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9, 2023, the chair will now recognize members from the list submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Mann, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise to honor the life and legacy of a great Kansan, Jack Vanier, who died at the age of 94 last month, as well as his late wife, Donna. Jack was born in Salina, where he was raised to love agriculture and the conservative Kansas values of faith, hard work, freedom, integrity, family, and personal responsibility. These are the values that make our state so special, and Jack embodied them. He was an unassuming and humble servant leader with a long list of accomplishments, but he didn't make his life about himself. He made his life about others. Jack had a larger-than-life personality, but he didn't want the spotlight. He wanted to make a difference in his community, his alma mater, K-State, and the lives of the people around him. Jack was a hero of Kansas agriculture. He painstakingly operated the CK Ranch in Brookville, Kansas, once the largest producer of purebred Hereford cattle in the United States. He brought common sense leadership to the American Hereford Association, Kansas Livestock Association, National Cattlemen's Beef Association, and Archell-Daniels Midland. He was a generous, philanthropic visionary for Kansas State University. Most importantly, alongside his late wife Donna, he raised his family on faith. Jack's wife Donna, who passed away on May 23, 2020, was larger than life in her own right. Donna was generous and hardworking philanthropist who always put her family first. She was the driving force behind the Donna L. Vanier Children's Center in Salina, which has now been open for 11 years, and she was a proud K-State supporter who built deep, long-lasting relationships with athletic directors and students alike. Donna and Jack were servant leaders through and through, and they were recognized together as a couple as the Kansan Humanitarians of the Year in 2018. What a legacy this great couple leaves behind for their children and grandchildren to emulate and remember them by, and what a blessing for Jack to join his wife Donna to rest with our Lord. To Mary, Marty, John, and their children, and to all of Jack and Donna's family who were blessed by the love of this great couple, my thoughts and prayers are with you all. Madam Speaker, I rise to honor the life and legacy of a great Kansan, Mark Fowler, and to mourn his untimely passing at the age of 52 at his home in Manhattan on February 20th. Mark grew up on his family's farm near Emporia, Kansas. He earned a bachelor's degree in milling science and management from Kansas State University, and later returned to complete a master's degree in agricultural economics. He began his career as a flour miller, first for Cargill and then Seaboard. In those roles, Mark ran flour mills, which worked on projects in several developing countries, including Ecuador, Ghana, and Haiti, and worked as a technical director of the African division within the Seaboard's overseas group in Durban, South Africa. Mark was the president and CEO of Farmer Direct Foods, a farmer-owned flour milling company in New Cambria, Kansas, after which he moved into his most recent role at U.S. Wheat, where he originally served as vice president of overseas operations. Mark once said that he wanted to advance the U.S. wheat export market development mission because, through his work overseas, he experienced the global impact of wheat milling. Mark's dedicated service helped hungry people all over the world, and he will be sorely missed. To his colleagues and friends, his widow Courtney, his daughters Piper and Paige, his mother Ruth Fowler, and his sisters Rhonda and Amy, you are in my thoughts and prayers as you mourn Mark's passing. And Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of a great Kansan, Andrew J. McCurry, who passed away on February 12th at his home in Burton, Kansas, surrounded by his loving family. Andy was born in 1950 in Hutchinson, Kansas. After studying animal science and industry at Kansas State University, he and his wife Mary started their registered Angus operation, Moran's Angus, which later became McCurry Angus Ranch. As a third and fourth generation Angus breeders, Andy and his family built a legacy all their own while carrying on the tradition of their ancestors. Andy spent a lifetime pounding posts by hand, making a suitable place for hosting cattle sales, chuck wagon cookouts, livestock judging teams, and visitors from across the U.S. Ultimately, he built a place to raise both his family and world-class Angus cattle by the sweat of his brow. Andy's gift was the ability to meet people from all walks of life and spend time getting to know them, and his network of friends was nationwide. Later in life, Andy pursued another career as a pharmacist. He attended the University of Kansas School of Pharmacy, graduated in 1990, after which he worked as a pharmacist in the Hutchinson, Kansas area for 30 years, retiring on his 70th birthday in 2020. Because of his career-changing experience, Andy was able to come alongside young people and help them find direction in their lives. He encouraged so many. To Andy's wife, Mary, his son, John, his daughter, Emily, and all his grandchildren you have many prayers as you gather together to remember Andy's loving impact. Andy's legacy lives on in so many ways, especially in the cattle his family still produces. I know the first bull sale without Andy will be a tough one, but what a way to honor his legacy by continuing on the tradition he loves so much. I'll be praying for you tomorrow during the sale, that your family would have peace, Andy would be honored, and that the bulls would set new records. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Illinois, Miss Underwood, for 5 minutes.
Last month, President Biden announced a vision to advance progress on his unity agenda in the year ahead. I am encouraged by the agenda's focus on reducing veteran suicide, which has been one of my highest priorities since coming to Congress. And I'm encouraged by the specific focus on expanding outreach to justice-involved veterans who may be at even greater risk for suicide. In recent years, we have seen some signs of progress on this issue. From 2018 to 2020, age and sex-adjusted veteran suicide rates fell by nearly 10%. However, with nearly 17 veterans still dying by suicide every day, a rate that is more than 50% higher than suicides among non-veteran adults, we know that we have much more work to do to save lives. Part of the administration's agenda is an important focus on increasing lethal means safety, which is an intentional, voluntary practice to reduce suicide risk by limiting access by those in crisis to lethal means like medications, firearms, and sharp instruments that can be used to inflict self-directed violence. The data on lethal means safety are clear. People who reduce their access to lethal means during times of heightened risk are reducing their risk of dying by suicide. Given the robust evidence on the effectiveness of lethal means safety in preventing suicide, the Trump administration implemented a requirement for every clinician at the Veterans Health Administration to complete a lethal means safety training so that they would be prepared to have conversations with the veterans they care for about this life-saving practice. Thanks to this requirement, nearly 100% of Veterans Health Administration clinicians have completed the department's lethal means safety training. However, the training remains optional for all other VA staff, including at the Veterans Health Administration, Veterans Benefits Administration, vet centers, and vocational rehabilitation facilities. This lack of a mandate has consequences. Without a requirement to do so, a mere fraction of 1% of VA's non-clinical employees have completed the department's lethal means safety training. What this means is that every day we have veterans who could be in crisis interacting with VA employees who might be able to identify risk factors and have life-saving conversations, but these VA staff are not trained to do so, and we could be losing our veterans because of it. That is unacceptable. And that's why I introduced the Lethal Means Safety Training Act, which would make the department's evidence-based training a requirement for all VA staff who regularly interact with veterans in their work, as well as community providers and family caregivers. I'll continue my work to get this passed in Congress, but no legislation is needed to expand VA's existing training requirement to other VA employees. Unfortunately, the administration's announcement last month did not include any plans for the Secretary of Veterans Affairs to use his existing authority to expand the department's lethal means safety training requirement. The Secretary of Veterans Affairs already has the authority to take this life-saving action today, and I once again call on him to do so immediately. Every day that VA does not take this simple step is another day that we're leaving valuable tools in our toolbox unused. It's another day that we will lose nearly 17 veterans to suicide. And not every single death can be prevented with an expanded lethal means safety training requirement, but at no cost to the department and with no need for additional legislation, there is no reason to further delay on implementing this policy. The Secretary has an opportunity to help save the lives of our veterans with the stroke of his pen. And I urge him to do so immediately by expanding the department's lethal means safety training requirement to all staff who regularly interact with veterans in their work. This step would build on the meaningful actions the Secretary has already taken and other steps announced by the President last month. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Collins, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to demand accountability. Pete Buttigieg has shown that he is unfit to lead the Department of Transportation and must resign immediately. From his first day in office, he has been more focused on diversity training and identity politics than on building and maintaining America's transportation system. He has abandoned his department's mission of improving safety, technology, and efficiency of our infrastructure in favor of promoting diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives. Case in point, the horrific train derailment in East Palestine, Ohio. Buttigieg took 10 days to acknowledge this incident and 3 weeks to show up and support the community. You know, as Ohioans fled their homes and worried about their health, the Secretary of Transportation was on TV whining about too many white people in construction industries. His policies have continuously put the wokes before the folks, and we are again seeing the consequences. After seeing another Norfolk Southern train derailed this weekend, I was reminded of the fact that the company wrote to shareholders stating that it is focused on DEI. This administration's focus on DEI is forcing private companies to rethink their goals, and one has to wonder, was Norfolk Southern's DEI policies are directing resources away from the important things like greasing wheel bearings? Y'all, this insanity must stop. Speaking of insanity, it looks like Secretary Pete Buttigieg is spending a lot of taxpayer money flying on private jets, but he doesn't want the American people to know where he's going or why. I don't know about you, but I seem to recall a recent Health and Human Services Secretary being forced to resign over the same exact thing. Anyway, why is the DOT refusing to tell the American people how much Secretary Buttigieg 23 flights on private jets has cost them? You know, maybe the Secretary should just come to the Capitol Hill and answer these questions for himself. It'd be a cheap trip and it wouldn't require airfare. Either way, it's time for him to resign. That'll allow him time to promote wokeness and take private jets on his own dime and his own time. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Kelly, for 5 minutes.
I rise today to celebrate the women of the Divine Nine, the historically black sororities of the National Penal Council. In honor of International Women's Day, I'm proud to honor the organizations that have produced some of our nation's best and brightest leaders. For over 100 years, these organizations have fostered and empowered generations of black women to become leaders in government, business, academia, and so much more. I'm not exaggerating when I say these historically black sororities have shaped the course of history. I want to take a moment to salute each sorority. Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority. Their colors are salmon pink and apple green, founded in 1908 at Howard University. Their mission, service to all mankind. Their sisterhood proudly boasts Vice President Kamala Harris. Also, my colleagues, Congresswomen Sheila Jackson Lee, Terry Sewell, Frederica Wilson, Alma Adams, and Bonnie Watson Coleman, Lauren Underwood, Amelia Sykes, and Lisa Blunt Rochester. Also, I want to salute former Congresswoman Eddie Bernice Johnson. Also, members of their membership, civil rights leaders Rosa Parks and Coretta Scott King, and their honorable president, Danette Anthony Reed. Next, we have Delta Sigma Theta. Their colors are crimson and cream, founded in 1913 at Howard University. Delta's motto is "Intelligence is the torch of wisdom." Delta counts as sisters my esteemed colleagues Yvette Clark, Joyce Beatty, Stacy Plaskett, Lucy McBath, Summer Lee, Jasmine Crockett, Valerie Fauché, and our newest member, Jennifer McClellan. And I also salute former Congresswoman Val Demings and our HUD Secretary, Marsha Fudge. Congresswoman Shirley Chisholm was the first African-American woman elected to Congress, and she also is a member of Delta Sigma Theta. Their honorable president is Elsie Cook Holmes. Next, we have Zeta Phi Beta sorority. Their colors are blue and white, founded in 1920 at Howard University. Zeta's founding principles are scholarship, service, sisterhood, and finer womanhood. My colleague, Congresswoman Sidney Kamlaga Dove, is a member of Zeta Phi Beta, as well as former Congresswoman Donna Edwards and the late Congresswoman Julia Carson. And they boast as members Anita Hill and author Zora Neale Hurston, and their honorable president is Stacey N.C. Grant. Last but not least, my sorority, Sigma Gamma Rho sorority. We wear the colors of royal blue and gold. We were founded in 1922 at Butler University, just celebrating our 100th year. My sister in Sigma is Congresswoman Barbara Lee, as well as the late Congresswoman Lindy Boggs and former Congresswoman Kareem Brown. In our membership, the first African-American winner of an Academy Award, Hattie McDaniel, and the first African-American woman journalist to cover the White House, Alice Allison Dunnigan. And our esteemed Grand Basilisk is Rashida S. Liberty. The women of the Divine Nine had driven progress on everything from women's suffrage to civil rights. These organizations were instrumental to the end of the brutal regime of Jim Crow. Alumnae have also made advancements in industry, medicine, entertainment, and more. In short, the historically black sororities have been critical to the advancement of black women in America and have changed history for the better. But our work is far from done. The strength and solidarity of these organizations is needed now more than ever. In just the first months of 2023, our country continues to see efforts to turn back the clock on fundamental civil rights. Black people are still not safe in their own communities. Black people have less say in their government, and voting rights are being chipped away. The threat of racist violence is still painfully present in too many communities. But I have so much hope in the new generation of leaders that begin their journey as college students with Alpha Kappa Alpha, Delta Sigma Theta, Zeta Phi Beta, or Sigma Gamma Rho. Each year, more young people go out into the world to make our country a better place. The road ahead is long, but I'm confident that our coalitions for justice and equality will only grow because of the continued strength of the women of the Divine Nine, along with our 5 historically black fraternities. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Nevada, Ms. Lee, for 5 minutes.
Thanks. Great. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to shed light on a critical dilemma in the fight to address the worst drought facing the American West in 12 centuries. Right now, water managers are doing everything they can to address and respond to the ongoing Western water crisis. But at the same time, they cannot always readily access the critical data they need to measure water loss, respond effectively, and keep more water in Lake Mead for Nevadans. I've said it before and I'll say it again, we can't manage what we cannot measure. Nevada's plentiful sunshine is one of our state's greatest assets. It makes our state a top destination for outdoor recreation, the solar center of our transition to clean energy. But it's also a key driver in evapotranspiration, or ET, water loss in Nevada, throughout the West, and across this country. The situation at Lake Mead and across the West remains dire. We need to take action now. The future of our water supplies depend on us getting information into the hands of people who are on the ground tackling this crisis every day. That is why I am introducing the bipartisan, bicameral, Open Access Evapotranspiration Data Act to formally establish a federal Open ET program and fill the biggest data gap in water management by making critical ET data more accessible. It will allow everyone, from water managers and experts like scientists, academics, and advocacy organizations, to farmers and ranchers, to literally anyone with internet access. It's that accessible. There's no time to waste in protecting our most precious resource, and it's time to start better measuring, managing, and planning to protect Nevada's future. I rise today on International Women's Day as a woman in Congress who has served not one, not two, but 3 terms in this House, where every single time we have shattered the record for the largest number of women serving in this body. A woman's place is in this House, and I am honored to serve alongside such strong trailblazers who are setting the stage for the next generation of girls who will undoubtedly continue to shatter this glass ceiling. But we're not there yet. While women make up the largest voting bloc in the United States of America, we are still a minority here in the People's House. And that's why I tell every little girl I meet crisscrossing Southern Nevada to dream big and run for something. Just over 100 years ago, we didn't have the right to vote in this country. And that's why so many of the laws and flaws of our systems are stacked against us. Whether that's equal pay for equal work, affordable child care, adequate health care coverage for mothers, and equitable access for women of color who continue to face disproportionately high maternal mortality rates, or the right to make our own decisions with our own bodies. Today marks the first International Women's Day since the Supreme Court obliterated our rights less than a year ago, in overturning 50 years of Roe, 50 years of a woman's right to choose. In states across this country, the right to an abortion is under attack, even in cases of rape, incest, and the health of a mother. And in this House, there are extreme proposals that set us all backwards with a national ban on abortion. But we will not go back, and we will not be intimidated. I am proud to be from the battle-born state, home of a majority woman federal delegation in Congress, home of a majority woman in the state Supreme Court, and home of the first woman majority state legislature. That is worth celebrating today. That is the model for this House, by, for, and of the people. And this is what I hope will inspire that next generation of girls to run, win, and lead our country forward. And with that, I yield.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Hoyle, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks and include extraneous material.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. Sorry. In my district, the average per capita income is $32,000 a year. That's 6 counties, from Lincoln County down the coast of Oregon to Curry County and the California border. Over 160,000 seniors in my district rely on Social Security for retirement. My colleagues across the aisle are approaching Social Security as if it's an unearned handout, and that's beyond offensive. This is not what it was meant to do. This is not what it was meant to be. People have paid into this system for their whole lives. They should be able to get their contributions back. That's the promise of our Social Security program. Right now, we only tax income up to $160,000 a year to fund Social Security. Millionaires and billionaires who get their income from investments instead of earning a paycheck through hard work are not paying their fair share into Social Security at all. And we must change that system. By finally requiring that the wealthiest Americans pay into Social Security as the same rate as hardworking nurses and firefighters across this country, we can expand benefits and not cut them. My bill, the Social Security Expansion Act, which I introduced with Representative Jan Schakowsky and Senator Bernie Sanders, would allow us to increase the Social Security benefits for everyone by $200 a month and help account for the inflation that has impacted many seniors in my district and across this country. This bill would also extend the solvency of this critical program for the next 75 years. I'm not in Congress to protect billionaires. I'm here to make sure those people who have paid into this system for their whole lives, who've worked so hard, including our fishermen, electricians, school teachers, can retire with dignity. And we can welcome a new generation of the workforce as they retire. It's our responsibility to make sure that Social Security can be successful into the future, and I'm proud to have a bill that helps protect that. I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee, for 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, I ask unanimous consent to address the House.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I rise today to celebrate the International Day of Women and to recognize that there are many faiths in this nation, but in some of our faith, the book of Proverbs talks about the virtuous woman. I'd like to emphasize that theme in its broadness, the virtuousness of women across the land and around the world. To be able to acknowledge the very unique and specific duties and responsibilities and vulnerabilities that women have, and to celebrate them in every aspect of life. Today in America, as women get up and work in blue-collar labor jobs, hourly wages, from waitresses to bus drivers, to working in the building trades, to being on jobs that barely make ends meet, others tough, but giving them a better way of life. They have never refused their assignment. They are the caretakers. They're the loving moms that little ones grab their legs and look to them for hope and survival. I pay tribute to those women, the everyday women, ordinary women doing extraordinary things. Thank you to America's women. And then I take to this podium to honor those women in conflict, the women protecting their children in Ukraine, fighting in the battles in uniforms in the Ukrainian military. I honor those women who fell in battle. I honor those women who fell under the vicious bombing and brutality of Russia's despot Vladimir Putin in this horrible war with Ukraine. I honor the women in Sudan. I honor the women from Pakistan to India. I honor the women in Syria and Turkey in the midst of this horrible earthquake. I honor impoverished women, women who are barely surviving on the continent of Africa, South and Central America. I honor the migrant women who are struggling to give their family a better day. And it is important to recognize I honor the civil rights fighters. This weekend, we spent the time honoring Bloody Sunday that our late colleague John Lewis reminded us of, the moment of fighting for voting rights. But we know that Sister Boynton, Coretta Scott King, so many persons that were women, Viola Liuzzo, fought in the civil rights movement nonviolently and are no longer here with us by loss of life and natural causes, but others who were simply murdered because they believed in civil rights. And I'm here to honor those in my own community. It is important to take note, Willie Bell Boone, of Beulah Shepherd, of Etta Crockett, who is fighting for her life but has been an enormous strength in our community, believing in not only in civil rights, but the process of voting and empowerment. I want to honor my grandmother, Olive Jackson, my grandmother, Vannie Bennett, my big grandmother, Mrs. Sims. I want to honor, called Big Mother, of course, my mother, Avelita Jackson, my aunt, Valerie Bennett, and my other close aunt, Sybil Gooden and Sarah Jackson. These molded me and indicated that in spite of the segregated life you lived in, that all things are possible. And so it is important today, as we honor the international women suffering, fighting still for their freedom and their dignity, that we honor those who have fallen by way of age or disaster. We honor those in my own community in Houston. I honor my former woman mayors, Kathy Whitmire and Anise Parker in Houston, Texas, and recognize that women are still striving. And on this day, I want to make a pronouncement that I want to take a hammer to the scourge of domestic violence and brutality against women with guns and brutality. And I want to stop the scourge of human trafficking, where young girls and women are the largest victims. When we come to this podium to talk about International Women's Day, we must come with action and maybe even an iron fist that is, in fact, strong and nonviolent, but with a commitment that we will stand for things that will draw us to make life better for these women who are there every single day. And I want to make sure that I pay tribute to those who molded me outside of my home. Thank you to the teachers of America, some going unapplauded, some going unappreciated, some going uncompensated. Thank you to America's teachers. I could not be where I was or am today without public school education. And who was in it? It was our teachers. So, Madam Speaker, let me just say to you, International Women's Day is a day of honor, but it's a day of action. I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Almighty God, to you all hearts are open, all desires are known, and from you no secrets are hid. Cleanse the thoughts of our hearts, that we may approach you today without guile or self-righteousness. Then accept the desires of our hearts, desires for peace in our world, especially in Ukraine, Taiwan, and Myanmar. Grant us wisdom to know how you are calling us to respond to the severity of the humanitarian needs, the atrocity of offenses upon the innocent, the infringement on territorial and ideological integrity. And on this International Women's Day, make us keenly aware of the mothers, daughters, and small girls whose lives are in imminent danger at the hands of the enemy. Hear their voices and amplify them, that we would respond to their cries for freedom and safety. The eyes of the Lord are in every place, observing the wicked and the good. Let not then the secrets of evildoers be hidden from your watchful eye, but to you may each give account for their iniquity. We stand before you today with hope for your mercy and the promise of your salvation. In your sovereign name we pray. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from California, Mr. Valadao.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will now entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House floor for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, this week California is preparing for more atmospheric rivers that are bringing much needed rain to our state. This is welcome news to the Central Valley farmers who have suffered through the last 3 years of exceptional drought. While I'm grateful for this rain, and I know my fellow farmers are as well, we have all seen this situation before. Eventually, this rain will stop. That is why it is critical to capture and store as much of this rain as physically possible, so we don't put ourselves in this type of situation with the man-made water shortage again. Extreme environmentalists and Sacramento bureaucrats have grossly mismanaged our water with complex and contradictory laws and regulations that control how much we're able to pump and what storage projects we're able to move forward with. And while I'm grateful for the governor for his temporary relief that he pushed for a few weeks back, we cannot let this water go to waste. We must maximize what can be moved at all times through the Delta and invest in water storage infrastructure and conveyance projects so we can capture and store this critical resource. Thousands of livelihoods and the future of agriculture production in California and countless Americans we feed depend on it. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts? Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to welcome the Towing and Recovery Association of America to Washington and thank them for their work. Tow truck operators from nearly 20 states are attending to advocate on behalf of road safety. I've championed these issues for my entire career in Congress. But through the advocacy of TRAA, I've learned that tow truck operators and all our first responders face harrowing conditions during roadside emergency response. Even one roadside fatality is too many. That's why I proudly introduced a resolution supporting the goals and ideals of move-over laws to raise awareness of the need to move over and slow down while passing roadside responders. Last year, the House adopted this resolution, and the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee just voted to advance it again this year. This is not a partisan issue, and I urge all my colleagues to send a message by joining me in support of this resolution. Together, we can save lives. I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today for International Women's Day to acknowledge women in small business from New York's 3rd Congressional District. Pam Ocasio from Pam's Jams with a Z is a mom with a talent for curating unique homemade jams and marmalades from local ingredients. She is always at the local farmers markets in Oyster Bay with a smiling face and a can-do attitude. Another Wonder Woman, Angela Carrillo, is a mother of two from Bethpage with an associate's degree in medical technology and a bachelor's degree in biology. She put her chemistry skills to test in her basement studio in 2010, curating beautiful and fabulously scented home soaps. I have seen her work at local craft fairs around the district, and I must say she certainly gives any major manufacturer a run for their money. Joey Bowen is a mother of two who built her business as a single mom. Joey lives in Bethpage and hand makes stylish, clear handbags. She started in her living room and expanded to an international operation. She now has storefronts around Nassau County and supports the local economy and the workforce. Cheers to all these women out there and for their extraordinary accomplishments. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, last week the Buffalo Fire Department lost a brother, and Western New York lost a hero in the line of duty during a 4-alarm fire on Main Street in the city of Buffalo. Jason Arno was a 3-year member of the Buffalo Fire Department, serving at Engine 2, one of the busiest companies in the city. A son, a brother, a husband, a father, and a friend, Jason was committed to putting his life on the line each day for the community that he loved. As our city mourns his tragic loss, we are once again reminded of the bravery and the sacrifice it takes as a first responder. While Jason is laid to rest this Friday, our hearts are heavy, and our thoughts are with the Arno family, the Western New York community, and his brothers and sisters of Buffalo Professional Firefighters Local 282. The City of Good Neighbors and a grateful nation are forever indebted to firefighter Jason Arno for his selfless sacrifice. I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last week, the Washington Times featured a thoughtful open letter from Clifford D. May, President of the Foundation for Defense of Democracies, to President Biden. Quote, "Dear Mr. President, first kudos to you for going to Kyiv. For the past year, you've been providing the Ukrainians enough weapons to prevent them from losing, but not enough to drive out the Putin invaders. Why not ask such military experts as retired General Jack Keane what's necessary to get the job done as fast as possible? The moral argument for supporting Ukraine is obvious, but you still haven't made clear why its defense is vital to American national interest. Their rulers of imperialist Russia, Communist China, and Islamic Iran share a goal that the diminishment, if not the death, of the United States." End of quote. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years as global war on terrorism continues moving from the Afghanistan safe haven to America. Congratulations, Ambassador Georgi Panyatov, for the Library of Congress National Bulgaria Day reception. I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The contribution of women run deep throughout the history of America and the fabric of our entire nation. One such woman was Harriet Tubman, who escaped slavery and dedicated her life's mission to ensuring freedom for others. Building a network of abolitionists, Harriet Tubman organized safe houses throughout the Underground Railroad, including in my district, while making rescues and freeing others who were previously enslaved. As she put it, there are one or two things that she had a right to: liberty or death. Madam Speaker, on International Women's Day and 2 days before Harriet Tubman Day, when we remember her, and when we look at young girls in Afghanistan, and we look at young girls in other parts of the world like Iran seeking to have education, we remember Harriet Tubman. When we fight for equal pay for equal work, we remember Harriet Tubman. When we fight and advocate for a woman's right to choose, we remember Harriet Tubman. When we help those mothers that try to seek asylum at the border with their children, Madam Speaker, we remember Harriet Tubman. Let's remember her today as we celebrate Women's International Day. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, it is my honor to rise and celebrate the life of one of the greatest Florida men to have ever lived, Louis Bair. Louis was a legend for all times. He was a prolific businessman and an even more prolific philanthropist. Louis was CEO of Florida's oldest privately held company, the Louis Bair Company. It was started by his grandfather in 1876. He grew this small family grocery distribution business to one of Florida's largest beer distributors. So if you've cracked open a beer in my district, there's a pretty good chance that Louis moved it. His generosity did not stop with libations. Through the Louis Bair Family Foundation, he donated tens of millions of dollars to local organizations and charities, including hospitals and nonprofits focused on curing childhood cancer. He single-handedly protected the Deepwater Horizon oil spill settlement funds for Northwest Florida and saw that the money was used for lasting economic development. I know that he will be sorely missed by our family, by his, Belle Bair, their 3 children, Louis, Cindy, and David. Northwest Florida will never be the same without Louis Bair. We are certainly grateful that we had my friend for 82 years. I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today as an educator who spent 10 years as a college instructor and administrator to support the President's Student Debt Relief Plan, which is now currently under threat by the Supreme Court. Now, when I was in the classroom, I saw my students taking out loans to pay for basic needs like rent or food. We tell our young people to get an education, to go to college, to work towards your chance at the American dream, but for so many, that means taking out tens of thousands of dollars in student loans. Student loan also disproportionately impacts low-income students, and millions of students may not have access to financial training or advice. To this day, I am also paying off my student loans, and I have former students who continue to struggle with student debt years after they've graduated. Yes, we need to do more to address college affordability and access, but we must address student debt. If the Supreme Court takes a dangerous, irresponsible step of ending relief to student borrowers, then Congress has a duty to codify the President's debt relief plan and protect these 40 million Americans. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
Thank you. For what purposes does the gentleman from Idaho seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I ask unanimous consent for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not long ago, America was the largest energy producer in the world. Gas was affordable, and groceries weren't worth an entire paycheck. These are not faraway memories from our country's bygone golden era. This was the reality for Americans just a few years ago. Government spending has increased over $9 trillion since President Biden has taken office. This predictably resulted in the highest inflation in 4 decades. American families have had to bear the brunt of this crisis, yet my colleagues on the other side of the aisle still seem to have no plan to tackle inflation outside of spending more taxpayer money. House Republicans have been clear about our mission in 2023. Set our fiscal house in order so that we can lower the cost of living for Americans. We can find solutions to our joint debt crisis by working on new budgetary framework focused on fiscal restraint. Republicans' commitment to America offers tangible solutions to set us on that path, from strengthening our supply chains to enacting pro-growth policies. Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
I rise to address the House for 1 minute and request permission to revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, last month I had the opportunity to visit the Port of Galilee in Narragansett, Rhode Island, one of the most productive commercial fishing ports in the entire Northeast. Galilee is home to more than 270 commercial fishing boats, supporting 3,500 jobs and landing more than 16 million pounds of seafood per year. As a member of the Natural Resources Committee, I am committed to fighting for resources for America's ports and to support the commercial fishing industry, which is vital to how we feed our nation and support our economy. And I am also introducing a bill to secure a voice for the Rhode Island fishing industry in the Mid-Atlantic Fishery Management Council. I am proud to support and fight for Rhode Island's fishermen in Congress and encourage everyone to try the best seafood in America, which is Rhode Island seafood. Thank you very much.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Judge Francis Seckinger, who passed away on March 2nd. And I might note that it is appropriate on International Women's Day to honor a great judge. Judge Seckinger served in the judicial system when she was elected as a probate judge in Effingham County in 1977. That election sparked the beginning of a long and fruitful career of public service until her retirement in 2008. It's also important to note that Judge Seckinger's election made her the first female to hold an elected position in the Effingham County judicial system. Outside of her public service, Judge Seckinger was a faithful attendee of Springfield United Methodist Church, and she enjoyed hobbies such as crocheting blankets for friends and family. Judge Seckinger's selfless career of community service and her love for family and others should serve as an inspiration for all of us. My condolences go out to Judge Seckinger's family, and I hope they know how grateful I am for her years of service. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, by direction of the Democratic Caucus, I offer a privileged resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 205. Resolved that the following named members be and are hereby elected to the following standing committees of the House of Representatives.
Resolution be considered as read.
Without objection. Without objection, the resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky rise?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that it be in order at any time to consider House Concurrent Resolution 21 in the House if called up by the Chair of the Committee on Foreign Affairs or his designee, that the concurrent resolution be considered as read, that the previous question be considered as ordered on the concurrent resolution to adoption without intervening motion, except for 1 hour of debate equally divided among and controlled by Representative McCall of Texas, Representative Meeks of New York, and Representative Gates of Florida, or their respective designees, and that the provisions of Section 7 of the War Powers Resolution 50, U.S. Code 1546, shall not apply to House Concurrent Resolution 20.
Is there an objection? Without objection, so ordered. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, by direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 199 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 5, House Resolution 199. Resolved that at any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved to the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the bill H.R. 140 to amend Title V United States Code to prohibit federal employees from advocating for censorship of viewpoints in their official capacity and for other purposes. The first reading of the bill shall be dispensed with. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Oversight and Accountability or their respective designees. After general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Oversight and Accountability now printed in the bill, it shall be in order to consider as an original bill for the purpose of amendment under the 5-minute rule an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 118-1. That amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be considered as read. All points of order against that amendment in the nature of a substitute are waived. No amendment to that amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be in order except those printed in the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution. Each such amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and opponent, shall not be subject to amendment and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. All points of order against such amendments are waived. At the conclusion of consideration of the bill for amendment, the committee shall rise and report the bill to the House with such amendments as may have been adopted. Any member may demand a separate vote in the House on any amendment adopted in the Committee of the Whole to the bill or to the amendment in the nature of a substitute made in order as original text. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill and amendments thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one motion to recommit. Section 2. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the joint resolution, House Joint Resolution 27, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title V United States Code of the rules submitted by the Department of the Army, Corps of Engineers, Department of Defense, and the Environmental Protection Agency relating to revised definition of waters of the United States. All points of order against consideration of the joint resolution are waived. The joint resolution shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the joint resolution are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the joint resolution and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure or their respective designees, and 2, one motion to recommit. Section 3. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, Senate 619, to require the Director of National Intelligence to declassify information relating to the origin of COVID-19 and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence or their respective designees. And 2, 1 motion to commit. Section 4. The provisions of Section 7 of the War Powers Resolution 50 U.S.C. 1546 shall not apply to a concurrent resolution introduced during the first session of the 118th Congress pursuant to Section 5 of the War Powers Resolution 50 U.S.C. 1544 with respect to Syria. Section 5. If a veto message is laid before the House on House Joint Resolution 30, then after the message is read and the objections of the President are spread at large upon the journal, further consideration of the veto message and the joint resolution shall be postponed until the legislative day of March 23, 2023, and on that legislative day the House shall proceed to the constitutional question of reconsideration and dispose of such question without intervening motion.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for 1 hour.
For the purpose of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Massachusetts, Representative McGovern, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to amend the pending resolution with an amendment that I have placed at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment offered by Mr. Massey of Kentucky. Strike Section 4 of the resolution and redesignate the subsequent section accordingly.
Without objection, the resolution is amended. The gentleman is recognized. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I thank the Speaker. Last night, the Rules Committee met and reported House Resolution 199, providing for consideration of 3 measures, H.R. 140, H.J. Res. 27, and S. 619. The rule provides for H.R. 140 to be considered under a structured rule with 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on the Oversight and Accountability, or their designees. The rule further provides for consideration of H.J. Res. 27 under a closed rule with 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure. Additionally, the rule provides for consideration of Senate 619 under closed rule with 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Select Committee on Intelligence. Finally, the rule postpones the vote on a potential veto message from the President on H.J. Res. 30 until the legislative day of March 23rd. Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy.
I thank the Speaker. I thank the gentleman from Kentucky. I thank our colleagues on the other side of the aisle for working with us on that unanimous consent, which I think is important. It is important for us to have a full debate and a full airing of the use of war powers in the United States. As James Madison pointed out, it was critically important that we put that power in Congress. We should have this debate. If we're going to have troops in Syria, this body, this House of Representatives, this Congress ought to speak to it. And we shouldn't hide behind a 2001 authorization of the use of military force and not update that authorization of the use of military force. I'm not here to say whether we should or should not be in Syria. I am here to say that Congress should speak to it. We should debate it. We should decide. We should have an actual conversation in this body, on this floor, when we're going to place our men and women in uniform in harm's way. That is the point that we should be considering. I very much believe that the gentleman from Florida has brought something forward using privileged tools that we have here in the body, and that we should take that under consideration. We should support the the resolution the gentleman has brought forward, and if we have concerns, we should then have a debate, a full-throated debate about the use of military force and our men and women in uniform in Syria. I yield back.
Thank you, gentleman from Texas. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Last night, the Rules Committee met and reported out a rule for 3 bills. And first, let me just say this is an awful rule. And I don't want to hear my Republican colleagues talk about fairness or openness ever again. We got lecture after lecture about how they wanted to be more open and more inclusive. Well, guess what? So far in this Congress, 22 of the 26 rules have been completely closed. I mean, there's more closed rules in this rule than Democratic amendments made in order. Speaker McCarthy promised he would open things up, but he's locked things down more than ever. And my colleague from Kentucky, Mr. Massey, said that he joined the Rules Committee to be, and I quote, our conscience. So I would ask him, I mean, does he think this is okay? 43 of 44 amendments submitted by Democrats were blocked by his majority. Is that right? Is that the openness that we were promised by his speaker? Bottom line is, the last time the Republicans controlled the House, they had more closed rules than any other time in the history of our country, and they're on track to beating their own record. Our first bill today, considered under a closed rule, is S619, the COVID-19 Origin Act of 2023. And I think I speak for everyone when I say that we all want to know how COVID started. But I also want to point out for the record that Donald Trump was president when COVID started, not Joe Biden. And Donald Trump said, and I quote, "China has been working very hard to contain coronavirus. The United States greatly appreciates their efforts and transparency. It will all work out well," end quote. Joe Biden didn't say that. What Joe Biden actually did do is he ordered this investigation. And thanks to his investigation and the work of the intelligence community, we now have a report that gives us some answers. The gentleman from Kentucky says Democrats all believe this was a conspiracy theory, yet strangely enough, it was a Democratic president who told the intelligence community to look into the origins of COVID. So I'm just a bit confused here as to his logic. I'll mention quickly 2 other bills. H.J. Res. 27, also considered under a closed rule, seeks to roll back a majority of the protections on rivers, lakes, and streams that have been implemented since the creation of the Clean Water Act. And I find it particularly ironic that Republicans go to East Palestine, Ohio, saying, "We stand with you, we're with you," while here in Congress they're passing a bill that makes it easier for the company that dumped toxic waste into their rivers to get off scot-free. Finally, we have H.R. 140, the Protecting Speech from Government Interference Act, which does not protect free speech from government interference. In fact, it seeks to expand the First Amendment to include Vladimir Putin and the Chinese Communist Party, while telling America's own federal law enforcement agencies that they are now forbidden from even notifying social media companies of attempts by Russia and the CCP to spread propaganda. But there's one more thing I want to bring up today, Madam Speaker, and it's not in this rule, but it's just as important and consequential for our democracy. On Monday of this week, Fox News aired an offensive, dishonest, shameful representation about what happened on January 6, 2021. For nearly an hour, Tucker Carlson said that January 6 was not, in fact, a violent attack on American democracy. In fact, he said it was not an attack at all. He called it a, quote, peaceful sightseeing day, downplayed what happened, tried to sanitize and gloss over the first responders who were attacked and died, called the people attacking our Capitol police officers, and I quote, meek, ran interference for a racist mob that came into these halls that day to overturn an election. And I'm furious, because I was here that day. I was literally in this room as one of the last ones off the House floor. I sat in the Speaker's chair that day. I saw how close we came to disaster. And I don't need Tucker Carlson or anyone else to tell me what happened that day. And I'm furious, and I'm not just furious for me, I'm furious for the people he lied to. I'm furious for the memory of the officers he insulted. I'm furious for the police officers who were beaten and injured that day. I'm furious for the staff who thought that they were going to die. January 6th was an attack on our democracy, and now Tucker Carlson has chosen to side with the enemies of democracy. But what's most alarming about all of this, what's most dangerous, is that he was aided and abetted by Republican Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy. I have to say, this is a new low. Speaker McCarthy's treacherous decision to coordinate with Tucker Carlson to deliberately distort what happened that day is beyond the pale. And the worst part is the blatant lying. On November 21st, 2020, Carlson said in private text that lies about voter fraud were, and I quote, shockingly reckless, and called the very conspiracy theories he was promoting on the air as insane and absurd to his colleagues. He called those propagating the big lie, and I quote again, dangerous as hell. He knew that claims the election was stolen were dangerous lies. But instead of owning up to the truth, he went on TV. And with zero respect for his viewers, and for the people of this country, zero respect for the truth, zero respect for our democracy, he sold those dangerous lies to the American people. He should be ashamed. And Speaker McCarthy's disgraceful decision to help him spread these lies will forever be a stain on this institution. So my question for the Speaker is, was it worth it? Was the backroom deal with the far right to help Tucker Carlson lie about what happened that day worth the damage done to our democracy? Was it worth insulting the memory of the law enforcement officers who died defending this building and what it symbolizes? The family of fallen officer Brian Sicknick doesn't think so. I want to enter their full statement into the record today, but our rules prevent me from doing that. So let me just read a part of it here. And I quote, "The Sicknick family is outraged at the ongoing attack on our family by the unscrupulous and outright sleazy so-called news network of Fox News, who will do the bidding of Trump or any of his sycophant followers, no matter what damage is done to the families of the fallen, the officers who put their lives on the line, and all who suffered on January 6th due to the lies started by Trump and spread by sleaze-slinging outlets like Fox," end quote. They go on to say, and again I quote, "Every time the pain of that day seems to have ebbed a bit, organizations like Fox rip our wounds wide open again, and we are frankly sick of it," end quote. That's what Speaker McCarthy is doing here. And it's sick, and it's indefensible, and frankly, I find it disgusting. So when the hell will House Republicans stand up here and say, this is wrong? At least some Senate Republicans, to their credit, have actually denounced Carlson's lies. Senator John Kennedy said, and I quote, "I was here. It was not peaceful. It was an abomination." Senator Tom Tillis says Tucker's depiction was BS. He called it indefensible. Senator Mitt Romney says you can't hide the truth by selectively picking a few minutes out of tapes and saying this is what went on. It's so absurd. It is nonsense. It's a very dangerous thing to do. But all we get out of this side of the Capitol is deafening silence. And every moment House Republicans do not come out and condemn these evil lies, more damage is done to the fabric of our democracy. Because mark my words, January 6th will happen again if we do not correct the record and tell the truth about what happened that day. It was an attempt to overthrow the government of the United States based on lies spread by the former President of the United States. And so for the sake of this institution, for the sake of the country, it is time to tell the truth. And for my Republican colleagues, it is time for you to condemn these lies. And with that, Madam Speaker, I reserve my time.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of this rule and in support of the underlying legislation, H.R. 140, which went through regular order, which was marked up in the Oversight Committee, where Democrats had copious opportunities to offer amendments and to change the bill, as did Republicans. H.R. 140 is called the Protecting Speech from Government Interference Act, and it would prohibit federal employees from using their official authority to censor a private entity, including outside of normal duty hours or away from an employee's normal duty post. Under President Biden, administration officials and federal bureaucrats have abused their positions, authority, and influence to encourage censorship and erode Americans' First Amendment rights. Recently released reports have uncovered efforts by the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Centers for Disease Control, the Department of Homeland Security, and other government agencies to pressure social media companies and internet providers to censor and remove speech posted on social media platforms. Advocates for this censorship flagged certain posts and users as spreading misinformation on various topics, including COVID-19, racial justice, and the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan. Executives at Facebook and Twitter have admitted that prior to the 2020 presidential election, after warning from the FBI, they censored the sharing of news regarding Hunter Biden's laptop leak, which has since been proven true. It was not a Russian disinformation campaign. Even former White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki, during a July 2021 press briefing, called on Facebook to ban specific accounts from its platform. Congress should recognize that the biggest spreader of misinformation over the last several years, whether it's been about elections or about COVID, has been the federal government. The censorship must stop. Congress must restore constitutional protections enshrined in the First Amendment. H.R. 140 and the amendments that are pending votes here as well are critical to ensure that government officials can never again promote censorship and pressure private entities to suppress Americans' First Amendment rights. Additionally, the rule before us provides for consideration of H.J. Res. 27, a resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title V, United States Code, of the rules submitted by the Department of Army Corps of Engineers, Department of Defense, and the Environmental Protection Agency relating to revised definition of waters of the U.S. It's Groundhog Day again in America. Every time the administration changes, this rule changes. The Biden administration's new rule would radically redefine the term waters of the United States to expand the federal government's authority in regulating bodies of water. Specifically, Biden's EPA would expand the term to include impoundments of jurisdictional waters, tributaries, adjacent wetlands, and additional waters. To be clear, what the Biden administration is pushing through here will heap serious burdens on farmers, small businesses, home builders, and rural communities across our country. In 1972, Congress didn't tell the EPA and the Army Corps of Engineers, do whatever you think is necessary to protect water. That's not what the bill said, yet that's what they've taken as their directive. The Clean Water Act was never intended to be applied as broadly as the Biden administration is proposing. Every member of Congress should be concerned about the EPA's attempt to expand its authority over individuals' private property and regulate farms and communities, even those which lie far away from any lakes, rivers, or streams, and very far away from Washington, D.C. Congress has the constitutional authority and responsibility to provide oversight and to review regulations issued by the executive branch. If the executive branch promulgates rules that could overstep their authority, as President Biden is doing here, it is vital that we exercise our oversight authority in Congress. Finally, the rule before us provides for consideration of Senate 619, the COVID-19 Origin Act of 2023, which would finally declassify any information relating to potential leaks between the Wuhan Institute of Virology and the origin of COVID-19. In 2020, at the height of the pandemic, anyone who spoke out questioning whether COVID-19 might have come from the Wuhan lab in China was denounced as a conspiracy theorist, and their words were labeled as dangerous misinformation. People were censored online, their accounts were suspended, and their reputations were damaged for questioning the origins of COVID-19. What's the difference between COVID-19 conspiracy theory and the truth? About 2 years. We've seen them call natural immunity conspiracy theories. We've seen them call people who said that masks don't work a conspiracy theorists. And now we're finding out that all of those conspiracy theorists, so-called, were accurate. Fast forward to today, even the government admits it. The Department of Energy and the FBI have both publicly reported their conclusions that COVID-19 likely emerged as a result of a lab leak from the Wuhan Institute of Virology, a research institute in Wuhan, China, controlled by the People's Republic of China, and ultimately the Chinese Communist Party. And was it funded in part by our government? Yes, it was. This legislation is long overdue and is necessary to expose the truth about the origins of COVID-19. Americans deserve to see the information. President Biden could have released this information at any point. It could have been released a year ago. It could be released today without this resolution. But this resolution is important because the president has not released this information. The last Congress, led by Speaker Pelosi, could have voted to do what we're doing here today, but no, they wanted it to remain hidden from the American public. I fear the federal government has been involved in a cover-up about the origins of COVID-19 because they are afraid of being exposed as culpable in the creation of the disease at the center of the pandemic. And to my colleague's point about the videos that were released on Monday, I think the other side of the aisle is out of touch and out of step with the American public on this. A recent poll by Rasmussen showed that 81% of likely voters believe that all of the tapes should be released. The Democrats had 2 years to release these tapes, but 81% of voters believe that. Is that just Republicans? No, 86% of Republicans, and 78% of Democrats, they're out of step with their own party, believe that these videotapes should be released because Americans deserve to know the truth, and the defendants in these trials deserve to have the evidence they need to present their defense. I urge my colleagues to support this rule and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is
Madam
recognized.
Speaker, I want to put a few things on the record, if I could. I would like to ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a USA Today piece entitled "Fact Check: COVID-19 Vaccines Primarily Designed to Prevent Serious Illness and Death."
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent to insert in the record an AP News article entitled "Ex-Twitter Execs Deny Pressure to Block Hunter Biden Story."
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, Twitter itself is saying the government isn't telling them to suppress anything. This is yet, unfortunately, just another Republican conspiracy theory. And I would like to ask unanimous consent to insert into the record an article from The Hill entitled "Trump Officials Roll Back Obama Oil Train Safety Rule." Madam Speaker, on February 3rd, 2023, a train with 38 cars derailed in East Palestine, Ohio. And the full devastating aftermath of that tragedy is ongoing. The affected community needs answers and change to make sure that something like this does not happen again. The Trump administration rolled back train safety rules. Now Republicans want to make it easier for polluters to pollute. They put a chemical industry lobbyist in charge of the EPA office in charge of chemical safety. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. They roll back regulations on train brakes. And they reduced rail inspections. And I just want to say one thing to my colleague from Kentucky. I have no problem with releasing all the tapes, but that's not what happened. The Speaker of the House selectively and carefully released them to one person, to one news agency, who then deliberately cherry-picked things to advance a distortion of what happened that day. An insult to the people who work here, an insult to the Capitol Police officers who were injured that day. I mean, that's not transparency. That's propaganda. That is deliberately distorting a horrific event in which this Capitol was attacked. Our democracy was attacked. So please give me a break. Madam Speaker, I'm going to urge that we defeat the previous question, and if we do, I will offer an amendment to the rule to provide for consideration of a resolution that affirms the House's unwavering commitment to protect and strengthen Social Security and Medicare, and states that it is the position of the House to reject any cuts in the program. Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record along with any extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, Social Security and Medicare are the bedrocks of our nation's social safety net. Yet, as my Republican colleagues demand reckless cuts in exchange for paying our nation's bills, these programs are under threat. Despite recent rhetoric to the contrary, Republicans claim that they won't cut Social Security and Medicare benefits. Well, Madam Speaker, today, Democrats are yet giving Republicans another chance to back up that claim with action by providing them a chance to reassure the American people, not just with their words, but with their votes. And today, they can vote unequivocally that they will not cut these vital programs. Anything short of that is an empty promise. And to discuss our proposal, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Alaska, Ms. Peltola.
Recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With the enactment of the Social Security Act in 1935, this country promised Americans that if they worked hard and contributed to the program to support others, when they retire or become disabled or lose a spouse, they will be taken care of too. Social Security helps us provide for retirees, but also disabled workers, widows and widowers, spouses and children. Franklin Delano Roosevelt claimed that Social Security would, quote, promote the common welfare and the economic stability of the nation, and it has. Social Security has kept millions of seniors out of poverty and continues to do so. Today, Social Security provides monthly checks to more than 65 million beneficiaries who rely on it for food and other necessities. For over 85 years now, trusting in the promise of Social Security, millions of Americans have worked hard, paying into the program out of every single paycheck for decades. In 2019, Social Security had helped 31,146 Alaskans stay out of poverty. A report from a few years ago found that without Social Security, the elderly poverty rate in Alaska would have increased from 7.6% to 28%. As of 2021, over 110,000 Alaskans were receiving monthly Social Security benefits, including 84,796 who were 65 and older. In total, that's over 13% of Alaskan residents. I was raised, as I think many others were, with the value of treating elders with great deference and respect, to care for them as they have cared for us. I can think of no better way to do that than to ensure that they have a safe and secure retirement. Simply, this program reflects our values. All Americans deserve to retire with dignity. We must support our senior citizens by strengthening Social Security and not slashing it. We need to protect and expand Social Security. Despite the many demonstrated successes of the Social Security program, there have been no benefit increases to the program in over 50 years. I hear from many Alaskans back home who are scared that they will not receive the Social Security benefits they worked so hard for all their lives. Alaskans worry that the checks they depend on will suddenly disappear, and they have no plan B. They count on receiving this earned benefit that they rely on to pay for essentials like heating. My own monthly heating bill in my hometown of Bethel, Alaska is over $1,000 a month, and my understanding is that is a low bill. People do not deserve to live with this kind of uncertainty and insecurity. That is why safeguarding and reforming Social Security must be a priority for this Congress. Social Security was a solemn promise made to Americans by its government in full faith and credit. I commit to protecting this promise for Alaska and all Americans and implore my colleagues to do the same.
Time has expired.
Madam Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman, does the gentleman reserve? The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from New York, Mr. Langworthy.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise in support of the rule which provides consideration for 3 important pieces of legislation to restore trust and certainty for millions of Americans. Specifically, I would like to highlight H.J. Res. 27, which would provide for congressional disapproval of the Biden administration's overreaching New Waters of the United States, or WOTUS, rule that threatens the livelihoods and survival of our nation's farmers and rural communities. The Biden EPA's new reinterpretation of WOTUS is a complete rejection of the Clean Water Act's decades-long, broadly accepted jurisdiction. The new rule gives the federal government sweeping authority over private lands and unleashes the federal regulatory machine on private property owners over bodies of water as small as ditches, low spots, and ephemeral drainages. And God forbid if a farmer is perceived to have violated the EPA's vague new WOTUS regulatory framework, they could find themselves tangled in years of expensive litigation and red tape threatening their very survival as an operation. Now, my district in Western New York in the Southern Tier has over 800 dairy operations. These are generational farms with deep roots in our surrounding communities. And my farmers, as in the case with farmers across this country, they are deeply worried about how the Biden EPA's new WOTUS rule will impact the long-term survival of their operations. Our farmers should be focused on production and growing and maintaining their operations, not hiring outside expensive consultants to help them navigate a maze of new burdensome government regulations. They shouldn't be worried about whether farming a certain part of their land will lead to thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of dollars in penalties, enough to put these family farms out of business. But under the Biden administration, sadly, this is just considered the cost of doing business. Now, some might say I'm speaking in hyperbole, but we've seen this played out before in 2015. We saw that an overly broad interpretation of WOTUS and what it meant to our farmers, many of whom suffered devastating fines from an overzealous Obama-era EPA for having the audacity to manage and farm their own private lands. So the question before us with this resolution isn't how to best regulate a pond versus a stream or a low spot. It isn't how far we should turn the dial up on regulation, forward or backward, as to not inflict too much pain on rural America. It's a question of whether we stand for the long-term survival of American agriculture and domestic food security, or whether we're willing to regulate the American farmer out of business and out of existence. Congress has a duty to review and oppose this radical interpretation of WOTUS. I strongly support the rule, and I urge my colleagues to do the same, and with that, I yield back.
Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I don't want to be lectured about farms and our farmers. I represent a district with thousands of farms in it. The bottom line is my farmers care about things like clean water. They care about the environment because they know that contaminated water can contaminate the food supply, among other things. My farmers are worried about climate change and the impact it's having on their ability to grow crops. So I don't want to be lectured about farms or what farmers want. I don't know of any farmer who wants to create a situation where polluters basically are not held accountable for the pollution that they cause. I mean, you think about what happened in East Palestine, Ohio. I mean, is it the position of the Republicans that, you know, the railroad should be not required to pay for the damage that they've done? Is that the community should assume those costs? The federal government? I don't know who should pay for it, but are the farmers should pay for that? I mean, come on. So, I mean, we can hear a lot about, oh, you know, this does X, Y, and Z when we know it's an exaggeration. But putting that aside, I just want to say for the record, I represent a lot of farmers. I talk to my farmers all the time. I do farm tours every single year. And what they talk to me about is making sure that we have a clean environment, they have access to clean water, and that we actually start paying attention to climate change, which is destroying their ability to be profitable and to be able to thrive. And with that, I reserve my time.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to submit for the record an article in the New York Post labeled 10 Myths Told by COVID Experts and Now Debunked by Marty Makary, professor at Johns Hopkins University School of Medicine.
Without objection.
In this article that I've just referenced, misinformation number 7 was that COVID originating from the Wuhan lab is a conspiracy theory. It's not. I think we're going to find that out when this resolution passes, and I expect a lot of Democrat support for the resolution. It passed by unanimous consent in the Senate. Google admitted to suppressing searches of lab leak, quote, lab leak during the pandemic. Dr. Francis Collins, head of the National Institutes of Health, claimed and still does that he doesn't believe the virus came from a lab. Ultimately, overwhelming circumstantial evidence points to a lab leak origin, the same origin suggested to Dr. Anthony Fauci by two very prominent virologists in a January 2020 meeting he assembled at the beginning of the pandemic. According to the documents obtained by Bret Baier of Fox News, they told Fauci and Collins that the virus may have been manipulated and originated in the lab. But then they suddenly changed their tune in public comments days after the meeting with NIH. The virologists were later awarded nearly $9 million from Fauci's agency. Maybe this is why we're not getting the truth yet, but we will get the truth if this rule passes and then the subsequent Senate 619 passes here in the House, and I think it's very important. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is
So, Madam Speaker,
recognized.
I don't think there's any controversy over the bill to make as much of the classified report unclassified that is possible. There's no controversy over that. But I want to make sure people understand, like who's responsible for actually doing the investigation. It was Joe Biden, not the previous president. And I want people to remember what the previous president said. On January 24th, 2020, Donald Trump said, quote, "China has been working very hard to contain the coronavirus. The United States greatly appreciates their efforts in transparency. It will all work out well. In particular, on behalf of the American people, I want to thank President Xi." I mean, really? And then on February 7th, 2020, Trump said, "I just spoke with President Xi last night, and you know, we're working on the problem, the virus. It is a very tough situation, but I think he's going to handle it. I think he's handled it really, really well. We're helping wherever we can." And then on February 7th, he said, "Just had a long and very good conversation on the phone with President Xi of China. He's a strong, sharp, and powerfully focused on leading the counterattack on the coronavirus. He feels they are doing very well, even building hospitals in a matter of only days. Great discipline is taking place in China as President Xi strongly leads what will be a very successful operation. We are working closely with China to help." Then he also said, "Late last night, I had a very good talk with President Xi, and we talked about mostly the coronavirus. They're working really hard, and I think they are doing a very professional job. They're in touch with the World Organization, CDC also. We're working together, but World Health is working with them. CDC is working with them. I had a great conversation last night with President Xi. It's a tough situation. I think they're doing a very good job." Then he said on February 10th, "I think China is very, professionally run in the sense that they have everything under control," Trump said. "I really believe they are going to have it under control fairly soon. And in April, supposedly it dies with the hotter weather. And that's a beautiful date to look forward to. But China, I can tell you, is working very hard." On February 13th, he said, "I think they've handled it professionally. And I think they're extremely capable. And I think President Xi is extremely capable. And I hope that it's going to be resolved." On February 23rd, President Trump said, "I think President Xi is working very, very hard. I spoke to him. He's working very hard. I think he's doing a very good job. It's a big problem. But President Xi loves his country. He's working very hard to solve the problem. And he will solve the problem okay." And then on February 29th, he says, "China seems to be making tremendous progress. Their numbers are way down. I think our relationship with China is very, very good. We just had a big trade deal. We're starting on another trade deal with China, a very big one, and we've been working very closely. They've been talking to our people. We've been talking to their people and having to do with the virus." And I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record an article from Politico entitled, "15 Times that Trump Praised China as Coronavirus Was Spreading Across the Globe."
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I just want to remind my Republican colleagues that the leader of their own party repeatedly applauded China during the peak of the pandemic. And the bottom line is that, we should all be grateful that we have a president now that has actually launched an investigation to get to the bottom of this. And today, hopefully, we will, in a bipartisan way, vote to make as much of that investigation declassified as possible. But let's not forget the history here. And let's not forget who was praising China's reaction to the coronavirus because I think it is important that we keep that in mind, especially listening to some of the rhetoric coming from the other side, and I reserve my time.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Although it's not the subject of today's resolution or any of the bills covered by this resolution, the Democrats just can't avoid talking about the release of the January 6 videos. They keep going back to it during this debate. I want to remind them that 78% of Democrats out in America support the release of all of these videos. Now, the fact that they're apoplectic about the few minutes of video that Tucker Carlson released on Monday shows that Tucker Carlson is over the target. For 2 years, they've been selectively releasing information and videos to set a narrative. And in just a few minutes, the entire narrative was challenged. I say it collapsed under the scrutiny, under the review of just a few minutes of undoctored video that came from this body. So I applaud Tucker Carlson for releasing that. The American people are right. And the Democrats, if they're so upset that only a few of these videos were released, I would remind them that they were able to release these at any point in the past. Moving on to something that is the subject of this resolution, I want to talk about the repeal of Joe Biden's 2023 WOTUS ruling, Waters of the U.S. ruling. This is, like I said before, it's Groundhog Day again. Under President Bush, we had one set of rules that farmers and home builders and landowners came to understand. Now, they were a little hard to comply with because every division of the Army Corps of Engineers might interpret them differently, or different states would interpret them differently, or different bureaucrats at the EPA would interpret them differently. But then Obama came along with a rule to expand the definition of waters of U.S. And then Trump came into office and the rules changed again. And now Biden is here trying once again to change the rules on what are the waters of the U.S. The farmers and home builders I talk to, they don't say we don't want any regulations. Nobody in this body has said no regulations is what we want. The question is, give us clear, precise, understandable regulations we can follow that do not change. And frankly, those should be written by Congress. They shouldn't be made up by every administration that comes into power, yet that's what we're doing, or that's what's happened. Today, we're talking about repealing those onerous changes and unclear changes. For instance, Susan Bodine testified in front of the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee this year on this topic, and she talked about the significant nexus test that they apply in WOTUS 2023, Waters of the U.S., to support expanded jurisdiction under this rule. The agencies now claim that isolated water can affect the biological integrity of navigable water. What does that mean? If you have a puddle of water that a bird lands in and drinks from and takes some seeds or some larvae, and when it drinks and then it flies to a river and deposits it in its bird droppings, or maybe as it flies over the river and it doesn't even visit the river. But if there's any kind of biological connection, and as we found, everything is biologically connected on this planet, if there's any biological connection that they can establish between a puddle of water on your property and a navigable water, then they say this is now covered under waters of the U.S. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. The only certainty that our farmers and our landowners are going to get from Biden's 2023 WOTUS rule is the certainty that if a raindrop has fallen on your property, a government agent will show up someday and tell you what you can and can't do with that property under this rule. So that's why it's important for us to repeal that, and that's why this resolution is so important. And I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Madam Speaker, this is the second time the gentleman has said that all the tapes of what happened on January 6th were released. Maybe he can tell us where can the general public find them? I mean, how do they get access to them? I'm yield, yeah.
I never said that. I said you could have released them.
Well, no, you said that I would claim my time. Madam Speaker, the gentleman said that all the tapes had been released. The only person who got the tapes was a political hack at Fox News who used them to distort the reality and the truth and to insult the service of the people who work up here, including our Capitol Police officers. And I'm for releasing as much as can be released so long as it doesn't violate any kind of security protocols. But let's listen to what the U.S. Capitol Police Chief said in response to Tucker Carlson's coverage of January 6th. He said, "Last night, an opinion program aired commentary that was filled with offensive and misleading conclusions about the January 6th attack. The opinion program never reached out to the department to provide accurate context. One false allegation is that our officers helped the rioters and acted as, quote, tour guides. This is outrageous and false. The department stands by the officers in the video that was shown last night. I don't have to remind you how outnumbered our officers were on January 6th. Those officers did their best to use de-escalation tactics to try to talk rioters into getting each other to leave the building. The program conveniently cherry-picked from the calmer moments of our 41,000 hours of video. That commentary fails to provide context about the chaos and violence that happened before or during these less tense moments. Finally, the most disturbing accusation from last night was that our late friend and colleague Brian Sicknick's death had nothing to do with his heroic actions on January 6th. The department maintains, as anyone with common sense would, that had Officer Sicknick not fought valiantly for hours on the day he was violently assaulted, Officer Sicknick would not have died the next day. And as some people select from 41,000 hours of video clips that seemingly support their narrative they want to push, those of you who were here on January 6th, those of you who were in the fight, those of you who ensured that no member of Congress was hurt, those of you who contributed to the effort to allow this country's legislative process to continue, know firsthand what actually happened. And I would just simply say, Madam Speaker, if we want to make sure that we do not see another January 6th ever occur again in our country's future, well, then we all ought to speak with one voice and condemn what happened that day and characterize it for what it was, an attack on our democracy. And I reserve my time.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Well, I surely didn't expect this to turn into a debate on the January 6th videotapes or to hear the Democrats propose that it sounds like they're in favor of all of the tapes being released instead of just some of them. I think if the gentleman will review the transcript, and I could be wrong, but I think he'll find out that I said Tucker Carlson only released a few minutes of that, and those few minutes were able to destroy the narrative that had been constructed over 2 years. But if the gentleman cares to answer a question, maybe we've come to some bipartisan agreement that all of the tapes should be released. Would the gentleman be in favor of? I would ask if the gentleman, when he speaks next, if he would speak to that topic, if he would be in favor of releasing all of the tapes instead of releasing them partially at times. No. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Madam Speaker, when the gentleman says that what Tucker Carlson aired somehow destroyed the narrative, I mean, give me a break. I mean, essentially, basically saying what happened on January 6th conforms with what Tucker Carlson said. It is offensive to everybody who was here that day. It is offensive to the staff. It is offensive to the Capitol Police officers. It is offensive to everybody. I mean, come on. Madam Speaker, let me just say to the gentleman, what I said before was that I favored releasing tapes so long as they did not, that's my personal opinion, so as it did not at all compromise any security. That's what I said. But I really, it is so sad to be on this House floor after what happened on that day and to hear members of Congress basically try to cover up the horrendous atrocity that occurred that day, the attack on our democracy. I mean, it is shameful. I reserve my time.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
May I inquire of the gentleman how many more speakers he has?
Just myself.
Are you prepared to
I'm
close?
prepared. Is the gentleman prepared to close?
I am.
I'm prepared to close.
Madam Speaker, how much time do I have remaining?
The gentleman from Massachusetts has 5.5 minutes remaining.
Madam Speaker, what's just as revealing as what we're debating this week is what we're not talking about. We're now 3 months into the Republican majority. They haven't passed a single bill into law yet. And in fact, rather than debating things that people care about, we're spending week after week passing bills that are designed to get Facebook likes and retweets instead of making an actual difference for the people back home. 3 out of 4 Americans say the Republicans in Congress do not have the right agenda. And if you want proof that they're right, look no further than what so much of today's debate was focused on. Democrats passed bills to bring jobs back from China and take on Putin's war of aggression. Republicans are passing bills to make it easier for Russia and China to spread their propaganda here in the United States. Democrats passed laws holding polluters accountable, took action to get rid of lead pipes and clean up our rivers and lakes. Republicans are passing bills to protect the polluters that dump toxic chemicals into our water. The American people expect more. They expect us to pass bills that actually matter to our families. Democrats have been putting people over politics to do it. We get stuff done while Republicans are chasing down the approval of hyper-online far right that spends all their time on Twitter trying to own the libs. So that is why I'm asking my colleagues to join me in defeating the previous question so we can get this House on record as saying that we are going to protect Social Security and Medicare. And finally, Madam Speaker, again, the idea that the leadership on the Republican side was complicit with Fox News, with Tucker Carlson, to spread lies and distortions about what happened on January 6th, to insult the service of the brave men and women who protect this building and all of us who are in it is unconscionable. And I would just like, it would be so refreshing for Republicans to join us in condemning the distortions that were on Fox News. I mean, it is stunning to me that we can't get any of them to condemn. Some of your Senate counterparts did, and I praise them for it, but the silence here is deafening, and it is offensive. It is offensive. And with that, I yield back my time.
The gentleman from Massachusetts yields back. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Well, somewhat serendipitous, but in the context of this debate on a rule about other bills, it seems we've come to some agreement, it appears to me, with the American people, 81% of whom believe that all of the tapes should be released. It seems like we've come to some agreement that we'd all be better off if we get to the bottom of the truth and all of the truth comes out and all of the tapes come out so that no one side can distort what actually happened that day. And then let the American people decide. So I will not. The gentleman's time's expired. So Senate, in the interest of transparency and in the interest of getting back to the subject matter at hand, which are 3 bills covered by this rule, I want to talk about Senate Bill 619, which is so important. It's transparency, and it's the transparency that the American people deserve. It passed by unanimous consent in the Senate. Even though it seems like there's some opposition on the other side, I suspect we're going to get a lot of votes from Democrats on Senate Bill 619. And I think it's important to go on the record for people to say whether or not for elected representatives to say whether or not they believe their constituents are entitled to the truth which our government possesses, or at least information that they possess that would help somebody come to a conclusion on what the origins of this virus were and did they come from Wuhan. So the president could do this at any time. He could have done it at any time in the past 2 years. He hasn't done it. It's time to put him on the spot and say, you either veto this, and I suspect we could overcome his veto, but you either veto this or you release that information that you've withheld from the American public for 2 years, which is too long. Next, I want to talk about the Waters of the U.S. rule. Why is this timely? Because on March 20th, this goes into effect. That's why it is so urgent to repeal the 2023 Waters of the U.S. rule. Was it written? These are laws. Were they written by lawmakers? No. Our founding fathers created 3 branches of government. You've got the executive branch, which enforces laws. You've got the judicial branch, which resolves disputes. And you've got the legislative branch, which is supposed to make the laws. Yet, here we sit, abdicating that authority, that responsibility. You could delegate authority. You can't delegate responsibility. We have a responsibility to the American people to make sure that these laws are concise, that they don't change on the whim of an executive who gets in the White House, that they are not onerous, and that they have their intended effect, and that they are applied uniformly across the country. Yet we have abdicated that responsibility, but we will take that responsibility back by the passage of this rule and the subsequent legislation to repeal the Waters of the U.S. 2023 by Joe Biden. The American people deserve that. And finally, I want to close by talking about H.R. 140. This is a bill that went through regular order. What a wonderful thing. We've talked about it so much. It's a bill that covers one topic only. We've talked about that so much. And here we are. And we've even got a chance, even though it was amended in the committee, we've got a chance to amend it here on the floor, to perfect it even more for members who aren't members of that committee. Are these amendments that are not germane? Are these the kind of amendments that the American people hate, where you offer an amendment and you stick something into a bill that's completely unrelated to it? No, every one of these amendments is germane to this bill. We have made sure of that in the Rules Committee. I will not yield. The gentleman's time's expired, and he serves on the Rules Committee, and he had plenty of time to voice his concerns there. So we've got a lot of amendments that are great. I think they'll improve the bill, but what's most important is people have a chance to have their point made and to get a vote on this. So finally, I want to talk about what H.R. 140 would fix. It would fix this loophole that they think they've constructed that allows the federal government to violate the Constitution. Obviously, the federal agents can't take away your First Amendment rights, and obviously, social media companies aren't subject. The Constitution wasn't meant to bind them. It was meant to bind the administration. And what we have is a loophole where the administration leans on a social media company that they are paying money to. Millions of dollars have gone to these social media companies from CDC, from FBI. So when they say, would you pretty please ban this user? Would you pretty please take down these posts or a whole series of these posts? The government doesn't get in line. They've got a back door that they can trot to every day and submit lists of people who they think should be banned because they don't like what they've said. This is dangerous to our republic. If the other side wants to call it a democracy, it's dangerous to the democracy, but this is a republic. Our government has built an elaborate but constitutionally unsound framework for violating these natural rights. As we've seen with the Twitter files, they boldly work in close cooperation with private sector actors who aren't subject to constitutional restrictions imposed on government by our founders. But they also claim foreign influence and national security, so they can target U.S. citizens and with agencies of the government under the military chain of command, whose missions are ostensibly directed at foreign actors who have no constitutional rights. Elected lawmakers be damned. Legions of government lawyers create shaky legal scaffolding and ad hoc doctrine to indemnify the actors within our government who eagerly exploit these loopholes. In this way, government actors can claim everything they do is illegal. They've got a bunch of lawyers to back. Oh, we didn't do anything illegal. It's all legal. Here, look at our doctrine. We've got the lawyers have gone through it. It's all legal. Here's the problem. Much of what they do is unconstitutional. So whose job is it to resolve that difference? It's actually not the Supreme Court's job. We are entrusted with oversight. We all here swore an oath to the Constitution. And if we know that authorizations that we've made or that funding that we have appropriated has been twisted in a way to get around the Constitution or to drive through a loophole that some lawyers in the administrative branch have created, then it is our obligation. We owe it to the American people. We swore an oath to the Constitution to fix that, not to make them go to court to get some remedy, but to fix it, to stop it in its tracks. H.R. 140, with its pending amendments, is a good down payment on that promise to the American people. And with that, I support this rule. I urge my colleagues to vote for it. And Madam Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution as amended.
The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution as amended. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no? In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I ask for the
gentleman
yeas and
from
nays.
Massachusetts is recognized.
I ask for the yeas and nays so we can protect Social Security.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, the chair will reduce to 5 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote on the question of adoption of the resolution. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are
Mr. Himes. Mr. Himes votes no. Ms. DeLauro. Ms. DeLauro voted no. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Luetkemeyer. Mr. Luetkemeyer votes aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 217 and the nays are 205. The previous question is ordered. The question is on adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The gentleman is recognized.
I would ask for a recorded vote, please.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 216 and the nays are 206. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
The House will come to order. Please curtail your conversations. Ready? The House will come to order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to the order of the House of today, I call up House Concurrent Resolution 21 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the concurrent resolution.
House Concurrent Resolution 21, Concurrent Resolution directing the President, pursuant to Section 5C of the War Powers Resolution, to remove the United States Armed Forces from Syria.
Pursuant to the order of the House of today, the concurrent resolution is considered as read. The concurrent resolution shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided among and controlled by Representative McCall of Texas, Representative Meeks of New York, and Representative Gates of Florida, or their respective designees. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. McCall, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, and the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Gates, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. McCall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include any extraneous material on the resolution under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The House will be in order. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the United States is not at war with Syria. Rather, the United States is conducting limited but important counterterrorism operations in Syria against ISIS, formerly known as al-Qaeda in Iraq, pursuant to the 2001 counterterrorism AUMF. Those operations are being reported regularly to Congress, consistent with the War Powers Resolution. They are not new or unique to the Biden administration. In fact, let me quote President Trump about what we are doing here when he said, quote, "A small presence of United States Armed Forces remains in strategically significant locations in Syria to conduct operations against continuing terrorist threats emanating from Syria. These ongoing operations, which the United States has carried out with the assistance of numerous international partners, has been successful in seriously degrading ISIS capabilities in Syria and Iraq," end of quote. When ISIS was at the peak of its power in 2015, it controlled vast territory in Iraq and Syria, which it used to launch attacks in the Middle East and beyond. Those terrorists ruled with medieval brutality, and we all remember the graphic videos of ISIS fighters beheading journalists and innocent civilians. These monsters drew thousands of foreign volunteers to join their ranks in Iraq and Syria and inspired terrorist attacks around the world. Our U.S. military, working with the global coalition and local forces on the ground, helped to dismantle and destroy this vicious caliphate. I'm proud that our men and women in uniform answered the call to fight this menace, which threatened the United States and the world. And even though ISIS no longer controls significant territory, there are still tens of thousands of hardened terrorist fighters in Iraq and Syria who are hell-bent on reestablishing their terror state. In fact, in the last quarter of 2022, ISIS claimed 72 attacks in Iraq and Syria, including several IED attacks. Thankfully, our small deployment of U.S. service members is remarkably effective at working with local partners to achieve results and ensure the enduring and complete defeat of ISIS. Otherwise, these numbers would be much worse. In 2022, we were involved in 108 partner and 14 unilateral operations, killing 466 ISIS operatives and detaining 250 others. None of us want our soldiers overseas and in harm's way any longer than is absolutely necessary. And I understand that the gentleman from Florida has introduced this resolution in good faith and in well-intentioned. And he did it in response to a February 17 operation to kill an ISIS leader in which 4 U.S. service members were wounded. Any injured or killed service member is a tragedy. We are eternally grateful for their sacrifices, the sacrifices made by our men and women in uniform and their families, and never take them for granted. And it's our responsibility as members of Congress to reassess on an ongoing basis whether their deployments and the risks they involve are necessary. In doing that, we must recall President Obama's disastrous decision to prematurely withdraw our troops from Iraq in 2011. A few years later, American troops returned to fight the deadly ISIS caliphate, which grew out of the al-Qaeda presence that had not been defeated. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Milley, was in Syria just days ago to see our troops and assess the state of our mission. He went there to figure out what value this mission holds for our security. He said, and I quote, "Unless you support and devote the correct amount of resources to it, things will get worse, and if you completely ignore and turn your back, then you're setting the conditions for a resurgence." That is why I strongly oppose this resolution directing the removal of United States Armed Forces from Syria, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. If we withdraw our troops from Syria now, we could see a resurgence of ISIS or another legal successor in short time. Withdrawal of this legal, authorized U.S. troop deployment must be based on the total defeat of ISIS. Let me be clear. Congress's power to declare war is one of our most solemn Article I responsibilities. And I understand why some in this chamber are uncomfortable with using a 22-year-old force authorization for current operations. I believe that we should be working together in a bipartisan manner to have an updated replacement to this AUMF to address the current threat environment, while also keeping Congress engaged with our constitutional responsibilities. But this resolution does not work to that end. I believe it would call for an artificial withdrawal, and it would be a win for the ISIS terrorists committed to our destruction. The bottom line is, the premise upon this resolution, as a parliamentarian doesn't make fact-based determinations, the premise of this whole thing is that there's no authorization for troops to be in Syria today. It's just not accurate. In fact, it's wrong, because in 2014, the ISIS threat was addressed under presidential authorities of 2001 AUMF, and I remember being in the White House with President Trump addressing this crisis as well, about what to do about Syria and whether we believe our U.S. troops should remain in a very small footprint of 900 soldiers in Syria. And at that time, President Trump made the decision that under the 2001 AUMF to keep these troops in country, and I believe that was a correct decision, and I stand by that, and I urge my colleagues to join me in this opposition, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may use.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to House Concurrent Resolution 21. And Mr. Speaker, though I oppose an indefinite U.S. military presence in Syria, this measure forces a premature end to our mission at a critical time for our efforts. Forcing such a premature removal of U.S. forces not only endangers our national security, it threatens that of our allies and partners across the region and beyond, and most of all, the Syrian Kurds. Our very small footprint in northeast Syria, alongside our courageous Syrian Kurdish partners, continues to serve a valuable purpose as we partner with them in ensuring ISIS does not reconstitute and again destabilize the region or use Syria as a base for attacks elsewhere. We have seen how ISIS has wrought its brutality not only on the populations of Syria and Iraq, especially against ethnic minority groups, but also launched brutal attacks such as those in Paris, Brussels, Istanbul, and beyond. Our military and intelligence leaders continue to warn publicly about the potential for ISIS to resurge if they are given the opportunity, including Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Mark Milley, who just last week made a public visit to northeast Syria. He highlighted the importance of finishing the job against ISIS and emphasized if we ignore and turn our back, then we're setting the conditions for a resurgence. Our presence also serves a critical advisory and assist role as the SDF continues to administer ISIS detainee facilities, including those holding experienced, highly trained ISIS fighters, as the United States, along with our coalition partners, work to safely and humanely repatriate them to their countries of origin. Pulling the plug now on this important mission jeopardizes the important work and support role that we play. Finally, while I share the co-sponsor of this legislation's passion for Congress reclaiming its war powers, I do not think this concurrent resolution is the proper vehicle for doing so. Last Congress, under my leadership as the House Foreign Affairs Committee marked up repeals of 3 of the 4 existing AUMFs that's on the books. The full House passed each of these measures as well, but unfortunately they languished on the other side of the Capitol. We need to continue this work, and I look forward to working with Chairman McCall and the gentleman from Florida on these efforts. Congress must repeal outdated war authorizations once and for all, and I applaud the Senate Foreign Relations Committee for their bipartisan vote to repeal the 2002 and the 1991 AUMFs earlier today. So, we have important work to do. We should define hostilities in statute, not because it's an easy fix, but because it's a hard question that underpins key national security issues around the globe. And toughest of all, we must repeal the 2001 AUMF and replace it with a narrow force authorization that grants the President authority to combat select territories enumerated in countries where the United States national security is at stake. And I intend to introduce such an AUMF later this year. And I believe that the importance of combating ISIS in Syria should be on such an authorization, and this is part of why I oppose H-Con Res 21. So I encourage my colleagues to oppose this resolution, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Most Americans don't know a single Syrian. And so people watching this debate might wonder, how has it come to be that Syria has become the great platform of great power competition in the world? Begins in 2011 during the Arab Spring, when Assad, who is undeniably a madman and a despot, opens fire on his own people protesting. Then part of the Syrian army defects. They engage in warfare against Assad, and all of a sudden they got a whole lot of weapons and money being sent from the rich Gulf monarchies through Jordan into Syria. So Iran's not just going to watch this. Assad's their ally. They activate Hezbollah. They then invade Syria. So now you've got Jordan, the Gulf monarchies, Iran. But wait, Russia is pitching their vision of the world as a regime preservation force, whether you're Maduro or Assad. So they get involved, and what do they get for their time? A warm water port in the Eastern Mediterranean. So we've got Russia, the Gulf monarchies. Israel starts to get worried about Hezbollah and Iran. So Israel cuts a deal with Russia to keep Iran out of southern Syria. And if it doesn't get any worse than that, now all of a sudden you've got the Kurds who declare war on Syria. And it makes it a little messy that the Kurds are also in conflict with Turkey, which is a NATO ally. And then somehow the United States in 2015 says, you know what? We need to get involved in this mess in Syria. And since we have been there, we have seen Americans die. We have seen tens of billions of dollars wasted. And what is hilarious about the 2001 AUMF that the neoconservatives wave around like some permission slip for every neoconservative fantasy of turning an Arabian desert into a Jeffersonian democracy is that that very 2001 AUMF would justify attacking the people that we're fighting against and the people we're funding, because both have ties to al-Qaeda, and of course the 2001 AUMF dealt with al-Qaeda. All this talk about a reemergence of ISIS, I would encourage my colleagues to go read the Inspector General's report of the last quarter that indicates that ISIS is not a threat to the homeland. And with the Turks conducting operations in Syria against ISIS, with Assad and Russia having every incentive to create pressure on ISIS, I do not believe that what stands between a caliphate and not a caliphate are the 900 Americans who have been sent to this hellscape with no definition of victory, with no clear objective, and purely existing as a vestige to the regime change, failed foreign policies of multiple former presidents. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield as much time as you may consume to the gentleman from Montana, Mr. Zinke.
The gentleman from Montana is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand before you today in strong opposition to Resolution 21 to pull forces out of Syria. Like many in this distinguished chamber, I've served in the region. I've spent 23 years as a Navy SEAL. I've hunted war criminals, I've dismantled terrorist cells, and I've fought for freedom on foreign shores. There are several self-evident truths in Syria. First, the U.S. troops are authorized by Congress. Second, as I do believe that we should review those authorizations, then they need to be reviewed. We should have answers on objectives, on failures, on victories, on a plan for ultimate success. I agree. But there is no doubt that Syria also remains a center for radical Islamic forces and terrorism, like ISIS, like PKK. These are organizations that will never stop, ever. They are committed to destroy this nation and our allies, and we should be aware of their objectives. Lastly, the hard truth is this: either we fight them in Syria or we'll fight them here. Either we fight and defeat them in Syria or we'll fight them in the streets of our nation. And to understand the scope of the military presence, we're talking about 900 troops. That's 900 troops that have to have the capability for intelligence collection, self-defense, surveillance, targeting. In case our troops get in trouble, that force must be sufficient to get them out of trouble, because every sailor, soldier, airman, and Marine deserves nothing less. 300 military personnel is an objectively small contingent. When you look at it, that's about the size of a Walmart. So I agree with many of the supporters of the resolution that Congress has the powers, and these powers should be reviewed. We should ask the hard questions. What's the path to victory? Where are the resources that are being spent? Are they being spent in the right spot? Is there a clear path to victory, and what are the interests of the United States? But believe me, Mr. Chairman, I understand the burden of war. I've lost a lot of friends, and I understand the consequences of war on foreign shores, both to the servicemen and our families, which is why I call on my colleagues today to ask the right questions, but to reject this well-intended but really, really bad idea. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'm glad to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New York and the ranking member of the House Judiciary Committee, Representative Nadler.
Gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I rise in opposition to this resolution, and I want to associate myself with the remarks of the chairman and the ranking members of the Foreign Affairs Committee. For all those reasons, we cannot withdraw our 900 troops now because of what was said about ISIS. But in addition to that, we are defending the Kurds against certain slaughter at the hands of the Peshmerga if we were to withdraw our troops. The Turks, as we know, are supporting the Peshmerga. In addition to which, if we were to withdraw our troops, that increases the worry that Israel has to have about Iran, and that increases the odds of a conflict between Israel and Iran, which is the last thing the Middle East needs or the world needs. For all these reasons, I strongly urge this body to reject this resolution. It is true we should review all the AUMFs we have lying around. I didn't know we had one from 1991. But this resolution is the wrong vehicle, and it is productive of chaos and probably of slaughter. I therefore oppose it, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
My patriotic colleague, Mr. Zinke of Montana, gave up the game when he said ISIS will never be gone. So presumably the position of those holding that viewpoint is that we have to stay in Syria forever, maybe make it the 51st state. With that, I yield 1 minute to a member of the Homeland Security Committee and the House Oversight Committee, Ms. Green of Georgia.
Gentlewoman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you. I have the great privilege of serving with many veterans here in Congress, and to them I'm so grateful for their service. But this is also why I rise in support for this resolution to pull our great military from Syria. I'd like to point out on the official website for the U.S. Department of Defense, when it tells who the Department of Defense is on the About page, it says, "We are your defense." The Department of Defense is America's largest government agency, with our military tracing its roots back to pre-revolutionary times. The department has grown and evolved with our nation. Our mission is to provide the military forces needed to deter war and ensure our nation's security. That is the job of our Department of Defense, not to wage war in foreign lands and foreign countries at the expense of the American taxpayer, but it is to deter war. It is also the role of the Department of Defense to ensure our nation's security, but our border is being ignored. Every single day, our border is invaded by thousands, and over 300 Americans die daily from fentanyl brought into our country by Mexican cartels. I would say those are the enemies we need to be focusing on, not in a country called Syria, where no one in my district ever demands, "Marjorie, we must go to war in Syria." I never hear that request from anyone that voted for me. As a matter of fact, the veterans in my district say we are sick and tired of foreign wars. We are fed up with it, and too many of our American military have died in foreign lands serving their foreign borders and their foreign causes. So I'd like to thank my colleague Matt Gaetz for introducing this resolution, and I strongly encourage all of my colleagues to support it. Thank you.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield as much time as you may consume to the gentleman from South Carolina, member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Mr. Wilson.
The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Mike McCall. I rise in opposition to House Concurrent Resolution 21. Stopping the resurgence of ISIS now, before more attacks on American families, is critical. My appreciation of military service as a 31-year Army veteran myself, but I'm particularly grateful that I've had 4 sons: Alan, who served in Iraq; Addison, who served in Iraq; Julian, who served in Egypt; and my youngest son, Hunter, an engineer in Afghanistan. So I know personally the significance of military service, and gosh, I think of the last 20 years that our military, because of the 9/11, we have stopped attacks in the United States, and so this strength must be maintained. At the height of ISIS' reign of terror, Operation Inherent Resolve was formally launched in October 2015 to counter the terrorist network's rapid expansion in Iraq and Syria. Upon the defeat of the physical caliphate in Baghouz in 2019, the United States conducted a drawdown of forces. Currently, there are approximately 900 U.S. soldiers in northeast Syria. The remaining troops assist the Syrian Democratic Forces in deterrence of continued terrorist threats from Iranian-backed terrorist organizations and maintenance of facilities containing, amazing, this is incredible, the American people need to know, 10,000 hardened ISIS prisoners who are dedicated and trained mass murderers, along with thousands of their radicalized family members. While the American-led coalition was successful, the threat of ISIS and the extremism in the region remain. Reporting indicates that ISIS is making significant efforts to reorganize in Syria and Iraq. Iranian-backed terrorists who back up the murderous regime of Bashar al-Assad also continue attacks on U.S. forces at Al-Tanf and pose a tremendous destabilizing effect. Upon withdrawal, terrorists would also have unfettered access to the Omar oil field. A full withdrawal of the efficient forces remaining would completely open the region to the resurgence of ISIS and other terrorist organizations whose mission is the destruction of American families. Such a threat to American national security would warrant intervention. Uprooting the small contingent of troops who have successfully maintained order to the extent possible would simply ensure that we would be returning to a much larger, more complex problem at a higher cost and threat to Americans worldwide. The resolution, we know, is well intended, but deterrence is cheaper and more effective than facilitating a full-scale response after the fact. We don't need to repeat 9/11. Peace is best maintained through strength. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
And I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Colorado, Representative Crow.
Gentleman from Colorado is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Meeks. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in opposition to H. Concurrent Resolution 21. Now, I have been one of the most vocal proponents in this Congress on reasserting congressional authority in matters of war and peace, because the Congress delegates to this body the decision to debate and decide when to send our men and women into harm's way. Now, Congress after Congress has abdicated that authority to both Republican and Democratic administrations. And yes, it is time to pull it back. And it is time to reassert our authority and to have the debates that have been long overdue for many, many years. And I join my bipartisan colleagues in that endeavor because it is a right, true, and just endeavor, and we owe our constituents nothing less. But there is a good way to do it, and there is a wrong way to do it. And I rise in opposition to this concurrent resolution because it is the wrong way to do it for 3 reasons. Many of us have spent the morning in the Foreign Affairs Committee rehashing the disaster of their 20 years in Afghanistan and hearing about the moral stain of our partners and allies that we have left behind in Afghanistan. I am not willing to make that mistake again of saying that we will leave behind the Kurds and the Syrian Democratic Forces and our other partners who have fought side by side with us in years past and again today. Number 2, the dangers that ISIS poses to the American people is well documented, and we are not prepared yet to abdicate and turn our back on that threat. And number 3, any military person knows that retrograde operations or withdrawal operations are the riskiest operations that you can conduct. And setting an arbitrary timeline on a retrograde that is not tied to defined benchmarks or operational requirements is the wrong way to do it and puts our men and women at risk. I urge my colleagues to oppose this measure, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Before yielding to my colleague, I would observe that we've done a lot for the Kurds. $1.5 billion. We can love the Kurds, but it's not a marriage. It is not until death do we part. And it seems as though the Kurds have made book with Assad and that would provide a structure for them to continue to exist. With that, Mr. Speaker, I would yield 4 minutes to a patriotic American who served in our military, served in Iraq and Syria, member of the House Armed Services Committee, and my colleague from Florida, Mr. Mills.
Is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The 2001 and 2002 authorization for use of military force licensed the executive branch to conduct broad military operations, and Congress has disregarded its constitutional oversight powers as a result. Repealing these outdated AUMFs restores Congress's constitutional checks on the executive fiat. The United States military forces are present in the Middle East pursuant to an authorization for use of military force that was enacted more than 20 years ago. At that time, Congress did not conceive that these authorizations would sanction an endless military commitment. The United States is not the world's policeman, and it is incredibly unwise to promote this level of involvement in international disputes. However, Democrat and Republican presidents alike have abused the powers of war granted under the 01 and 02 AUMFs, and Congress must act to rein back the executive branch's war authorities. Further, continuing to dump trillions of dollars into these endless wars is irresponsible, runs contrary to American economic and security interests, and unnecessarily places American lives in jeopardy. It is clear that the basis for the AUMFs currently in force have long expired, and Congress must fulfill its constitutional responsibilities and ensure that we are conducting proper oversight of the executive branch and the military operations. Now, I hear my colleagues on the left talking about leaving the Kurds and withdrawals. But yet I note that these are the exact same individuals that their party argues that it was time to withdraw from Afghanistan and leave our allies and Americans behind, something I know about since I am the only member of Congress who actually conducted the first overland rescue of Americans out of Afghanistan after they were left behind. I will also note that this is the same people saying that pulling away is going to increase ISIS's presence. Is this not the exact same government that said that nation building was a great strategy for Iraq? Is this not the same government who utilized and helped to implement the 2005 Iraq Constitution that implemented Article 76 that sets forth sectarian democracy, giving rise to Iran's political stronghold? I have spent 7 years of my life in Iraq, over almost 3 years in Afghanistan, Kosovo, Pakistan, northern Somalia. Been blown up twice in 2006. I'm a Bronze Star recipient and proud combat veteran. I can tell you that the 20-plus years that we served in Iraq and Afghanistan, had it been a counterterrorism operation or counterinsurgency strategy, I could fully have gotten behind that. But we continue to play political football, and that's exactly what the dangers of these AUMFs are. They allow people to basically do carte blanche with warfare, and that is not the intent. In fact, I would argue that we have already lost the advantage, and we should be refocusing our efforts on what is happening in our southern border, where just a day ago we had 2 Americans who was killed by what I would consider to be a worthy adversary, which is the cartels. So we sit here today, and I'm not going to talk about the arguments of the $86 billion that we left behind when we talk about the ISIS buildup. Let's talk about the ISIS buildup. What about ISIS Khorasan? What about Haqqani Network? What about the Taliban, who has $86 billion in weapons, armament, defense products, millions of dollars of pallets of cash? They are now the closest to being a true caliph with an actual sovereignty in its borders and a recognized government. That is who we need to be concerned with. Because when I went to Afghanistan, I thought it was to help to fight from this becoming a safe haven of terrorism. And instead, we have actually promoted, funded, trained, and actually made it a safe haven of terrorism. The American people is not about endless wars. The American people is about us being involved in things that we have control over. And unfortunately, due to the political football and the fact that it was the suits, not the boots, making the decisions, we have no clear military objective, and that is why this has continued to be a failure. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me just say to my colleague who serves with me on the Foreign Affairs Committee, we have a lot in agreement. I think the 2001 AUMF is outdated, and it should have been sunsetted, and Congress has a constitutional responsibility to address this. And now, as chairman, that is my intention, and I hope to work with the gentleman on this. But the point, this is a privileged resolution under the War Powers Act 5C, Section C, that basically just says if U.S. forces are engaged in hostilities without authorization, such forces shall be removed by the president if directed by a congressional concurrent resolution. We have authorization here, and it's the 2001 AUMF. We may not like that. We can debate whether we need to update this thing. I think we do. And the ranking member and I have had these discussions as well. But that is really the centerpiece of what we're talking about on this privileged resolution. So, when this is all said and done, I hope we can perhaps work on updating this outdated authorized use of military force to what is the modern day threat. So with that, I yield as much time as you may consume to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Lawler.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before I begin, I want to acknowledge and thank my colleague, the gentleman from Florida, for his service and for his insights, I think, which are invaluable to our committee and the work that we're doing. So thank you to him. I rise in opposition to HCON Res 21, which would remove the United States Armed Forces from Syria. And while the situation in the Middle East remains complicated and volatile, we must not forget the critical role that the United States plays in furthering peace and combating international terrorism in the region. And as the chairman just pointed out, the use of military force is authorized under the 2001 agreement. And so we must fulfill our obligations in rooting out al-Qaeda and its direct successors in ISIS. As a resident of New York who was in his 5th day of freshman year of high school on September 11th, I will never forget the events of those days, that day, and what occurred and the aftermath of it, and our obligation to combat and confront terrorism wherever it rears its head. ISIS may no longer hold territory, but they are still a threat. And they were responsible for 72 terrorist attacks in Iraq and Syria in the last quarter of 2022 alone. And just last month, U.S. forces killed a senior ISIS leader in Syria. ISIS once held territory the size of Great Britain, but thanks to our ongoing efforts, it no longer does. A complete withdrawal of U.S. forces, however, will have the same disastrous consequences as our rapid withdrawal from Afghanistan, a topic on which our committee is holding a hearing today. Without U.S. forces in Syria, our enemies will return, they will regrow, and they will come after our allies, and potentially the United States. And while I appreciate and support the desire to prevent any further loss of American life and limb, there is no doubt in my mind that if we let international terrorist groups run rampant in Syria and throughout the Middle East, especially in the wake of a devastating natural disaster that the country just experienced, we are abdicating our responsibility to keep the American people safe from harm. And not only that, by maintaining our troop presence in Syria, we can continue to support our allies in the region and work towards a more stable and peaceful Middle East, including supporting and growing the Abraham Accords. Of course, we must always prioritize the safety and well-being of our military personnel, and any decision to maintain troop presence in Syria must be carefully considered and strategically planned. The Biden administration must be cognizant of this fact and not allow our troop presence in Syria to go the way of the disastrous Afghanistan withdrawal. I agree with my colleagues about the need to reevaluate and to look at the AUMF and reform the process and move forward, but we need to do so in a deliberative manner. This is not the way to go about it, and for those reasons, I cannot in good conscience support this. And so it is my hope that this body will reject this resolution and allow our committee to do the work it needs to do to reform this process. And with that, I yield back my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from the great state of Massachusetts, Representative Seth Moulton.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is yielded 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the safety and security of the United States over 21 years since 9/11 is no accident. It's due to the sweat, toil, and blood of thousands of young Americans. Now, many Americans have purely enjoyed the fruits of this labor with not contributing anything to the cost. But as a veteran of the war on terror myself, I stand here today, and from the bottom of my heart, I genuinely wish I could tell you, Mr. Speaker, I could tell my colleagues, mission accomplished, we can go home. I truly wish I could say that. But the mission is not accomplished yet. It is not finished. There is still work to do, which our troops in Syria carry on today. Because ISIS remains the deadliest terrorist threat in the world. And the work that these troops do, day in and day out, is a relatively small investment in our security and the security of our allies.
Gentleman's time's expired.
Yield another 30 seconds.
Gentleman has yielded another 30 seconds.
Now, I share the general consensus that we should redebate the AUMF. That's Congress's job. And I have voted, in fact, for measures similar to this in past that will force that debate. We should force Congress to debate the AUMF, but we should not force our troops to withdraw. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Republicans and Democrats alike have been citing the 2001 AUMF. It's important to note there are Americans fighting in Syria today that were not born when the 2001 AUMF was approved. About 9 out of every 10 of us in the House of Representatives weren't even here to vote on it. With that, I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs.
Gentleman from Arizona is yielded 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman from Florida for sponsoring this legislation. You know, there is no legal authority for the U.S. to be involved in the Syrian civil war. There is no authority. Section 5C of the War Powers Act does not say, and I'm quoting the chairman now, it does not say without authorization. That's not the language. The language says specific statutory authority. You either declare war or you have specific statutory authority. And you know what that 2001 AUMF says? It says those who aided the terrorist attacks that occurred on September 11th, 2001. It doesn't say ISIS. It doesn't say Syria. It's talking about the events of 2001, as the gentleman from Florida just referenced. It's a quaint idea. It's a quaint idea to say, well, we're going to rely on that 2001 AUMF. I thought they were going to say they were going to relying on the 2002 AUMF. But either way, neither one works. You don't have authority, and you're going to be there and put U.S. soldiers in harm's way. This is a civil war. One Syrian analyst said this recently, quote, "Until we see the externals confront each other directly rather than on the Syrian ground, I don't see an actual end to the Syrian conflict," close quote. You know who the externals are? The U.S., Russia, Iran. That's the externals. And we have no authority to be one of those externals. And that analyst went on to say, it's a proxy war. And that's what's happening. It's another U.S.-Russia proxy war. When the Syrian civil war began with protests during the Arab Spring of 2011, U.S. President Obama then said, he went to the regime in Syria and he said, quote, "The future of Syria must be determined by its people, but President Bashar al-Assad is standing in the way. For the sake of the Syrian people, the time has come for President Assad to step aside," close quote. Is that our objective? Regime change? Is that what it is? No, we don't know. We don't know what the objective is. You can't even define what the exit ramp is. Assad responded at that time by fueling the civil war, the exacerbation of that problem, and it has just grown. And now you've got us with our allies, the Turks, and our allies, the Kurds. They're fighting against each other. They don't want each other. But ISIS in 2019 was declared to be defeated. Even the Inspector General recently said they don't have an ability to cause damage and fear and harm in the homeland. And the result is in the last 13 years, the U.S. has spent more than $15 billion on humanitarian aid, and we don't even know what we've spent in Department of Defense costs. You know why? Because they're grouping it with what's going on in Iraq. We tried to obtain information. Well, how much have we spent? Well, nobody will tell us. When General Milley says, and by the way, he was the architect of that disastrous Afghanistan retreat, and he's a believer in however long, no matter the cost approach in Ukraine, he insists we prolong our involvement in the civil war in Syria in order to help our allies. General Milley, who's our allies? Is it the Kurds? Is it the Turks? Who is it? Is it the Assad regime? He can't tell you. No one can tell you. All of this is being done, though, without legal authority. It's time for us to stop fighting proxy wars. It's time for us not to say, "Oh, next time we'll take care of these AUMFs." We've had time after time. This is the time to get rid of them. I urge us to vote for this. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Yeah, I'm proud to yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Virginia, Representative Spanberger.
Gentlewoman from Virginia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand here today as a member of Congress who has proudly worked to fight and defeat terrorism as a CIA officer. And I worked with my colleagues to protect the lives of the American people, our service members, and our interests around the world. And I fully agree that we need to revisit our authorizations of the use of military force. And I have worked with members of Congress, including the esteemed gentleman from Florida, to raise this issue. And I am proud to see that we are actually seeing progress towards the repeal of the 1991 and 2002 AUMFs. That's encouraging. However, that does not mean that we should abandon ongoing operations that keep the United States safe that are authorized under the 2001 AUMF. Should we discuss it? Should we debate it? Should we look towards reforming it? Perhaps. Should we order the men and women in uniform to come home over the next few months? Absolutely not. We should not encourage a resurgence of ISIS. We should not abandon our work with the Kurdish fighters on the front lines. And we should understand the implications for the long-term stability of the Middle East of the actions we take here today. And for these reasons, I oppose the resolution to withdraw quickly from Syria. And I look forward to earnest, bipartisan, forward-looking conversations about how we can reassert our constitutional role and protect our ongoing work to defeat terrorism and keep the homeland safe. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Syria is such a mess. We are sometimes funding both sides in the same battle. I seek unanimous consent to introduce into the record LA Times piece entitled, "In Syria, Militias Armed by the Pentagon Fight Those Armed by the CIA."
So ordered.
With that, I yield 2 minutes to a veteran, also a military spouse of one of our brave patriots who fought in Syria, my colleague from Florida, Ms. Luna.
Gentlewoman from Florida is yielded 2 minutes.
Thank you. I just want to start out by saying ISIS has been destroyed. A few hundred troops will not stop the next terrorist.com, and that's never going to end. And I'm frankly tired of hearing the sentiment on both sides that if we do not fight them there, they will come here. There are way too many countries to apply that logic. And if we are so concerned, then why is a majority of the U.S. government stagnant on the southern border where it matters? Terrorists are literally walking in. Or better yet, if that's a true concern, then why did we leave billions of dollars in equipment during a botched withdrawal in Afghanistan? Do you really think terrorist.coms aren't going to use that equipment like ISIS did? Peace is accomplished through superior firepower, strong leadership, and a plan, not blunders of failed foreign policy literally repeating itself. We have zero strategic advantage and zero reason to be in Syria. In fact, they don't even want us there. Al-Assad and Putin are tight, and if you actually check out some of Russia's naval warships, they're actually hanging out in the western port of Syria. What we need to be focusing on is bigger issues like China. Syria is a very dangerous place for us to be leaving a few hundred Americans. We are better off sending those troops on JSATs to places like South America, where we can build stronger and useful allies who will actually work with us. Make no mistake, if we take China at their word, a near-peer fight is coming, and it will require 100% of our military, and more than the American people are going to pay for it. And that is why I support this resolution. And if I can also add to those of my colleagues that had mentioned the Kurds, our NATO ally, Turkey, who is not the best NATO ally, might I add, has deemed them a terrorist organization. And after the takeback of Mosul, we actually turned our back on them after promising to recognize them as a nation at the United Nations. Thank you. I yield my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I continue to reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Texas, Representative Sheila Jackson Lee.
Gentlewoman from Texas is yielded 1 minute.
Well, first of all, let me thank the ranking member of the committee and the chairman of the committee. And let me thank my colleague from the Judiciary Committee, the gentleman from Florida, because this is a thoughtful initiative dealing with the question that Congress must confront, and that is the AUMF in its totality. We've had it since 2001 and beyond, and I believe that is an important discussion. I'd like to distinguish, however, what I think is an area that does not warrant the removal of our troops, 900 of them. It is a tough area. It is an area in Syria where if you talk to Syrian Americans, they want the people of Syria to be protected. In my meetings with the president of Syria so many years ago, I had hoped for a new vision for Syria. I hoped for an ally with Syrians. Syrian Americans want democracy. But in this instance, we are on the border, a very tough location, and I have to look at the humanitarian question. I have to look at the issue of the protection of women and children, as well as the Kurds. The Kurds have no one but us, and the opposition has a strong ally as well.
So another 30 seconds.
Gentlewoman has yielded 30 seconds.
So I would recognize the fact that we all want peace. But in this instance, also in the midst of the crisis of the earthquake, you knew that the stories and heard the stories that the Syrians in that area were not getting help because of the conflict and fighting. That's tragic that we allow people to be desperate and need humanitarian aid because they cannot get the protection they need. It is important for the stability of that area, for the protection of women and children, and to save lives, that at this time we do not withdraw our troops. I ask my colleagues to oppose the underlying legislation and to respect the gentleman for the discussion that I think we should have. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, may I inquire as to my remaining time?
Gentleman has 5 minutes remaining.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York.
I continue to reserve.
Gentleman from Texas continues to reserve. Gentleman from New York.
I reserve.
Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Florida, you're recognized.
I would ask my colleagues how many remaining speakers they have, and are they prepared to close?
Gentleman from Texas has 2 minutes. Gentleman from New York has 7.5 minutes. And you, sir, gentleman from Florida has 5 minutes.
Is the gentleman prepared to close? So I'll reserve then.
Florida. Gentleman from Florida would close first.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. Much of the discussion today has revolved around whether or not withdrawing from Syria will ignite some new ISIS caliphate. We've pointed out time and again Inspector General's reports saying that that is unlikely. But I'm not entirely sure that us having troops in Syria deters ISIS more than it is a recruiting tool for ISIS. Moreover, President Trump said that if Russia wanted to kill ISIS, we should let them. And I think there is wisdom in that. Both Assad and Turkey are in stronger positions today to put downward pressure on ISIS. And maybe if we weren't giving weapons to people shooting at Assad, Assad would have every incentive to be able to engage ISIS in a way to ensure that it doesn't come back. And we have to also acknowledge Syria and Iraq are the two countries on the planet Earth where we have done the most to fund ISIS. We give weapons to these so-called moderate rebels, which I actually thought was an oxymoron, and it turns out they're not that moderate. Sometimes the rebels we fund to go fight Assad turn around and raise the ISIS flag, and so it's quite silly to be saying we have to withdraw to stop ISIS when it is our very presence in Syria, in some cases, that has been the best gift to ISIS. There are groups like al-Nusra and associated entities that are like our frenemies when they're in Syria, and then they cross over the border into Iraq and they become full-fledged jihadists posing a so-called threat to the homeland. There are 1,500 different groups in Syria. So today's friend is tomorrow's ISIS. And there's no real clear delineation as to what the enduring defeat of ISIS means. Like, do we have to keep 900 Americans in Syria until the last heartbeat stops of the last person who holds some sympathy for ISIS? I would certainly hope not. It would mean we would have to be there forever. Israel has made their deal with Russia to be protected. The Kurds have made their peace with Assad to be protected. And what we see among this quagmire is there's really not a role for the United States of America in Syria. We are not a Middle Eastern power. We have tried this time and again to build a democracy out of sand and blood and Arab militias, and time and again, the work we do does not reduce chaos. Oftentimes, it causes chaos. The very chaos that then subsequently leads to terrorism. My colleagues, my staff who've served in Syria, my constituents tell me that often these anti-ISIS raids are just raids of local thugs and drug dealers who have some cousin that's in ISIS. And it is not appropriate to put Americans at risk. Often our Americans are guarding these oil fields where the Iranians are sending kamikaze drones, and I am shocked that we have not had escalatory accident or even more casualties for our U.S. service members. And so if this is all one big Georgetown School of Foreign Service essay exam about great power competition in Syria, you go tell that to the parents of the Americans who have to sleep tonight in Syria, who have to guard oil fields with Iranian drones coming at them, that they're necessary to preserve the balance of power. That is not true. The Kurds have an opportunity to pave their path. Let's pave ours. And if we're so worried about threats to the homeland, how about we actually focus on our true point of vulnerability, which is not the emergence of some caliphate. It's the fact that terrorists are crossing our southern border on a daily, weekly, monthly basis. We seem far less concerned about that, and we undeniably should be. My colleagues, I ask you to support this resolution, to reassert Congress's power to speak on these matters of war and peace. So often we come to the floor and we debate frivolities. This is one of the most important things we can be talking about. How we use the credibility of our fellow Americans, how we spend America's treasure, how we spill the blood of our bravest patriots. We have stained the deserts in the Middle East with enough American blood. It is time to bring our service members home. I encourage my colleagues to support the resolution and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
There's one thing that is clear from this debate that I think that we all can agree upon. We need to debate and look at AUMFs, and that Congress must assert its authority that the Constitution has given us. I think that that is something that we can all agree and work together on. Chairman McCall and myself had these conversations last year, last Congress, and we'll continue to have them on the House Foreign Affairs Committee, I'm sure, because it is important. And for me, the toughest votes that I've had as a member of Congress is to determine whether or not we should send our women and men into combat. So I should not, though, because it's a tough vote, yield that to anyone, because it is my responsibility and our responsibility as members of Congress to make that decision. But I again call on members to oppose this measure as such a forced, premature end to our presence and joint efforts in northeast Syria. Because this not only threatens to give ISIS an opportunity to resurge and again use Syria as a launch pad for attacks throughout the region and beyond, but it also leaves our Syrian partners out to dry. Any withdrawal of U.S. forces must be done in close coordination with our coalition allies and partners, because our courageous Syrian opposition friends need to be a part of this, and we need to talk to them, and in a manner that ensures our national security. So I hope my colleagues will join me as I oppose this resolution and look forward to a future debate on AUMF issues. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume. Let me just say, it's been a good debate. I mean, these are issues of war and peace, nothing more important in this body than what we've been talking about today. You know, I was a counterterrorism federal prosecutor after 9/11. chairman of the Homeland Security Committee when ISIS and the Caliphate was at its strength with external operations. And yes, the southern border and the threat that that proposes. But I just want to, and we can talk about the merits some more. And I appreciate this discussion, but at the heart of this under the War Powers Resolution privileged is, and I'm quoting directly, United States Armed Forces are engaged in hostilities without a declaration of war or specific statutory authorization. Such forces shall be removed by the President if Congress so directs. The authority's there. And if you look under the AUMF of 2001 to prevent any future acts of international terrorism, I want to close with President Trump. And I was a part of this decision with him on June 9, 2020. He says since October 7, 2001, United States Armed Forces have conducted counterterrorism operations against al-Qaeda. Since August of 2014, they've been targeted at the Islamic State of Iraq and Syria, otherwise known as ISIS, formerly known as al-Qaeda in Iraq. These ongoing operations have been successful in seriously degrading ISIS capabilities in Syria and Iraq. If we want to start having a debate about repealing and replacing the 2001 AUMF, I would just argue to my colleagues that that would be the productive route to fix this issue of whether the United States should be present in the Middle East at all. And to close our Afghanistan hearing, what a mess we've left behind and what a threat that has become as well. I urge my colleagues to oppose this, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to the order of the House of today, the previous question is ordered on the concurrent resolution. The question is on the adoption of the concurrent resolution. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The noes have it, in the opinion of the chair. The concurrent resolution is... for what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed.
Does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on H.R. 140.
Objection. Pursuant to House Resolution 199 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House and the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of H.R. 140. The Chair appoints the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Flood, to preside over the committee as a whole.
House is now in the Committee of the Whole on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 140, which the clerk will report by title.
Union Calendar Number 2, H.R. 140. A bill to amend Title V United States Code to prohibit federal employees from advocating for censorship viewpoints in their official capacity and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read the first time. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on Oversight and Accountability or their respective designees. The gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Goldman, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer.
Mr. Chair, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of H.R. 140, the Protecting Speech from Government Interference Act. This legislation is clearly needed. During the Oversight and Accountability Committee's February 8th hearing on protecting speech from government interference and social media bias, the Oversight Committee learned just how easy it was for the federal government to influence a private company to accomplish what it constitutionally cannot, and that is limit the free exercise of speech. At the hearing, we heard hours of witness testimony that revealed the extent to which federal employees have repeatedly and consistently communicated with social media platforms to censor and suppress the lawful speech of Americans. The hearing exposed just how much the Biden administration have attempted to normalize a policy of federal censorship. Biden administration officials have publicly called upon and privately coordinated with private sector social media companies to ban specific accounts viewed as politically inconvenient. During our February 8th hearing, one of our witnesses, a former FBI official and former Twitter employee, called for federal legislation that would reasonably and effectively limit government interactions with private sector platforms. I agree with him. It is inappropriate and dangerous for the federal government to decide what lawful speech is allowed on a private sector platform. My bill, the Protecting Speech from Government Interference Act, makes this type of behavior an unlawful activity for federal officials to engage in, subjecting those who attempt to censor the lawful speech of Americans to disciplinary actions and monetary penalties. The federal government should not be able to decide what lawful speech is allowed. We have the First Amendment for a very good reason. Federal officials, no matter their rank or resources, must be prohibited to coerce the private sector to suppress certain information or limit the ability of citizens to freely express their own views on a private sector internet platform. Former White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki, for example, should not have been free to use her official authority to openly call for Facebook or any other social media company to ban specific accounts or types of speech from its platform. That was not an appropriate use of the authorities or resources of a senior executive branch official. Further, federal employees should not feel empowered to infringe on the independence of private entities by pressuring them to complicate or change their community guidelines and content modernization policies. If the Biden administration needs to express its policy positions or political preferences, it has immense communication resources of its own through which to engage in the public square and offer its information and arguments. If the administration feels it is losing the policy argument and the public's confidence to stronger voices, the answer should never be to deploy the resources and power of the federal government to limit the speech of others. The legislation before us today expands the current federal employee political activity limitations of the Hatch Act to include a prohibition on federal employees using their official authority to influence or coerce a private sector internet platform to censor lawful speech. This includes a prohibition on actions that would result in a private sector platform suppressing, restricting, or adding disclaimers or alerts to any lawful speech posted on its platform by a person or entity, whether an ordinary citizen or an established media organization. All Americans have a right to utilize these new and powerful communication technology resources to share their views and opinions without Uncle Sam putting his thumb on the scale to tilt the debate in one direction. Americans know that the First Amendment protects them from this kind of government censorship, protects them from federal officials who seek to use their positions, their influence, and their resources to censor lawful speech. The only thing that has changed is that the public square has moved online with powerful new communication tools. We are discussing this legislation today because Americans know that something is wrong and they've asked Congress to fix it. This bill is a targeted first step to address one clear part of the problem: the troubling development that federal officials in the U.S. government view it as their role to censor the speech of Americans. I urge all my colleagues to support this very necessary legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may need. This bill purports to protect free speech from government censorship. And I agree, it's a great idea. It's such a good idea, in fact, that the Founding Fathers put it in the Constitution. It's called the First Amendment. We don't need a new bill to protect free speech because that is currently the law of the land. So we must ask ourselves, what is the point of this bill? As our esteemed ranking member observed last night, Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping probably don't make a habit of watching congressional proceedings, but we're willing to bet that this floor debate is of keen interest to Russian and Chinese agents bent on destabilizing our democracy and influencing our elections to serve their interests. H.R. 140 would effectively allow these and other foreign malign actors who have poured hundreds of millions of dollars into online propaganda to create chaos, mistrust, hate, and confusion for Americans to continue using social media platforms unfettered to wreak havoc on our democratic institutions, including the integrity of our elections. It would do so by undermining the only defense that we have against these operations, which is the ability of our national security, intelligence, and law enforcement agencies to warn social media platforms about the public about the deployment of counterfeit accounts, disinformation, and cyber surveillance by malign actors. Now, I have no doubt that my Republican colleagues will claim that, of course, all of our national security apparatus is able to warn social media companies of foreign interference. But the way that this bill is written is that they would have to wait, even if that's the case, which it's not, they would have to wait 72 hours in order to do that. 72 hours on the internet is a lifetime. Everything that they would want to accomplish would be accomplished within 72 hours. Now, there are exceptions to that. And so clearly my Republican colleagues recognize that there need to be exceptions, but those exceptions cover a very, very narrow window, a narrow scope of child pornography, human or drug trafficking, or the dissemination of classified information. So anything else that might not be lawful speech still has to wait 72 hours. Far too long. Now, Democrats acted in good faith to identify and correct these dangerous loopholes in our committee, but all of our amendments were voted down. Our Democratic and Republican colleagues attempted again to address the most dangerous flaws of this bill by submitting 64 amendments for floor consideration. But Republicans only allowed 10 to be considered here today, and of those, only one was offered by a Democrat. So much for all the open floor rules that our Republicans have talked about. Now, in fairness, Republicans accepted multiple minor amendments that were submitted late and yet still rejected many of the timely amendments. Now, some of those Democratic amendments would have cured the obvious weaknesses and loopholes of this unnecessary bill. There was one amendment that would allow our intelligence community, national security apparatus, and law enforcement to inform social media companies of national security threats. Another would allow them to inform the social media companies in order to combat domestic and international terrorism. Another would have addressed fraud targeting seniors. Another would have ensured the safety of children online, preventing attacks on the U.S. Capitol. One even would have prevented the incitement of violence by neo-Nazis and other hate groups. They were all voted down. They even blocked a bipartisan amendment offered by Congresswoman Houlihan and Congresswoman Mace to ensure that law enforcement can still act immediately to prevent sexual assault. By rejecting these common sense amendments, Republicans have made it clear that this bill is not about protecting the rights and safety of all Americans. In fact, even though there is no evidence, and I'll get to that in a minute, that warrants this bill, there's plenty of evidence that Russia interfered in our elections in 2016. Now, what this bill does is it welcomes the same kind of election interference that we know Russia did in 2016 and that they continue to do today. Just like Donald Trump sided with Vladimir Putin over our intelligence communities in Helsinki in 2018, this bill and the Republicans who are sponsoring this bill are siding with Russia and Vladimir Putin over our national security apparatus and our law enforcement. My Republican colleagues claim that they've put this bill forward because the FBI somehow colluded with Twitter to suppress the New York Post article on the Hunter Biden laptop story for all of 24 hours, 3 weeks before the presidential election. A private business decision based on the best information available at the time, and which had absolutely no discernible impact on the availability of the article nor the outcome of the election. The chairman of this committee just said that, referenced a hearing that we had where there were hours of testimony about censorship. Well, the only testimony I witnessed about censorship was former President Trump trying to take down tweets that he did not like on Twitter. There was no evidence, none at all, that the FBI or any other law enforcement agencies directed Twitter to take down any unlawful speech, and that includes the Hunter Biden laptop story. Now, we can spend some time, we don't need to, on why that story was both highly suspicious and also glaringly false. But the broader point is that this is a bill that seeks a solution where there is no problem. There is no protected speech that has been prohibited by the federal government, and there's no actual evidence of any censorship under the First Amendment. So we're basically trying to change the law to redefine censorship. And in doing so, we would be opening up the floodgates to allow for all sorts of unprotected speech to be distributed throughout our social media world online, because the government officials who are charged with making sure that our laws are not violated, that crimes are not committed, will be handcuffed and unable to do their jobs for fear that they will be fined thousands of dollars if they are wrong. I urge all my colleagues to stand with free speech and American democracy and oppose this dangerous bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Yes. Mr. Chairman, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert.
The gentlewoman from Colorado is yielded 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Free speech is under attack here in America, the free United States of America. Putin is a thug. Yes, China is a threat, but nothing, and I mean nothing, will bring America to its knees like the removal of our free speech, the cornerstone for our constitutional republic. America without free speech is like a phone without a charger. It's only a matter of time before it dies. Attacks on free speech should not be seen with a partisan lens. Any attack on free speech is an attack on every American who gave their life so that you and I could live freely, so that you and I could express our thoughts, beliefs, and opinions without fear of retribution or persecution. Mr. Chair, the sad reality is the Biden administration has decided to collude with big tech to silence the voice of the American people under the guise of misinformation. We saw in our committee hearings that it was demonstrated that the FBI colluded with big tech to silence Americans' free speech. And the gentleman from New York says, well, it's Russia and China who are going to interfere with our elections. No, Democrats are doing just fine on that their own. When they have the federal government working for them and their agenda to push that forward and silence Americans' free speech, they're doing just fine with election interference. We have seen the polls that said if Americans knew about the Hunter Biden laptop from hell, the election outcome would have been different, and y'all wanted that silenced so greatly. So now let me ask you, without this, we certainly have the Constitution. I would love to get my colleagues on the other side of the aisle a copy. But who decides what is true or false? I certainly don't trust the federal government to make that distinction. They were wrong about the Hunter Biden laptop. They were wrong about the vaccine mandates, about masks, about the Wuhan lab leak, wrong about shutting down churches and schools and businesses, and they're dead wrong to use their positions to attack Americans' free speech. For the current resident of 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, the only thing harder than climbing a flight of stairs, riding a bicycle, reading a teleprompter seems to be telling the truth. Free speech isn't just for kind speech or true speech or widely accepted speech. It is for all speech, and it is worth fighting for. And I want to thank my friend and colleague and chairman of the Oversight and Accountability Committee, Mr. Comer, for his work to preserve free speech in America. And I yield back.
Time's expired. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I would just like to respond briefly because there's all this talk about collusion between the Biden administration and the FBI and Twitter. And you can say it as many times as you want to say it, and it still doesn't make it so because there is no evidence of that. And in this country, we rely on facts and evidence. We don't just rely on conclusory allegations, including fake polls that don't say what you're trying to say. I now yield 4 minutes to my colleague from Ohio, Mr. Landsman.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to ensure that this debate is placed in an honest and important historical context. In the 1930s and early 40s, Hitler needed America out of his war. He used propaganda in this country to divide us and to keep us out of his war in Europe. Pro-Hitler propaganda was all over the country, and it reached this body. We know this now. Members of Congress were in on it. As a Jew, this is frighteningly similar to what is happening today. 1 year ago, a new foreign adversary invaded Eastern Europe. Putin, like Hitler, wants us divided and isolated from his war. We must be clear-eyed about pro-Putin propaganda and who and why some intentionally and others unintentionally are promoting his will. Why are we being asked to ban American officials from trying to stop propaganda from foreign adversaries like Putin? Why are some proposing we leave Syria, which Putin wants? Why is the call to abandon Ukraine continuing to emerge from some members? Remember, Hitler did this. He used Americans to spread his propaganda, and it cost millions their lives. Putin is doing the same thing. I urge my colleagues to vote no on H.R. 140 and to call out any and all attempts to promote Putin's propaganda and will. At the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to recommit this bill to committee. If the House rules permitted, I would have offered the motion with an important amendment to the bill. The amendment would have delayed implementation of the bill until federal agencies reported to Congress that this bill would have no negative impact on lawful activities to combat speech that incites violence, discriminatory speech, or domestic terrorism. The bill as drafted is very unclear on those points. As I and my colleagues have pointed out, if passed, H.R. 140 will encourage the spread of foreign propaganda. It will also promote hateful, harmful, and violent content online, undermine democracy, and make us less safe. We clearly need more information about the effects this bill would have on speech that incites violence, discrimination, domestic terrorism, and federal agencies, including the Department of Justice and the intelligence community, are best positioned to provide that information. These critical issues must be addressed before this bill is implemented. I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of this amendment into the record.
The gentleman's request will be covered by general leave.
Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my neighbor, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose.
The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, free speech is the cornerstone of a free and thriving society. Unfortunately, recent revelations made in the Twitter files show that free speech under the First Amendment is under attack, even by those within our own federal government. Our founding fathers fought hard to enshrine the right to free speech in our Constitution. As social media companies and big tech corporations collude with rogue federal officials to censor and deplatform members of our free society, including members of Congress and other conservative voices, we must continue to do everything we can to fight to protect the First Amendment for everyone. The Protecting Speech for Government Interference Act does exactly that. It is a victory against the modern-day attacks on our freedom and is a victory for all freedom-loving citizens of the United States who embrace and accept the right to free speech. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to point out one additional factor here that I think is very important for everyone to consider. When asked what evidence there is that the FBI colluded or directed Twitter to take down any speech, the chairman offered 2 emails from one specific FBI agent which suggested that a couple of Twitter handles or tweets had given misleading information very specifically about the time, place, or manner of voting in the upcoming elections. And if my Republican colleagues believe that people should be able to lie on Twitter and provide disinformation about when, where, and how to vote, then they should absolutely support this bill. But if that's all that you have and that's all that you've cited, this bill is a complete waste of time and is totally unnecessary. And with that, I yield 2 minutes to my great colleague from Florida, Ms. Frankel.
Gentlewoman from Florida is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, my. If you want to talk about protecting speech from government interference, let's talk about my home state of Florida. Because nowhere in this country is free speech more endangered than in the Sunshine State. Florida, where Republicans are erasing Black history and gender studies from our schools. Where Republicans are threatening teachers and librarians with jail time, if they put books on their shelves that celebrate the likes of Rosa Parks or Roberto Clemente. Florida, where Republicans have made it illegal for businesses to promote culture of diversity, inclusion, or respect. And in Florida, where progressive thinkers are being fired from colleges and right-wing donors are being appointed to their boards. And it's Florida, where Republicans actually punished Disney World because Disney World opposed the state's homophobic legislation. And it's the great state of Florida where free speech is only free if you agree with our governor. So if you want to talk about protecting free speech from government interference, let's talk about Florida. And I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Edwards.
The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of House Resolution 140, protecting speech from the government interference. And I applaud and appreciate Chairman Comer bringing this bill forward. In a recent hearing held by the Oversight and Accountability Committee with former executives from Twitter, a clear and very disturbing pattern emerged. A coordinated effort between a privately owned social media giant and the federal government to suppress critical reporting ahead of the 2020 presidential election. Mr. Speaker, the federal government and its legions of unelected bureaucrats must not be the final decision maker of what information Americans can and cannot read. The onus is on Congress to provide a way to effectively prevent federal bureaucrats from suppressing lawful speech. This bill, House Resolution 140, would do just that. For almost 100 years, the Hatch Act has served as an important barrier against taxpayer-funded employees participating in political activities while on official time, and added suppression of free speech to its list of prohibited activities. I urge strong support for this legislation, and I'm encouraged by Chairman Comer's commitment to thoroughly investigate the ever-increasing encroachment by big tech companies into the privacy and the First Amendment rights of millions of Americans. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I have no idea what hearing the gentleman from North Carolina is referring to, because at the hearing with Twitter executives that I attended, where the head of trust and safety was specifically asked if the FBI had given any information, instructions, or directions about the Hunter Biden New York Post story, he specifically said no. They did not receive any information. So if that's what you all think that you're basing this bill on, the actual facts and evidence are precisely the opposite of that. It's preposterous that you continue to say that over and over and over as if it's true when the evidence is directly contradictory to that. If I may have 1 minute, Mr. Speaker. Ready? I'd like to yield 2 minutes of time to my esteemed colleague from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized. Members are reminded to direct their comments to the chair.
How grateful I am to be on the floor with the distinguished gentleman from New York and, of course, our distinguished ranking member who has really laid out the parameters of this legislation. I certainly acknowledge the manager of this underlying legislation and offer my thoughts with a little bit of consternation. I cherish the Constitution and cherish the First Amendment. It is first for a very reason. The Founding Fathers were wise enough, even with some of the failings of the Constitution, including the existence of slavery. But they were wise enough to understand that the core of democracy is, in fact, the freedom to express, the freedom to associate, the freedom to access, the freedom of religion. And the First Amendment captures all of those elements. I am somewhat lost to connect this legislation to the protection of free speech. I do know that this is part of the unending obsession that my friends on the other side of the aisle have with Mr. Biden, President Biden, and his son. All investigations that are relevant and that are concerning the American people's integrity or national security are important. But how do you stretch this legislation to suggest that it is a question of free speech in the decisions being made to hold or not hold on purposes that may be business purposes for all we know, Mr. Speaker? It may not be free speech. And I would offer to say that there are many other instances that free speech has been stifled. We cannot discuss the history of African Americans through the misrepresentation of the critical race theory. We are getting orders in our states like Texas to not engage in diversity, equity, and inclusiveness. So I would just argue,
Gentlewoman's time has expired.
This bill does not deal.
30 seconds more.
Gentlewoman has yielded 30 seconds.
This bill does not deal with free speech. This bill is a got you bill, and I would ask my friends if we can, in a coordinated manner, discuss some of the important issues of the day that really need addressing. I know that we'll do the debt ceiling in months to come, but I would argue that we should protect the First Amendment, give everybody a right to freedom of speech and freedom of what they hear. And if they would join me on that, I would welcome their support in what true free speech is. We can hear and we can speak. That is important. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Fry.
The gentleman from South Carolina has yielded 2 minutes and is recognized.
Strong support of H.R. 140, Protecting Speech from Government Interference Act. I want to thank Chairman Comer for his leadership and work to bring this issue to the floor. Thanks to the hard work of the House Oversight Committee, as promised, House Republicans have already opened the transparency floodgates, shedding light on a slew of this administration's failures and oversteps in their position of power, working against the American people. Because of this work, the House Oversight Committee has deduced that federal officials have been using their influence and position of authority to censor Americans on social media platforms. This is a blatant threat to every single American's First Amendment rights, Mr. Speaker. The federal government should not be able to nitpick what speech is or isn't allowed in this country or limit citizens from freely voicing their opinions, which includes on social media platforms. Our government, Mr. Speaker, and indeed our Constitution were created to protect those freedoms, not suppress them. I strongly urge my colleagues to support this bill and prohibit federal employees from using their authority to influence and censor the lawful freedom of speech. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to remind you and everyone that the First Amendment does not protect all speech. It protects lawful speech. And for example, if you make a death threat over the internet, that is not protected speech. That is a federal crime. So let's remember, as we take on this absolutist view that all speech is free speech, that there are many, many restrictions under our laws about what is lawful speech and what is not. And with that, I will yield to our constitutional legal scholar, the esteemed and distinguished ranking member, Mr. Raskin from Maryland.
Gentleman from Maryland is yielded time.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the distinguished gentleman from New York for his excellent leadership on this bill today on the floor. The distinguished gentlelady from Colorado posed a question that I've been hearing my Republican colleagues utter over the last several days. Who decides what is true or false? How can we know what is true or false? And the gentlelady confided her fear that the federal government would end up defining what's true or false. Well, my. That's an absolute assault on the Constitution of the United States, because we have an entire federal judiciary which is based on people getting up in court and swearing an oath under God or the Constitution to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. And the whole point of what federal courts do is to determine what's true and what's false. And yet now we have an entire political party which is organizing itself around this radical moral agnosticism, claiming that there's no way we can know the difference between whether an election is on Tuesday or whether an election is on Thursday, as Vladimir Putin wants to tell us through his sinister propaganda put out by the Internet Research Agency. The whole judicial system is based on the difference between truth and lies. In fact, the administrative system, you want to get Social Security, either you're 65 or you're not. That's a matter of positive fact. You qualify for Medicare or you don't. Truth or fact. Yes, our system operates on the basis of truth or fact. Don't throw up your hands and say, oh, well, we can't know what the truth is. We can't know what lies are. We don't want bureaucrats telling us what that is. That's what democratic government is. That's how we operate, by our commitment to the truth. And that's why we all swear an oath here to uphold the Constitution. That's why people go to court and they swear an oath to tell the truth. Now, they take their shocking nihilism about what's true and what's false, and they convert it to this entire Congress. And it all starts, of course, with January 6th. And before that, the presidential election. All starts with a big lie. Donald Trump's big lie. Well, they say, well, who knows? Maybe he won, maybe he didn't. You say Joe Biden's president, we say Donald Trump's president. Nonsense. 60 federal and state courts rejected every claim of electoral fraud and corruption that they put forward. 60 federal and state courts rejected every claim. They don't have a single court that ever ruled in their favor. Donald Trump lost that election by more than 7 million votes, 306 to 232 in the Electoral College. So then their big lie now has to stretch all the way over January 6th. We have to disbelieve the evidence of our own eyes, of our own ears. We saw them come and descend upon this chamber, this Congress, wounding and injuring 150 of our police officers, breaking people's noses, breaking people's fingers, putting people in the hospital. And already they're back on the news with big lies saying, no, 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 it was a tourist visit. Like these real tourists up here who have to come and watch representatives in the United States Congress say there's no difference between truth and lies. Real tourists who are not beating the daylights out of our police officers. Now, so the lie now extends to January 6th. Who knows what really happened? Yeah, we all saw it. We saw the Vice President of the United States getting chased out of the chamber with people yelling, "Hang Mike Pence, hang Mike Pence." We had a bipartisan committee for a year and a half with more than 1,000 witnesses, 100 subpoenaed witnesses under oath, most of them from the Trump White House, and the Trump family and Republicans testify about Trump's plan to overturn the presidential election and get Pence just to install him in office, and yet they're agnostic about, well, the truth and lies. Who knows what really happened? Who knows? Yeah, who knows? Well, they've got a perfect bill for you then. We call it the Putin Protection Act. That's what it is, the Putin Protection Act. Distinguished gentleman from New York explained Putin spent millions of dollars in 2016 to pump propaganda, electoral sabotage into our political system. He did. Every security agency in the country told us that. We got a bipartisan report from the Senate saying it. They're agnostic about it. When it comes to Putin, they see no evil, they hear no evil, none of it. No, but we know that it happened, okay? That's Putin's plan. Why? Putin cannot beat America politically. He can't beat us economically. He can't beat us militarily. Putin can't beat us philosophically. There's one thing he's got: the internet. Why? Because we're a wide open country. And so he says, let's take advantage of it. Let's go on their social media platform. We'll put people who oppose Putin on the internet in jail, which they do. If you send a tweet against Putin, you're going to jail. You put out a tweet against his filthy imperialist war, which some of them support in Ukraine. If you put out a tweet against that in Russia, you're going to jail. But he says, let's take advantage of America's openness. We'll take advantage of them, and we're going to put out propaganda. We'll lie about when the election is. We'll say it's on Thursday when it's on Tuesday. We'll tell people to go vote next week, whatever. And that's the genesis of this whole thing. We have our security agencies who alert social media, and they say they're putting up fraudulent information on your platform. And now they come forward and they say the Democrats are trying to, what? Tell the truth. Not Democrats, the government, our paid federal government agencies are trying to tell the social media when foreign malign actors like Russia and China and Iran are trying to interfere in our elections. That's what this is about. Putin Protection Act. They want Putin and Xi to run free over our platforms, and then they want to fine federal government employees thousands of dollars if they alert our government to what foreign malign actors are doing. And the whole justification for it is their silly obsession with Hunter Biden's laptop and this New York Post story, which was taken down by Twitter for one day, 3 weeks before the election, as an exercise of their private decision-making. Then Elon Musk buys Twitter, and he fires 6 journalists because they disagree with him. They've got no problem with that because, of course, it's a private entity. They can do whatever they want. They want to fire journalists, they fire them. They want to take a story down for an hour or a day, they can do that. And then they want to turn that into the basis for handcuffing the entire government of the United States so we can't protect ourselves against Vladimir Putin and President Xi. Give me a break. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Groffman.
The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thanks. I also rise to speak in favor of H.R. 140, the Protecting Speech and Government Interference Act. It's unfortunate that this bill is necessary today. We all know why it's necessary. In the past, the government weighed in on Twitter and Facebook to lean on them to remove certain posts regarding news stories regarding eventually President Biden's son and his interactions with Ukraine, as well as perhaps interactions with regard to China. We weighed in at this time, or the reason the government weighed in this time, is because they wanted to make sure that President Biden won the election. Now, this is a dangerous thing. There is a certain type of government in which the government weighs in on private businesses. The private businesses are able to stay wealthy. The owners of these businesses are allowed to remain billionaires, provided they play ball with orders from the government. So in other words, you give up your freedom, you maintain your wealth. And I'm afraid that is the type of country we are heading towards. The scariest thing about this speech is when we look at the Pew Research Center and found that 65% of the Democrats apparently support some form of censorship by the government, which is really a scary thing as to where we head. That soon the day may come in which a majority of Americans, I don't have a breakdown on that 65%, how many were young Americans and old Americans, apparently our young Americans are being educated that this is okay, that the government knows best. And apparently, whether it is on political matters like we had going on with Hunter Biden, I suppose also with regard to things like COVID and treatments for COVID, whatever it is, everybody now, we can marshal the big corporations of America, and under threats of who knows what, we can ask these big businesses, which don't exactly have monopolies, but as a practical matter, you have to use them,
The gentleman has yielded 1 minute.
As the practical matter, you have to use them, and we say, okay, you're worth $1 billion who own these companies, but we want you to say such and such. And it is very scary that the type of young people who apparently are voting Democrat in election don't have a problem with this. So that's why this bill is introduced today. We want to make sure that in the future, when the government has a preferred opinion, be it on a potential president's relative, be it on a certain treatment for a disease, that the American public will be able to also get the other side of the story. Okay, the side of the story the government doesn't want you to know. And that's why it's so scary that the Democrat Party is opposing this, and why it's so scary that apparently their base, if this opinion is right, don't have a problem with a bunch of smart government bureaucrats deciding which version of the truth you're going to get. So I realize it's difficult, apparently where your base voter is for the Democrat Party to vote for this bill, but I hope you vote for it anyway, and I hope you correct what the young people have apparently been getting in school, that in a free country, one of the things we should all have is the ability to say what we want. The news you are getting should not be vetted by the government. Thank you.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I must commend my colleagues that everyone is really consistent on the talking points that must have been circulated. Of course, they're not based on evidence, but everybody does seem to believe that somehow the FBI was censoring people on Twitter. Of course, those of us on the Oversight Committee who have sat through the hearings have not seen any of that. I'm also a little bewildered now, because what is basically coming out is that my friends on the other side of the aisle apparently don't support law enforcement doing their jobs, don't support the Intelligence Committee doing their jobs to protect our national security, to protect our elections, to protect our democracy. Instead, they want to provide an opportunity for alternative facts to get around the internet as fast and as quickly and as unfettered as possible. But I am here to tell you that we Democrats fully support the First Amendment. Every single one of us observes, adheres, cherishes the First Amendment. And that's, in fact, part of the reason why we in the minority on the Oversight Committee have asked the chairman to do some oversight of Michael Cohen, the former president's former personal lawyer, who was jailed in solitary confinement for 16 days by the Trump administration because they did not want him to publish a book. That is a prohibition on our free speech. That is censorship. That is a violation of free speech. And if we want to talk about free speech, that's what we should be talking about, not some phantom issue that doesn't exist about the FBI trying to make sure that our elections remain free and fair and without foreign interference. Mr. Speaker, I would ask, how much time do we have left?
Gentleman has 1.5 minutes remaining.
Okay. I reserve.
Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman from
No
Kentucky
further speakers.
reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've now been here for about an hour. We've yet to hear any evidence at all that the FBI has in any way censored anyone on social media, on Twitter or otherwise. What we have heard is a private company has temporarily restricted a false article from appearing on its website based on serious suspicions of its derivation. And in fact, the same basis for that false article, a hard drive, has proven subsequently to have been altered. So the basis of what we're talking about underlying their concern was false, but nevertheless, it was still able to be sent around the internet with ample time, and the social media site even apologized for doing it. This is a bill that, once again, is a solution searching for a problem. Our First Amendment covers everything that's in here, but the effect of this is that it would allow foreign countries to jeopardize our national security, to jeopardize our elections, and to once again interfere in our democratic process. That is the only thing that this bill accomplishes, and it should be voted down. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman from New York yields back. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman is recognized for a closing statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The problem we face is that federal employees see it as part of their job to censor Americans' First Amendment protected speech on social media and internet platforms, especially if this speech is misaligned or inconvenient for the administration's political priorities. This legislation fixes and addresses this problem head-on with a narrow prohibition on the activities of civil servants. This bill expands the Hatch Act to prohibit federal employees from using their official authority to censor lawful speech on third-party online platforms. This is the first step towards important work that should be done in this space of addressing the challenges of preserving free speech on the internet for all Americans. I want to thank Judiciary Committee Chairman Jim Jordan and Energy and Commerce Chair Kathy McMorris Rogers for their early support in crafting this very important legislation. I urge my colleagues to support this necessary bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. All time for general debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Oversight and Accountability printed in the bill, it shall be in order to consider as an original bill for the purpose of amendment under the 5-minute rule, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of the Rules Committee print 118-1. That amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be considered as read. No amendment to that amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be in order, except those printed in House Report 118-7. Each such amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report by a member designated in the report, shall be considered read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 1, printed in House Report 118-7. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in House Report number 118-7, offered by Mr. Clyde of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 199, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clyde, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today to speak in support of my amendment to the Protecting Free Speech from Government Interference Act. As we all know, the First Amendment is the foundation of our republic. It protects our right to speak, to worship, and to express ourselves without fear of government retribution. Unfortunately, we've seen an alarming trend of government officials attempting to censor and silence viewpoints with which they disagree, which are frequently conservative viewpoints. This censorship often takes the form of using private companies to do the government's bidding, otherwise known as government by proxy censorship. The government can pressure or coerce these companies to silence certain viewpoints, effectively bypassing the protections afforded by the First Amendment. This is an egregious violation of our constitutional rights, and it must be stopped. That's why I'm proud to offer my amendment, which will strengthen the Protecting Free Speech from Government Interference Act. My amendment requires the Attorney General to submit an annual report to Congress evaluating compliance with this act by federal agencies and employees in the executive branch, including any instances of censorship. My amendment will shine a light on the Orwellian practice of using taxpayer dollars to suppress speech through leveraging private companies and hold the government accountable for any attempts to circumvent Americans' First Amendment freedoms. I want to thank Chairman Comer for his leadership on this critical issue and for his support of my amendment. Together, we can make sure that the government is held accountable and that our fundamental rights are protected. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting my amendment and the Protecting Free Speech from Government Interference Act. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I reserve the remainder of my time.
The gentleman from Georgia reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I rise in opposition of the amendment that's offered at the desk.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We hear that the gentleman is concerned about the censorship of conservative viewpoints on social media. But we don't hear the same concern when Elon Musk takes over Twitter and immediately takes down the accounts of 6 journalists that he does not like. There was no other explanation for it, but it certainly sounds exactly like what my Republican colleagues are talking about, horrific censorship on Twitter. But somehow that is okay. So the only then explanation we get is, oh, well, it wasn't the federal government who told Mr. Musk to do that, and yet it was the federal government who told Twitter to, I don't know, stall the Hunter Biden story or whatever we did, whatever they were alleged to do. Well, the facts don't bear that out. There was actually no effort by the FBI to censor any journalist, any New York Post story, or anything else. But we continue to hear that over and over and over. Unfortunately, the facts don't actually match up with it. Now, Twitter can do whatever it wants. It's a private company. So we need to have some sort of nexus to the federal government, and unfortunately, the facts and the evidence that has so far been developed by the Republican majority on the Oversight Committee do not support any of these allegations. And what this amendment will do is continue their effort to undermine our federal law enforcement. Because what this amendment will do is create more bureaucracy, more reports, more time wasted on doing things other than keeping Americans safe and protecting our national security and our democracy. This is nothing but an effort to have our good men and women in federal law enforcement be distracted from doing the jobs that they're supposed to do, which is to protect our elections and our democracy from foreign interference rather than write lengthy reports. And for that reason, we will oppose this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, the gentleman from New York's remarks in opposition to my amendment are puzzling. I think my common sense amendment should pass with broad bipartisan support, as it simply requires transparency and accountability via the mechanism of a report to Congress. You know, that's not a novel idea. I think it's actually a very good one. It keeps the average American citizen informed. And now I would like to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Kentucky, my good friend, Mr. Comer. Chairman.
Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of the amendment. The Protecting Speech from Government Interference Act ensures that this new prohibition on the government censorship is enforced in the same way as the Hatch Act. My colleague's amendment, Mr. Clyde, provides much-needed oversight of the implementation and enforcement of this new prohibited federal employee activity. The amendment's required annual reports by the Attorney General to be generated in consultation with the Office of Special Counsel will help Congress evaluate the government-wide compliance with this new prohibition. The Clyde Amendment will help create transparency and provide Congress valuable insight into any violations of this prohibition on government censorship. I appreciate the gentleman from Georgia working with the committee on his amendment, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman
Thank
from
you. I
Georgia
reserve.
is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Prepared to close.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank my friend from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, for his support of my amendment and the Protecting Free Speech from Government Interference Act. It's clear that this should be a bipartisan issue, and we must come together to protect Americans' fundamental right of free speech. My Democrat colleague on the other side of the aisle, his opposition to my amendment is disappointing but not surprising. The Democrats have consistently shown that they are willing to use any means necessary to censor speech with which they disagree, whether it's through government officials or private companies. My amendment simply requires transparency and accountability from the executive branch, and I fail to see how anyone can be opposed to that. Again, I urge all my colleagues to support my amendment in the Protecting Free Speech from Government Interference Act. We must take a stand against government by proxy censorship and ensure that the First Amendment is upheld for all Americans. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's funny to hear about how the Democrats are colluding in order to censor free speech on social media when the administration in control of the federal government at the time of the alleged horrific censorship that my Republican colleagues are citing was a Republican administration. It was the administration of President Donald Trump in October of 2020 when the Hunter Biden laptop story was paused for 24 to 48 hours. And yet somehow I gather that the FBI is supposed to be a Democratic-leaning organization, an agency, doing the Democrats' bidding. Well, you could have fooled me back in 2016 when the director of the FBI announced 10 days before the election that he was reopening an investigation into the Democratic candidate for president while an investigation was also ongoing into the Republican candidate for president, and yet that remained quiet. Explain to me how that is the FBI doing the bidding of the Democrats. This whole thing, this amendment and this bill have no place in this Congress. The amendment would just simply add more burdensome bureaucracy to what is already a fruitless effort of a bill. Therefore, we oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 2, printed in House Report 118-7. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 2, printed in House Report number 118-7, offered by Mr. Comer of Kentucky.
Pursuant to House Resolution 199, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
My amendment makes minor enhancements to this important piece of legislation that were brought to our attention after our markup. First, this amendment makes a few technical drafting edits. Second, this amendment clarifies the enforcement section of this legislation with a conforming edit to ensure that the U.S. Office of Special Counsel has the specific authority necessary to carry out the enforcement provisions this legislation establishes for senior government officials. With this technical change to Special Counsel's enforcement capabilities, we are ensuring that the real penalties we have introduced for senior officials can be carried out. We must ensure that senior officials will not escape accountability when they engage in government censorship prohibited by H.R. 140. This will help deter government employees. Further, this amendment clarifies that OSC can enforce a civil monetary fine of up to $10,000 against senior officials, as clearly intended by the text we reported out of committee. I ask for my colleagues' full support of this amendment and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I rise in opposition to the amendment at the desk.
Gentleman is recognized.
You know, this is a technical amendment. It doesn't make much of a difference to what is already a bad bill, but it is interesting to me that this amendment was allowed to come to the floor, and so many amendments from the Democrats, which actually made meaningful substantive changes to this bill, were not allowed to come to the floor. Now, we've heard a lot over the past 2 months of this Congress about how the Republican majority is going to do things differently, that they're going to have open rules so that everybody can offer amendments on the floor. But what is clear is that the open rules, I suppose, only apply to the Republican Party. They don't apply to the Democratic Party. And what is upsetting about that, at least for me personally, is I had an amendment that I had also offered in the Rules Committee last night to include an exception not just for child trafficking, child exploitation, human trafficking, drug trafficking, but also for foreign interference in our elections, so that our law enforcement could actually do the work that is needed to protect our democracy, to protect our elections. And this is not some fanciful idea that this bill is actually addressing, a non-existent problem where the FBI is not actually even censoring people. No, that amendment had to do with 2 charged indictments of Russians in 2016 for interfering in our election. There's actual evidence to support that amendment, and yet my Republican colleagues did not even allow it to come to the floor. With that, I'd like to yield as much time as necessary to Mr. Raskin.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chair. Mr. Goldman, thank you. I just want to echo the very important point you just made. We have a whole sequence of trivial amendments that have been added by the majority, and they refuse to consider what I think is the central amendment that this legislation would need in order for it not to be an utter disaster for America if this legislation were to pass. Now, they concede implicitly by their legislation that there's a problem with saying we're not going to allow any government officials to get in touch with the social media because they create an exception for certain things, for child pornography, for human trafficking, and for drug dealing. And I agree with all of those. But are those more important and more grave than the national security interests of the United States itself? What about assaults on our elections, which go right to the heart of national security? What about assaults on our energy security structure? What about assaults on our power structure? Not only did they not build that into their bill, they will not even allow us to put it on the floor for an open vote among all of our colleagues in Congress. And why won't they do that? Well, because if there's a national security exception to their Putin Protection Act, at that point, the exception swallows the rule, because the rule is let's let Putin and Xi and every autocrat, theocrat, dictator on earth run amok on our social media and not allow our government officials to say anything about it. That's the effect of this legislation. Thank you for yielding, Mr. Goldman. I yield back to you.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to reiterate this. This bill protects the First Amendment rights for American citizens. My colleagues would like us to believe that by protecting an American's right to say whatever lawful speech they want, we're empowering Russia and China. That's just not true. I reserve the balance of my time. I have no further speakers.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
We're prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
I think this amendment and the chairman's comments are very telling. Of course, nobody objects to protecting the free, lawful speech of any American from the federal government. That is the First Amendment. But what this bill does is it creates a tremendous barrier to our law enforcement, intelligence community, and national security apparatus from protecting Americans from all sorts of illicit, malign activity that occurs on social media. And so by preventing us from bringing our substantive, thoughtful amendments to the floor for a vote, what this bill is ultimately doing, the net effect of it, even if it's not the intent of it, is that it is allowing foreign actors to interfere in everything that happens in our democracy, including our elections. Now, why does this matter? Why would it matter? Well, because we all know the special counsel definitively proved that Russia interfered in the 2016 election to help Donald Trump win. And the Trump campaign welcomed that interference and used it for their benefit. If you disagree, go look at Special Counsel Mueller's report. That is what's called conclusions based on evidence, not what this bill is. And for that reason, we oppose this amendment as well as the underlying bill itself.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Kentucky has no time left. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Kentucky. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 3, printed in House Report 118-7. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 3, printed in House Report number 118-7, offered by Mr. Bishop of North Carolina.
Pursuant to House Resolution 199, the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Bishop, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina.
I thank the Speaker, and I'm grateful that the chairman and lead sponsor will, I anticipate, to lend his support to this amendment. It will close a loophole that would defeat the purpose of the bill. In fact, absent this amendment, the bill would inadvertently validate the very conduct this bill aims to stop. Emerging evidence, most notably the Twitter files, depicts what one expert has termed the largest censorship program in U.S. government history. On the pretext of protecting election infrastructure or enforcing the Foreign Agents Registration Act, personnel of the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, CISA, the Department of Homeland Security, DHS, the FBI, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, the CIA, the Global Engagement Center of the State Department, which most Americans had never heard of, and even the CDC practically embedded themselves with operators of social media platforms and corporate media to manage and curate Americans' public discourse, to induce Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, etc., to take down lawful and First Amendment protected speech of Americans time and again and again. In so doing, these omnipresent federal agencies established working relationships with a small cadre of supposed Internet research groups affiliated in some cases with well-known universities and NGOs, but loaded with political partisans, who purported to create black box analytical efforts to identify social media accounts that amplified content from Russia. But these purported experts, like Hamilton 68, didn't identify Russian amplifying bot networks as they claimed through some sophisticated algorithm. They just found a bunch of American Trump supporter accounts and labeled them that. And for months and months, as they became a trusted source for media that cited Hamilton 68, Twitter, quote, trust and safety executives like Joel Roth stood quietly by, knowing that Hamilton 68 was a fraud. And guess what? Follow the money. Part of the working relationship between the agencies and the research groups was funding that flowed by the millions in government grants. And each day it becomes clearer that between these three pillars, federal security agencies, media operators, and internet analysts, a new Washington revolving door has emerged to facilitate the same people moving between them and profiting from the scam. The base text of this bill would allow exactly this process to continue, but there is never a legitimate law enforcement purpose for federal agents to take down speech that the First Amendment protects. We've now seen agencies of the federal government once again targeting Americans for their political views. In the government's attempt to stop Russian misinformation, they've targeted and attacked Americans for simply voicing opinions that they disfavor. Their actions violate our First Amendment principles, and Congress must take this action to stop it. The amendment will address the flaw in the bill, but it is odd to me that Democrats who used to so revere the First Amendment are no longer concerned about it. You know, in Lamont versus Postmaster General in 1965, which Democrats lauded, the court held that Americans have a right to receive communist propaganda from abroad. The Democrats loved it then. Now they don't even want Americans to be able to post their views on social media. How abhorrent. But we will fix it. This bill will fix it, and the amendment will fix the bill. And with that, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I rise in opposition to the amendment at the desk.
The gentleman is recognized.
My esteemed colleague from North Carolina says that this bill, that lawful speech on the internet should never be prohibited by federal agencies, by the government. We agree. We agree. It's called the First Amendment. It has existed long before H.R. 140 was written. But what H.R. 140 does, and what this amendment does even further, is it makes it impossible for unlawful speech to actually be policed. Because what the private companies do not have is access to the intelligence agency information, national security information, law enforcement information that can determine whether or not the speech that is on the internet is being used in furtherance of crimes or is in and of itself a crime. They recognize this because there is an exception. There is an exception to this prohibition on the law enforcement agencies or federal government agencies from actually communicating with social media. There is an exception for child pornography, for human trafficking, for drug trafficking. And I gather this amendment also deals with obscenity, but it's, I think, trying to close this loophole. Clearly, there's a recognition that law enforcement needs to coordinate to some degree with our social media sites. But what this law does is that, but for those very narrow categories, law enforcement has to wait 72 hours. 72 hours. Everything is around the internet. And over again, many, many times within 72 hours. It is an exception that eats the rule. There is no way that law enforcement can do its job because of this bill. Now, one would say, if you were correct, and if there were actual prohibition and censorship of lawful speech that was going on, and if you could show us evidence of that, then maybe one could imagine that a congressional bill was warranted and necessary. But of course, we have none of that. All we have are allegations without any facts or evidence. We have people who have clearly not read the Twitter files talking about the Twitter files. And what we don't even hear about is all of the evidence that Twitter algorithms actually promoted conservative voices more than they promoted Democratic voices. So if this amendment, as I understand it, restricts law enforcement's ability to coordinate with social media sites to protect the public, prosecute crimes, investigate crimes, protect our national security, and protect our infrastructure, then we and I oppose this amendment because it makes a bad bill even worse. And I yield back.
Does the gentleman yield back? Gentleman yield? The gentleman reserves. Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the chairman, the gentleman from Kentucky.
The gentleman has 30 seconds remaining. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of the amendment. The Protecting Speech from Government Interference Act prohibits federal employees from censoring lawful speech while ensuring that the government can still protect American citizens and enforce the law. It does this by narrowly exempting lawful actions to exercise legitimate law enforcement functions from the prohibition on censorship. These are lawful actions to suppress unlawful speech, such as child pornography, the illegal transportation of controlled substances, or preventing the unlawful dissemination of properly classified national security information. My colleague's amendment further clarifies the initial intent of this exemption while preserving the bill's reporting requirements to provide Congress timely reports on lawful actions taken by agencies under this exemption. I thank my colleague for his engagement on this important issue, and I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
I yield back, prepared to close.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from North Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Okay. It is now in order to consider amendment number 4, printed in House Report 118-7. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
As the designee of Congresswoman Virginia Foxx, I have an amendment at the desk, Mr. Speaker.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 4, printed in House Report number 118-7, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 199, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. I rise to offer Dr. Fox's amendment to prohibit censorship, while acting as an employee in performing activities under taxpayer-funded time. So we want to prohibit censorship while you're acting as an agent of the federal government using taxpayer dollars. Now, public sector unions already make liberal use of the so-called official time policy, in my opinion, to the detriment of the American people. But that's not what this is about. However, it's important to get a context here of how much time we're talking about. Take the Department of the Treasury, which houses the IRS. In FY 2019, so going back a few years, employees spent nearly 350,000 hours receiving taxpayer funds while doing and conducting union activities. Now, I know in our office, especially during the pandemic, we often had to intervene with the IRS on behalf of our constituents who couldn't get their refunds back, couldn't get answers, but yet 350,000 hours were used by these same people. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Speaker, that's the equivalent of 40 years of time in 1 year conducting union activities. Those are the 350,000 hours that the employees at the IRS are not answering taxpayer inquiries. Let's look at the Department of Veterans Affairs. VA employees spent over 500,000 hours in 1 year wheeling and dealing for their own union interest while our nation's veterans stood in line. We've heard about the waiting list and the backlog. I don't know, maybe we could do something with that 500,000 hours, which is 57 years accumulated in 1 year. But we're not here to talk about these excesses. We're here to talk about censorship being conducted while on official government time. Now, while I object to the entire practice, I hope even my colleagues who support taxpayer-funded lobbying can agree that those employees should be expressly prohibited from censoring the American people while on official time. Censoring the American people while on official time, and that is it. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I reserve the balance of the time.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I rise in opposition to the amendment at the desk.
Gentleman is recognized.
It's unclear to me at all why this amendment is here, because federal officials are not allowed to censor lawful speech in their official capacity, which is also what the bill says. So this is a completely redundant, unnecessary amendment, I suppose, designed to rail against public service unions. But I do find it odd that the gentleman refers to the IRS not being able to respond to calls from Americans seeking help with their taxes, when one of the very first bills that the majority passed would have eliminated the increase in IRS employees that was passed as part of the IRA last summer, specifically so that the IRS would have enough employees to respond quickly to Americans seeking assistance. So apparently we've had a rise of conscience here, recognizing that Americans and constituents of all of ours cannot get through to the IRS, which is why the IRA increased the number of agents working at the IRS. But apparently that's not okay if they are collectively bargaining for fair wages and benefits. This amendment is completely unnecessary. It is redundant. It makes what is already a bad bill duplicative and superfluous, and therefore I oppose and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you. And just to comment before I yield some time, if the bill's redundant, if this isn't happening anyhow, then you shouldn't be opposed because it will affect no one. And regarding the 87,000 IRS agents, we're not talking about hiring 87,000 process workers to go through claims. We're talking about hiring 87,000 agents to come to your home to investigate you. That's what we oppose. We want it to be done efficiently. If maybe they weren't spending so much time on themselves, they could spend time on the American people. With that, I yield as much time as he will consume to the gentleman from Kentucky, the chairman.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you. I thank the gentleman for yielding. I rise in support of the amendment. The Protecting Speech from Government Interference Act ensures that the new prohibition on government censorship is enforced in the same manner as the Hatch Act is currently offered. My colleague's amendment further strengthens this enforcement. It enshrines Congress's intent to ensure that the Office of Special Counsel continues to treat employees exercising public sector union negotiated official time as official duty time. Official time is taxpayer funded, and this amendment makes certain Hatch Act's new censorship prohibition will continue to apply to federal employees on official time. I ask my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Kentucky or from New York is recognized.
Part of the problem with having a redundant amendment on the floor is that there were so many important amendments that the Democrats offered that were not even allowed to come to the floor, notwithstanding the purported open rules that Republicans have been so proudly championing this Congress. One of those amendments would have included in the category of exceptions to this unnecessary bill coordinating between law enforcement and social media companies about neo-Nazis inciting anti-Semitic violence on social media. That bill was offered in the committee, that amendment rather was offered in the committee, and it was unanimously rejected by my Republican colleagues, who apparently believe that neo-Nazis should incite violence against Jews unchecked and unfettered on social media. Unfortunately, that amendment was also offered and rejected at the Rules Committee last night. And so therefore, we don't have it here to argue about, and we will not be able to vote about it on the floor. Instead, we're voting on this redundant, unnecessary, and confusing amendment that does nothing to meaningfully change this bill, but instead is an opportunity to rail against union workers. And for that, I oppose this amendment.
Is the gentleman reserved?
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from
Can I
Pennsylvania.
inquire as to time remaining, Mr. Speaker?
Gentleman has 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know what's awesome, Mr. Speaker? What's awesome is that finally we can actually have amendments on the floor. We can have debate. I mean, let's face it, as my good friend, my colleague from New York says, he's disappointed that his amendment or some amendment didn't make it through, but for the entire time of Speaker Pelosi's last reign of terror around here, where we ran the place like an armed prison camp, there were no amendments on the floor, not one. You might not agree with the amendment, you might not agree with the process, but at least the American people's voices are heard because amendments are on the floor now, and we're debating them right now. This is a good amendment. It's required. It should be required because we can't have government officials censoring their citizens while using taxpayer dollars to do it. I urge adoption of the amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Speaker,
Oh, the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
I request the yeas and nays.
Does the gentleman request a recorded vote?
Yes, sir.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania will be postponed. It is now in order to consider the amendment number 5 printed in House Report 118-7. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 5, printed in House Report number 118-7, offered by Mr. Good of Virginia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 199, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield myself as much time as I may consume. This amendment would add to the rule of construction a clarification that law enforcement can still enforce current law regarding obscene matters. Currently, federal law prohibits the interstate distribution of obscene visual matter, which is not protected speech under the First Amendment. In 2016, President Trump signed the Children's Internet Safety Presidential Pledge. And this pledge sought to protect children from the harms of pornography within the limits of the First Amendment. The pledge also encouraged public-private partnerships to prevent the sexual exploitation of children online. In 2019, members of this body, including Representatives Jim Banks, Mark Meadows, Vicky Hartzler, and Brian Babin, sent a letter to Attorney General Barr requesting the Department of Justice enforce obscenity laws and prosecute the pornography industry. The harmful effects this terrible industry has on our country cannot be overstated. In fact, at least 16 states have declared pornography a public health crisis and a threat to society. According to Fight the New Drug, most kids today are exposed to porn by age 13, and 84% of males and 57% of females ages 14 to 18 have reported viewing pornography. Beyond the harm to these children mentally, emotionally, psychologically, and spiritually, exposure of this kind is sadly often connected to sexual violence. One study of hundreds of the most popular scenes in the porn industry found that 88% contained depictions of physical violence or aggression, while 49% contained depictions of verbal aggression. The role of the federal government is to protect its citizens, particularly its children. And we must fight to end sexual exploitation wherever it exists in our country. And I urge my colleagues to join me in combating this terrible evil in our country and support this amendment. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I rise in opposition to the amendment at the desk.
Gentleman is recognized.
Yet another redundant and unnecessary amendment. It is already presumably included in the exception for child pornography, child exploitation. I suppose if it is adding obscenity to those exceptions, then perhaps that's perhaps there's something there to it. But what really strikes me here is that there was a bipartisan amendment that was offered in the Rules Committee last night that would include an exception for sexual assault. And that was not passed on through to the House floor. And if the chairman would indulge me for a moment and I could yield to him, can you explain why you oppose the bipartisan amendment that would prohibit sexual assault and yet you allowed through this amendment on basic obscenity? Apparently, the chairman doesn't know what I'm referring to. Well, there was a bipartisan amendment offered last night in the Rules Committee between Congresswoman Houlihan and Congresswoman Mace that would have added to the specified list of exceptions to law enforcement coordinating with social media companies in the event of information related to sexual assault. That amendment was not passed through to the House. And we are not considering it today. Yet, here we are considering the gentleman from Virginia's amendment, including, as an exception, in the same way, issues related to obscenity, obscene matters. Now, if my Republican colleagues believe that basic obscenity on the internet is worse than sexual assault, then they should say so. But that seems quite preposterous to me. And it is a shame that we cannot address the bipartisan Houlihan-Mace amendment on the floor today. I reserve the balance of my time and am prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Well, I would hope we would get bipartisan support then for this amendment, which does further protect our children and clarify that law enforcement can still enforce current law regarding obscene matters. But I would like to yield as much time as he would consume to the gentleman from Kentucky.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of the Good Amendment. This bill clarifies that federal agencies are not prohibited from taking lawful actions to enforce our nation's laws and regulations. My colleague's amendment clarifies that federal agencies may still enforce our nation's laws that combat obscene matters, which are not protected by the First Amendment. This amendment clarifies congressional intent that our federal agencies must continue working to keep our children safe from the lewd material so often circulating on the internet. Protecting our children should be a central focus of this legislative body, and this amendment cements that commitment. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Kentucky yields. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from New York is recognized for a closing statement.
Or we go second. There's no closing? He's done? All right. So let's get this straight. We have an amendment here because my colleagues on the other side of the aisle want to protect children from obscenity. And yet the amendments that the Democrats have offered to protect our national security, to protect our elections from foreign interference, to protect against live streaming of terrorist events and attacks used by international terrorists around the country to strike fear in Americans and others worldwide, to an amendment that would protect against sexual assault. None of those amendments are here for us to address today. Instead, what we are addressing right now is, in addition to child pornography and child exploitation, two very legitimate law enforcement purposes that, of course, should be permitted to have coordination with social media companies. No, now we're really worried about protecting children from seeing nudity online. Apparently, that is of such paramount importance that we don't care if Vladimir Putin has a red carpet to interfere in our elections. We don't care if people are threatening to assault people online, to threaten sexual assault. We don't care if people are sending death threats online. No, we need to protect our children from seeing some nudity. That is what is so important that we need an amendment on the floor. The joke of it all, and the gentleman from Pennsylvania commented on how great it is that we are considering amendments. Well, apparently it's only great if you're a Republican, because only Republican amendments are allowed to be considered on the floor. That is a travesty. That is not what we were promised. That is not what the American people want to hear. So for all of those reasons, we oppose this unnecessary amendment.
Gentleman yields back.
We yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Virginia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 6, printed in House Report 118-7. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 6, printed in House Report number 118-7, offered by Ms. Jackson Lee of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 199, the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee, and a member opposed will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas.
Chairman, I acknowledge the ranking member and the chairman of the Important Oversight Committee and the work that they do to ensure that government agencies work well. As they do so, I would expect that their efforts would meet all tests of credibility and as well the 4 corners of the Constitution. I've tried to study this legislation. However, it concerns me again because it would make it more difficult for government agencies to share pertinent information with important stakeholders to keep our country safe. With no clear exceptions for national security, this legislation would add burdensome and unworkable reporting requirements and a 72-hour waiting period, which could be detrimental to our democratic institutions during times where communication is necessary to protect our democracy. This bill is seeking to limit the lawful activities of federal law enforcement agencies, and it is a threat to our national security. All of us stand on this floor and stand shoulder to shoulder with law enforcement. Our firefighters are here on the campus. We stand shoulder to shoulder with them. But I'm afraid, Mr. Chairman, this legislation would not show our confidence in those who have to do the job. And so I offer an amendment and that provides a response to the section on severability that keeps the remaining portions of the Act in place should a portion of the Act or an amendment made by the Act be held to be unconstitutional. The insertion of such a severability clause in this bill is telling of the complete lack of faith, I believe, in the constitutional viability and credibility this entire bill aims to put forth. While the general purpose of the severability doctrine clause is used to direct courts on what to do with a statute or a part of it if a provision is invalidated, Congress actually is discouraged from using express severability clauses, given it is unnecessary due to the court's strong presumption in favor of any such need for severability. Moreover, Congress assumes its laws are constitutional. This should be constitutional. As such, the primary application of a severability clause is for the functionality of the statute and whether the surviving provisions are capable of functioning independently. This is not a free speech. You're denying our federal officers free speech to do their job to protect America. And so to include a general severability clause in H.R. 140 is not intended to provide clarity to the courts on specific sections of this bill, but rather it is an ill attempt to save a poorly written bill and one that steps on the First Amendment rights of our hardworking patriots, our federal employees, because it is anticipated that this bill may be held unconstitutional. I ask my colleagues to support the Jackson Lee Amendment, and I reserve my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
I rise in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized.
This bill is timely and necessary. We have learned just how easy it is for the federal government to influence a private company to limit the exercise of First Amendment protected speech. During a recent hearing on the Twitter files, the Oversight Committee heard from a former FBI official and Twitter employee who called for federal legislation that would reasonably and effectively limit government interactions with private sector platforms. Let me be clear. A former FBI official and former Twitter employee endorsed and called for legislation just like this. This legislation should not be controversial, but the intention of this amendment is to gut this bill. The intention of this amendment is to risk the implementation of this necessary legislation. The inclusion of the clause this amendment removes is standard legislative practice. All this clause does is make sure that if a court decides to strike down any part of this act, that the rest of the act stays intact. It's that simple. These clauses have been used in legislation for decades, including a clause like this one in this legislation is standard practice that ensures that this much needed and non-controversial legislation can be faithfully implemented. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves.
How much time do I have remaining?
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized with 2 minutes.
I'm pleased to yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from New York, Ms. Golden.
Thank you to the gentlelady from Texas. Just briefly, we were at that Twitter hearing when the former general counsel of Twitter and of the FBI suggested that there needs to be legislation in order for social media companies to properly coordinate with law enforcement. And we wholeheartedly agree. I am certain that he would never in a million years imagine that this would be the legislation, because this completely guts the FBI's ability to protect the safety and security of the American people and our democracy. So let's not insinuate here that a former Twitter employee wanted this bill to be the legislation that we need.
10 seconds.
Thank you. Let's not pretend that the witness at that hearing wants this bill to be the legislation in order for social media and law enforcement to coordinate. I'm happy to work with the chairman on that, but it is not this bill. I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlewoman from Texas.
First of all, let me thank the gentleman from New York for his clarification. He was in the hearing. He heard the witness ask for relief. But I would say that that gentleman did not ask to have at the core of the relief a legislative initiative rooted in far-right conspiracy theories, despite the clear lack of evidence that any Biden administration official violated the First Amendment or censored Americans or social media platforms. We want to work with making sure that we are safe and have national security, but at the same time, how are we going to amend the Hatch Act and really shut down those who are involved in law enforcement and national security? We saw what happened on January 6th. We need all of the communications and intelligence that we need, not only to protect our law enforcement, but to protect the United States of America. So my amendment is necessary, Mr. Chairman. It is necessary because the court's presumption is that the statute is constitutional. So if there's a section that is found unconstitutional, the court will yield to this idea that they will look at it in a matter to discern what are the facts. My amendment simply says that to put this in the legislation, you are then going to have a guardrail against this bill being found unconstitutional. And so with that in mind, I ask my colleagues to support the Jackson-Lee Amendment, which is a clear expression of the law.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Pursuant to gentlewoman from Texas.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Texas will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 7, printed in House Report 118-7. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 7, printed in House Report number 118-7, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 199, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Accountability matters. Our nation deserves nothing less than full transparency from federal officials working in the name of the American people. When government officials abuse their office to infringe on Americans' right to free speech, it is a very grave offense. Government officials who abuse official, taxpayer-funded resources to censor Americans need to be out of government service for a long time. My amendment allows the Office of Special Counsel, which adjudicates the Hatch Act and would adjudicate the newly added provisions of this bill, to punish those employees with a longer span of debarment. This amendment revises the disciplinary action under the bill to allow for a debarment from federal employment for up to 10 years rather than 5. This better reflects the gravity of their offense. People who abuse their official office to violate Americans' constitutional rights shouldn't be able to return to government employment after a brief stint in the private sector. I urge adoption of this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York. For what purposes does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I rise in opposition to the amendment at the desk.
Gentleman is recognized.
Accountability matters, says my friend from Tennessee. And his amendment would want to place further penalties in the hands of the Office of Special Counsel, which, as he mentions, is the office that also adjudicates the Hatch Act. Well, if you want accountability, let's start talking about the Hatch Act. Let's talk about the 13 Trump administration officials who violated the Hatch Act. Let's talk about Kellyanne Conway, who had more than 60 violations of the Hatch Act, so many that the Office of Special Counsel that the gentleman from Tennessee references recommended that she be fired. Did anything happen to her? No. And you know what she said? She said, "Come talk to me when there's a jail sentence." Well, that's why last week in our markup on this bill, I introduced the Kellyanne Conway Amendment, which would have added criminal penalties for a knowing, willful, and intentional violation of the Hatch Act. Now, as we all know, the Hatch Act is actually a law that prohibits government officials from abusing their office, as the gentleman from Tennessee just said. But without teeth in those penalties, the Trump administration, senior officials, ran roughshod all over that. Unfortunately, what Mr. Ogles and the chairman are focused on is not on adding accountability to prohibit government officials from abusing their positions for political purposes. Instead, we're talking about the phantom problem of government officials abusing their authority to censor free speech, none of which has happened. And yet here we are with so many examples of violations of the Hatch Act, but we're not dealing with that. We're not dealing with actual evidence, actual facts, actual violations of the law to put accountability, as the gentleman from Tennessee says, and some teeth into our laws under the jurisdiction of the Oversight Committee to prevent abuse of power by government officials. That is where we should be spending our time, not on this bill and not on this amendment, which already has plenty of punishment for those who are in violation. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
I thank my colleague from across the aisle. You know, this bill simply empowers the Office of Special Counsel to better do and adjudicate their job. I yield time as necessary to the gentleman from Kentucky, Chairman Comer.
Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. The Protecting Speech from Government Interference Act aims to prevent federal employees from censoring the lawful speech of Americans. My colleague's amendment further strengthens the enforcement of this new prohibition on federal employee actions by increasing the potential debarment penalty from 5 to 10 years. Increasing this debarment for up to 10 serves as a strong deterrent to federal employees and clearly underscores Congress's understanding of the significant harm these censorship activities have done to America's trust in the federal government. We must rebuild this public trust that the federal agencies Congress is charged with conducting oversight over are operating within the boundaries of their lawful authorities. Civil servants that extend their duties beyond their legal authority to encroach on the speech rights of Americans do not deserve to serve in our nation's government. I ask my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
I'm prepared to close. I'll reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
I yield.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
You know, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle want to appear so tough that 5 years of debarment from government office, from federal employment rather, is not enough. So we're going to make it 10 because 5 just doesn't do it. The difference between 5 and 10 is going to mean that some government official who's trying to censor lawful speech on the internet is going to say, whoa, 10 years, oh, I'm not going to do it now, but 5 years. These amendments are trivial, they're unnecessary, they have no meaning, and yet the meaningful amendments were not allowed to be brought to the floor. Apparently, the open rules only apply to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. They do not apply to us, and that is a shame because there are some very significant amendments that would make this bad bill slightly better. For that reason, I oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 8, printed in House Report 118-7. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 8, printed in House Report number 118-7, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 199, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, accountability matters. If you're paid from an appropriation for the White House office or appointed by the President, by and with the advice and consent of the Senate, you need to be held to a standard of utmost impartiality. These folks are paid generous salaries and have large platforms as cabinet secretaries or senior White House aides. The monetary penalty should reflect their increased responsibility compared to rank-and-file employees. The American people have had enough of the swamp and its efforts to infuse authoritarianism into the fabric of American society. This amendment, which raises the penalty from $10,000 to $50,000 for senior officials who abuse the office to violate Americans' constitutional rights, deserve a costly penalty. I urge adoption of this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman your reserves. For what purposes, gentleman from New York, seek recognition?
I rise in opposition to the amendment at the desk.
Gentleman is recognized.
You know, the problem with these civil penalties is not that it's going to bankrupt any government officials, but it has a tremendous chilling effect on anyone trying to do their job, on any federal law enforcement or intelligence community official who's trying to protect our country, trying to enforce our laws, trying to keep Americans safe, trying to keep our democracy safe. Because what these penalties will do is create an amorphous barrier to this amorphous law, where no one has any idea whether what they're doing is lawful or unlawful, because who is to define lawful speech? Well, traditionally, it is a court, and it is government officials who have to make that initial call, that initial discretionary decision, whether or not speech is lawful. In what world, if they're risking a $50,000 fine, are they ever going to take a risk to actually try to do something that might be on the line. And so what these penalties will ultimately do is encourage good, upstanding, patriotic American federal officials not to pursue their jobs, not to do their jobs in the way that we, the American people, need them to do their jobs, in a way that keeps us safe, in a way that enforces our criminal laws, in a way that protects us. That will not happen because they are going to be fearful that they will lose a third to a quarter of their salary if they violate this H.R. 140. So why on earth would anyone take a chance if they're going to lose a third of their salary for an entire year on actually executing their job if they run the risk that someone somewhere is going to say that they stepped over the line and that in retrospect, speech that they thought might be in furtherance of a crime wasn't actually in furtherance of a crime, and therefore they lose their job and they lose a third of their salary. It has an incredible trickle-down detrimental effect on any federal official trying to do his or her job. And whether or not you realize that, that is how it is going to be perceived by every hardworking, patriotic American who has decided to go to work for their government. So you may think, my friends on the other side of the aisle, that the real problem here are federal government officials. And you would be sorely mistaken, because I spent 10 years as a federal career government official, working alongside every single law enforcement agent we had, and they are all trying to do their best. And what this law will do is it will prevent them from doing their best, and it will jeopardize every American in this country because of it. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
The purpose of this amendment is to create greater accountability, responsibility, thoughtfulness in these cabinet secretaries and senior officials so that it's not partisan politics that rules the day, but rather the American people or the interests of the American people. Mr. Chairman, I yield time as necessary to the gentleman from Kentucky, Chairman Comer.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of the Ogles Amendment. The Protecting Speech from Government Interference Act introduces newly created civil fines for the most senior officials. My colleague's amendment further strengthens this enforcement penalty for senior officials by increasing the potential civil monetary fines up to $50,000. This $50,000 will serve as a deterrent to the administration's most senior officials, Senate-confirmed presidential appointees, and the White House staff, to prevent them from censoring the lawful speech of ordinary Americans. It's especially important that our nation's most senior leaders are held to a higher level of accountability, given their higher level of influence. I thank the gentleman from Tennessee for proposing this amendment, which preserves the carefully negotiated structure of the bill. I ask my colleagues to vote yes on the amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields.
I yield.
Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
I yield.
Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
I move the committee do now rise.
The question is on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee arises.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union, having had under consideration H.R. 140, directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon.
The chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that committee has had under consideration H.R. 140 and has come to no resolution thereon. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess for a period of less than 15 minutes.
The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order: adoption of House Concurrent Resolution 21 and the motion to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 753. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, the remaining electronic votes will be conducted as a 5-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the adoption of House Concurrent Resolution 21, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the concurrent resolution.
House Concurrent Resolution 21, concurrent resolution directing the President, pursuant to Section 5C of the War Powers Resolution, to remove the United States Armed Forces from Syria.
The question is on the adoption of the concurrent resolution. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 103, the nays are 321. The concurrent resolution is not adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 753 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 753, a bill to direct the Secretary of Veterans Affairs to use on-site regulated medical waste treatment systems at certain Department of Veterans Affairs facilities and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 421. The nays. On this vote, the have On this vote, the yeas are 426, the nays are 0. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to House Resolution 199 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the further consideration of H.R. 140. Will the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Mollenauer, kindly resume the chair?
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 140, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill to amend Title V, United States Code, to prohibit federal employees from advocating for censorship of viewpoints in their official capacity and for other purposes.
When the Committee of the Whole rose earlier today, Amendment Number 8, printed in House Report 118-7, offered by the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, had been disposed of. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, proceedings will now resume on those amendments printed in House Report 118-7, on which further proceedings were postponed in the following order. Amendment number 4 by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania. Amendment number 6 by Ms. Jackson Lee of Texas. The chair will reduce to 2 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote in this series. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on Amendment number 4, printed in House Report 118-7 by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 4, printed in House Report number 118-7, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 207, the nays are 223. The amendment is not agreed to. The unfinished business is the request for a reported vote on Amendment Number 6, printed in House Report 118-7 by the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the nays prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 6, printed in House Report number 118-7, offered by Ms. Jackson Lee of Texas.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 208, the nays are 221. On this vote, the yeas are 209, the nays are 221. The amendment is not agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
I move the committee do now rise.
The question is on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises.
Just fine. Right here. She'll be just fine.
Right now. Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union, having had under consideration H.R. 140, directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon.
The chair of the Committee in the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration H.R. 140 and has come to no resolution thereon. House will be in order. The House will be in order. There we go. The chair will now entertain a request for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek resignation? Recognition? House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
You are recognized for 1 minute. Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to celebrate the 100th birthday of Ola Cox. Ola is a lifelong resident of Venango County, Pennsylvania, where she continues to make history in her own right over the last century. She's broken gender barriers, supported community endeavors, and brought a global perspective home. Born in Pittsville, Pennsylvania, Ola graduated high school at 16 years old and enlisted in the Navy Waves. After returning from naval service during World War II, she married Lester Boone Cox and started a family. Ola continued to break gender barriers as a working mom beside her husband at their Franklin print shop. In Ola's 100 years of life, she has countless stories from their working farm to raising 4 families. Following her time in the print shop, she worked at the Oakwood Rose Gardens and served as a township tax collector and frequently volunteered in her community with her church, the Rockland Methodist Church, and she also traveled the world.
Mr. Speaker, Ola is a dedicated wife, mother, grandmother, and a great-grandmother. She cared for her dear husband and has spent countless hours with her children and great-grandchildren so that they could learn and understand the importance of family, the community, and the world. Ola, thank you for your service to our country and your dedication to our community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Order. Order. Regular order. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate March as National Colorectal Cancer Awareness Month. Colorectal cancer is the second leading cause of cancer deaths nationwide, according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. This year, more than 153,000 Americans will be diagnosed with the disease, and more than 51,000 people will die from it. Yet, if we catch it early, 90% of patients could survive within 5 years. The key is awareness and education. If we can educate more Americans about colorectal cancer, we can limit the number of deaths from it. We can remove the fears and stigmas that prevent people from getting screenings. It is 11 years ago, 2 days, on the 6th of March, I lost my father, Congressman Donald Payne Sr., to colorectal cancer. But if more people get screened, we can prevent more families, more fathers, more mothers, more sisters, and more brothers from succumbing to the dreaded disease. And with that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Parents have a God-given right and role in the raising of their children. When they send their kids to the public schools, they expect the schools to deliver a quality education to their children in order to prepare them for success in the future. Unfortunately, government schools have abused this trust and have been indoctrinating children with far-left lies and poisoning their minds with woke gender ideology. School administrators and teachers unions seem to think they own America's children, that they alone have the right to decide what these children think and believe, that they alone should be the sole authority in a child's life. Schools across this country have been caught trying to convince vulnerable teenagers their bodies are wrong, filling their heads with lies and convincing them to see their parents as enemies. This line of thinking is morally wrong. In my own district, a school district is being sued by a parent for secretly changing her daughter's pronouns and identity without her parents' knowledge or consent. Woke administrators have no moral authority to experiment with child's minds in this way. Parents have a moral right to be involved in their children's education and should never be kept in the dark about their issues that their child is going through at school. Congress must take action to enshrine parental rights over their children.
The gentleman's expired. Does the gentlewoman from New Jersey seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate my alma mater, Ewing High School, on winning the NJSIAA 2022-2023 Group 3 Girls Basketball Championship and their first state title in 24 years. Their hard-fought victory comes after months of diligent work, consistent growth, and exceptional achievement. I hope this big win instills in them the confidence and determination to succeed in any challenge that comes their way. There is no obstacle that these young women cannot overcome. I hope head coach Dan Montefort and the girls basketball team are celebrating their accomplishments and enjoying their exciting time. And I wish Ewing High School all the best. And as always, go Blue Devils. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Over the weekend, I had the chance to visit the southern border for the very first time. It was truly educational. I want to thank the people of Southeast Texas who showed me the true impact of what it means to have an open border. President Biden and his administration officials continue to tell the American people that the border is secure. Tell that to the families of 2 Americans who were killed this week by a Mexican cartel. Tell that to the record number of parents who've lost kids to fentanyl that was brought over the border. Tell that to the countless public officials we met on that trip who are pleading with us to say that they are just overloaded, their facilities, their overcapacity, they need help. Mr. Speaker, I've been to the border, and tonight I'm here to tell you that it is not secure. Mr. Speaker, you know that it's not just a Texas problem, it's America's problem. We need to secure the border. Our national security depends on it. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today on International Women's Day to honor a trailblazer. Mr. Speaker, Betsy Coleman inspired women to reach their dreams just as she did, soaring through the skies as the first African American and first Native American woman pilot. She continued to follow her dreams no matter how often those around her told her not to or to find different paths. She wanted to be a role model so that future generations of women are inspired to accomplish whatever they set their minds to accomplish. Because of Ms. Coleman, 21 women at Elizabeth City State University, located in my district, now have hands-on flight simulation, interactive panel conversations, aviation program tours, and more as part of the Betsy Coleman Aviator Academy for Women. Mr. Speaker, I too was inspired by Betsy Coleman. We must continue to celebrate and cherish Ms. Coleman for all she has done and for her contributions to women's history and American history. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would remind the members that there's a little crowded in the back. There's a few more seats down front if anybody wants to come down here. Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor Lieutenant Ruth Coughlin, an American hero who served in the Navy faithfully from 1953 to 1958. Lieutenant Coughlin was born in Spartanburg, South Carolina. After high school, she went to St. Vincent's Hospital in Birmingham, Alabama, where she graduated as a registered nurse. From 1944 to 1953, she worked in private practice in an oral surgery practice. In 1953, she joined the Navy as a lieutenant junior grade and was stationed in Maryland at Bethesda Hospital. During her career, she served as a nurse aboard a medical ship that made 32 round trips, crossing the Atlantic Ocean from Brooklyn, New York to North Germany. In 1957, she was reassigned to the U.S. Naval Hospital in Corona, California, where she met her husband, Dennis. They moved to Knoxville and raised 5 children together, and she will be turning a very young 100 years old this month. I think it's very appropriate during International Women's Day that we honor her. So happy birthday, Ruth. Our country's heroes are the men and women of our armed forces, like Lieutenant Ruth Coughlin, who has dedicated their life to the service of their country. It is my honor to recognize Lieutenant Coughlin as Tennessee's 2nd District, March 2023 Veteran of the Month. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does a gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to lay out a few facts about the debt ceiling. Raising the debt ceiling is about meeting obligations the government has already made and has nothing to do with new spending. Since World War I, we have raised the debt ceiling for every single president. Every single president. So let's remember the few facts. The national debt under the Trump administration rose significantly by $8 trillion, a total roughly of 25% of the entire debt at the time he left office. That's 1/4 of the entire debt by President Trump. Republicans voted three times to raise the debt limit under the Trump administration. So where was the Republican outrage then? President Biden has lowered the deficit by $1.7 trillion during the first 2 years of office and has a plan to reduce it even more.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to say hooray and recognize a Northwestern Ohio institution, Herzl Canning Company and Farms, on its 100th anniversary. Headquartered in Northwood, Ohio, Herzl and the Herzl family rose from humble beginnings to become a major player in the national canned produce market, particularly canned tomato products, the best you'll ever eat. Karl Herzl, a Swiss immigrant, lost his job as a brewer during Prohibition and moved to northwestern Ohio to find opportunity. And in 1923, he began farming a 60-acre plot in what is now Northwood. He initially had trouble selling fresh products in the established produce market until a local butcher who liked his sauerkraut told him there was an untapped canned vegetable market. As their CEO, Joe Herzl, always says, whatever you guys do not forget quality. That is the Herzl way. So today, with plants in Northwood, Pemberville, Ottawa, and a farming operation near Lucky, Herzl now distributes to 36 states nationwide. Their company is top grown right in northern Ohio, and especially the quality of the people who operate and work there. I just want to congratulate Herzl's again. Our entire region is so very, very proud of you and all your accomplishments, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, reverse and revise my comments.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to support Congress restoring its constitutional authority over matters of war and peace. No matter what else we are discussing here today, the plain and simple truth is that Congress has not authorized military presence in Syria. For far too long, we in Congress have neglected this key Article 1 responsibility. If my colleagues believe that we need the military in Syria, then they should author a AUMF. They should debate that in committee. They should bring it to vote on the floor. But we must not continue to hand over power to the executive branch when the politics get too difficult. I am proud to support today's resolution. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does a gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Schools aren't battle zones, but Iranian students are caught in the crossfire. In recent months, a chain of chemical attacks have hit Iran's schools. Although the motive is unclear, girls and young women have been the clear target. Hundreds of schoolgirls have been poisoned and an 11-year-old killed. As a mother, I share the anger and frustration of every parent too fearful to send their kids to class. Iranians deserve answers and accountability. but their government remains silent. The regime cares more about covering up these actions than stopping them. Iranian authorities have falsified medical reports and spread disinformation. They've even intimidated parents of victims to keep their stories from the press. I stand with these parents demanding a full investigation and quick end to these attacks. The United States must stand with them and every Iranian demanding a future free of violence.
For what purpose does a gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
When we rise to the floor, we are always reminded of the privileges of this nation. That's why we fight so hard to end voter suppression and oppression and the denial of the right to vote. This institution is the cradle of democracy. This past weekend, we were in Selma, Alabama, where really the first start of democracy and the right to vote was reignited in the 20th century. As Nigeria, our ally and friend, begins to look at its national elections, I call upon the Nigerian diaspora to insist on democratic, safe elections and to be assured that the count is accurate and that the people's voices are counted. As the chair of the Nigerian caucus in the United States Congress, I must insist that our ally gives the same rights and privileges that we fight for in the United States: the unfettered right to vote, the vote right to count, and the fact that the vote is your birthright and it is your voice. I hope the Nigerian government and all of those in the Nigerian diaspora will stand for democracy and the right to an unfettered vote in the Nigerian elections. I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson, is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the subject of my special order.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to pause here for 5 seconds and then I'll tell you why. All right, I just want to note something. I did that because I want to note that our federal government just spent $1 million. In 5 seconds, $1 million. By the time I finish this speech, the government will have spent over $50 million. By the time my colleagues finish their speeches, that figure will be in the hundreds of millions. As it stands right now, our government is spending $197,000 per second, which, as a recent publication by the America First Policy Institute points out, is faster than the speed of light. Let's look at this graphic here real quick. I'll put it up. Just ran this off on the copy machine, staff did, because I wanted to blow it up. This is a post by AFPI. And they point out the fastest things on the earth. And they note that we're actually spending right now faster than the speed of light. The speed of light is 186,282 miles per second. We're spending $197,000 a second. Our national debt is well over $31 trillion right now. $31 trillion. Now listen, if those figures alarm you, you are not alone. Everybody on our side of the aisle is deeply concerned about this. We understand what a risk it is to our national security, to the stability of our constitutional republic. But you won't find anyone, hardly anyone, I think, on the other side of the aisle that understands this or agrees with it. I mean, based upon their voting records, based upon their proposals to continue to raise taxes and raise spending, based upon some of the speeches they gave here on the floor tonight, they don't get it. And neither does the mainstream media. And that ought to be of even greater concern to you. So earlier this month, the Congressional Budget Office released a frightening report. And we all members of Congress, in a bipartisan fashion, met in the Congressional Auditorium this afternoon to hear the CBO director relay some of this really frightening information. It's about our economic outlook. If you haven't heard about it yet, it's because really the media is not covering this. The 24-hour news cycle buries it for the next big thing. But there's hardly anything bigger than this. Let me give you a couple of the highlights that came out of that briefing this afternoon. Number one, net interest on our national debt will reach $10.5 trillion over the next decade. Now, I know these numbers are big and it's hard to grasp them, but you think about $10.5 trillion over the next 10 years. For reference, listen to this, since 1940, the total net interest payments on our national debt has been $12.9 trillion, adjusted for inflation. Since 1940. And so in the next 10 years, we're going to spend $10.5 trillion just on interest alone. It's staggering. Our national debt is going to reach $154 trillion by 2053. $150+ trillion. That equals $540,000 per household when you adjust for inflation. That is more than 4 times the current median household income. Deficits are going to average $2 trillion annually, or 6.1% of our gross domestic product over the next 10 years. The government had a lower deficit than this every single year from 1945 to 2009. The cost of the annual interest will balloon from $350 billion to $1.4 trillion in just a decade. That is 20 cents of every tax dollar that is collected by this federal government is going to go to paying interest on America's debt. Mr. Speaker, we're in uncharted economic waters. We've never seen anything like this. Our country has only faced an economic threat like this during times of war and pandemic. And if you only listen to the media and Democrat politicians, all of our colleagues over here, you would think there's really no issue at all. I mean, the Biden administration continues to portray this rosy outlook. I mean, they were saying it today. The state of the economy is, this is not so bad. We're doing well. We're trending in the right direction, they say. It's absolutely not true. The CBO, by the way, is a nonpartisan entity. They don't choose a side. They just came in and presented the objective facts to Republicans and Democrats because we want to make everybody face this harsh reality. President Biden has touted that his administration, quote, cut $1.7 trillion of the deficit. And he says that's evidence that, he's really serious about the national debt. But that is obviously fiction as well. That reduction naturally occurred with the statutory end of the increased spending that Congress approved to combat COVID-19. That wasn't because of any shrewd economic policy from the White House. It's exactly the opposite. Speaking of economic madness, tomorrow the president is expected to release his 2023 budget proposal. It's more than a month late. Every news report, all the early ones, suggest that his budget is replete with trillions of dollars in new taxes, raising taxes in the middle of an inflation crisis that he created. More spending on frivolous, liberal pet policies and projects and no plan at all to reduce the deficit. But for the first time in his presidency, he won't have a Democrat rubber stamp over here. He won't have the Democrats in charge of this House to go along with that destructive agenda. Mr. Speaker, the American people made their voices heard when they gave Republicans control of this House, and we are going to do our job. They've entrusted our new majority to provide a much-needed check on the Biden administration, and that starts with the power of the purse. Over the next few months, the discourse around here is going to intensify. This is going to be some heated debate. It's likely to get off track with squabbles about everything from defense spending to earmarks, but House Republicans will not lose sight through this of the bigger picture. We are going to rein in spending and inflation because we must. We're going to promote responsible budgeting because we must. We're going to chart our country on a course back to fiscal sanity. And it is the duty of every member of this body to do so. Mr. Speaker, I am delighted to yield to a number of my colleagues tonight who will participate in the special order hour talking about lots of important things on the hearts and minds of the American people. But I just want to suggest that the debt is one of those. Mr. Speaker, I would yield first to the gentlelady, my dear friend from the state of Illinois, Ms. Miller.
Thank you, is this on? Thank you, Congressman Johnson, for hosting this special order. The American agriculture industry powers our economy and feeds the world, but President Biden wants to burden farmers and landowners with higher taxes and more red tape with his disastrous Waters of the United States rule. Farmers and ranchers do not want to be told how to use and regulate their land by Biden's radical cabinet secretaries. I introduced a bill called Define WOTUS Act with Senator Braun to protect my fellow farmers and stand against the disastrous Biden EPA, which is working to regulate every pond and puddle in America. Our nation's farmers, ranchers, and property owners come last in the Biden agenda. This week, I will proudly stand with House Republicans to pass legislation ending Biden's disastrous WOTUS rule. We are going to put American farmers first. It's my privilege to advocate for my fellow Illinois farmers on the House Agriculture Committee and represent our needs in Congress. Thank you.
Thank the gentlelady for highlighting that really important issue. The WOTUS rule has gotten completely out of control. Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to yield next to the gentleman from New York, Mr. D'Esposito, one of our new members to the Congress.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to announce that radical criminal justice legislation passed by the Washington, D.C. City Council appears to be headed for defeat thanks to widespread rejection by House Republicans. The legislation in question, known as the Revised Criminal Code Act of 2022, eliminates mandatory minimum sentences for a long list of crimes, while also reducing maximum sentences for things like first-degree burglary, armed burglary, and first-degree sexual assault. This law, being advanced by the far-left D.C. local politicians, handcuffs the courts and empowers convicted criminals to get back out on the streets in record time. Not only is this legislation misguided, but it comes at the height of a crime wave currently ravishing Capitol Hill. Over the last year, our nation's capital has seen a 76% increase in carjackings, a 17% increase in homicides, and a 117% uptick in sexual assaults. To fight this scourge, we need to be taking a harder line on criminals, not coddling them like this justice reform package would do. When the RCCA came before the House of Representatives for congressional review, House Republicans stood united in our opposition to this proposal. I'm glad 31 of our Democratic colleagues did the right thing for the people of Washington, D.C., and crossed the aisle to stand with the Republican conference in opposing the bill. Now it appears a bipartisan group from the Senate will be joining myself and our House colleagues to defeat the RCCA, with President Biden also poised to lend his support. Safeguarding our streets should never be a partisan issue, and common sense must always remain at the forefront of legislators' minds. I am glad such common sense seems to be winning the day in this case. During my career as an NYPD detective, I served alongside law enforcement professionals of differing political persuasions, religions, and cultural backgrounds. And let me remind everyone that when those that call 911, we never ask what political party they are from. What united us as cops was our commitment to serving the people and protecting the public from criminals. Now, as a member of Congress, I will continue that service by combating far-left attacks on our criminal justice system and forcefully reject radical legislation much like the RCCA and the criminal justice reform put in place by Democrats in my home state of New York. I will always advocate for safe streets and prosperous communities. That is my pledge to you, and that is our House Republican commitment to America. Mr. Speaker, I yield back my time.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you for that service as a police officer, law enforcement, and also now in Congress. We're delighted to have you in that perspective. Mr. Speaker, I am happy to yield next the gentleman from California, Mr. Lamothe.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson from Louisiana, for leading these opportunities for us to communicate with the American people openly and freely in a more casual, non-hurried way of doing so. So it's good to be able to talk about these issues, and hopefully folks are paying attention. We're just trying to get the truth out and call out the issues that are extremely important to them we're working on in Congress. When I get up here, a lot of times I'm talking about our food supply, the farmers that grow it. As a Californian, We grow a lot of different crops. The water it takes to grow those crops, our energy, the condition of our energy in this country. But tonight, I want to talk more so about our fiscal condition in this nation and of this government. So it's troubling because, a recent report issued by the Congressional Budget Office found that the net interest of our national debt, and Mr. Johnson was talking about that a little bit ago on the spending, that interest, just the interest payment on our national debt, will amount to $10.5 trillion, that kind of burden for our taxpayers over the next decade. And we talk of these 10-year numbers, so you average that out, that's $1.05 trillion per year, just in interest service. For comparison, those interest costs over the previous decade amount to only $3 trillion, again, versus $10.5 trillion for the coming decade. That's crushing. That's crushing on our national budget and crushing on the discretionary portion that we have over that budget. And that's not to take away from the fact that the federal government already is taxing and extracts more in taxes from American families than at any point in history. So this kind of payment on interest will devour a lot of our budget if we don't get a handle on this. I shudder if interest rates go up much more and the service on that debt becomes that much more extensive. Of course, federal spending is coupled with that. It's rising at an even higher rate. The increased spending has pushed our national debt over that magic $31 trillion number again we were speaking about. As high as this is, it pales in comparison to the United States' unfunded liabilities. The unfunded liabilities, which amount to about $182 trillion. Unfunded liabilities, meaning the debt obligations that do not have sufficient funds set aside to pay them, include Social Security, Medicare, federal debt held by the public, and federal employee and veteran benefits. Social Security and Medicare's liabilities add up to $57 trillion. These numbers clearly show the United States federal government is living beyond its means. The entitlement programs known as Social Security and Medicare, let me stop on that for a moment. Entitlement programs, sometimes that word entitlement is thought of as a dirty word, right? And it gets used pretty freely around here. But when you're talking about the entitlement as applied to Social Security and Medicare, it's not necessarily a dirty word because the people that paid into them are entitled to draw out from them. So that's not a bad word in that sense. They're entitled to what they paid in and the amount that it grew during the time, hopefully, while it was being held for them more or less in trust by the federal government. So those programs, Social Security and Medicare, are predicted by the CBO, Congressional Budget Office, to run out of money in 2033, that's Social Security, and 2026 for Medicare, respectively. The fund will be depleted. So when we have a conversation, and we need to have an honest conversation about these funds, about these programs, going forward. No one wants to take away Social Security. Nobody wants to deplete Medicare. But if they're going to be on the rocks in the year 2033 for Social Security, for example, then we better be doing something now. And it needs to be an honest bipartisan discussion in doing so. What are we going to do to head that off and have the numbers not crunch badly by the time that time comes? There's ways we can do that, but it's going to take an honest bipartisan, not scaring people thinking, oh, the Republicans are going to take away the Social Security. The president stood right up there and tried to claim that until he had to walk it back just a few weeks ago. It needs to be an honest discussion, not one used as a talking point or a political weapon. So what we have is 47 million retirees in America today, and 40% of the 47 million live entirely off Social Security. For these Americans, their benefits being reduced in the future could be disastrous. That's why we have to figure out how to make the fund go beyond 2033 and be sustainable, well, permanently. So if we're going to save these programs for the current and future generations, Congress must act swiftly, honestly, with a real debate, to set these finances in order and return to the fiscal responsibility we should have had all along. As stewards of the public's dollars, it's important that Congress spend the public's money wisely and respectfully. The House must use its powers to allocate government funds in a reasonable, responsible way. A lot of room for debate on how that is, but if we're having an interaction instead of hurrying through or doing a last-minute patch-up at the end of the fiscal year, it's going to be a lot better off in the light of day doing so. The current D.C. model of taxing, borrowing, and spending money that we don't have will saddle our grandchildren with the burden of paying off today's debts. We don't even have to wait for their grandchildren. It's our children. It's us that are still in the work world. We're stuck with this. We have to do better. Failure to fix Washington, D.C. spending today will mean our children will have to live at lesser standards. We've always aspired that our children should always do a little better than us, to leave something a little better off. Why should they have to live under a worse standard? Only because we're spending like crazy. They'll be saddled with a higher debt, higher taxes, and less opportunity. America's strength on the world stage depends on a strong American economy at home. We must get to getting it actually balanced and not take so long to truly balancing our budget. It's our responsibility. Thank you for the time, sir. I yield back.
Thank you for that wise counsel. It's about responsibility, and I think you said it so well, my friend. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to yield next to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Kustoff.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman from Louisiana for organizing this evening. He's a brilliant orator and brilliant lawyer, and proud to serve with him. If I can, Mr. Speaker, tonight I want to speak about one of the biggest challenges facing our country today, and that's our national debt. We've heard about it tonight. Our national debt today stands at over $31 trillion. It's really hard to comprehend a number that large, even for us who serve in the House of Representatives. Instead of taking advantage of the record tax revenues that were produced from the Republican-passed Tax Cuts and Jobs Act in 2017, Democrats have used the 2 prior years that they had in power, when they had the White House, the Senate, and the House of Representatives, to spend an unprecedented amount of taxpayer dollars. Here are 2 big Democratic initiatives. Almost $2 trillion spent on the American Rescue Plan. Almost $750 billion spent on what they call the Inflation Reduction Act, really the Inflation Expansion Act. Here's the bottom line. The result of the massive and colossal spending over those past 2 years has produced skyrocketing debt and rapid and raging inflation. We all hear about that inflation each and every day. Just the fact that Americans have a tough time affording to live and exist today. Right now, our country is on track to add almost $20 trillion to the national debt over the next decade. We've heard these numbers quite a bit tonight. I don't think the American people can hear it enough. By 2053, that number will reach almost $153 to $154 trillion, trillion with a T. The interest cost on our national debt, it'll amount to almost $10.5 trillion for taxpayers over the next decade. Now, again, to put that in perspective, the net interest cost over the previous 10 years was a little over $3 trillion. Almost a month ago, our government officially hit its debt limit, and the Treasury Department is now using extraordinary measures to postpone a default. Every household, every business, frankly, everybody must balance their budget in order to survive. The federal government should be no exception. The bottom line is something's got to change because Americans are getting crushed under the weight of President Biden's failed economic policies. The good news is that House Republicans are committed to turning this around for American families, for American businesses, for the American people. Just this week, I traveled to Yukon, Oklahoma with my colleagues on the House Ways and Means Committee to hear about the economic and regulatory challenges that they face each and every day. It's the second field hearing that the committee has held since taking back the House of Representatives. In February, we traveled to West Virginia to hear from people in Appalachia. Republicans on the House Committee on Ways and Means are determined to hear directly from taxpayers, from business owners, from farmers, from manufacturers, from energy producers about how we can ensure that we can get past all the hardships and all the hurdles. We want to ensure that everyone can succeed. The message that we've heard as a committee from the American people, it's been very clear. Americans have had enough. In our commitment to America, House Republicans promise to work towards creating an economy that is strong. And one of the most effective ways that we can do that is to rein in the out-of-control spending and get our government's fiscal house in order. We've got to find sensible, reasonable, and responsible solutions to addressing our nation's economic and debt crisis. As it stands now, we're leaving our children, our grandchildren, and the next generation with the bill and forcing them to live with potentially higher taxes and less opportunities unless we can do something and do something now. So from all of us on this side of the aisle, we want to make sure that Congress can come together, that we get our country's finances in order so that the promise of the American dream stays intact for families in my home state of Tennessee, in my district, and certainly across the nation. We can do it. We've got to work hard, but we've got to rein in this out-of-control spending. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank you, Congressman Johnson, for organizing tonight so that we can speak directly to the American people about this crucial issue. And with that, I yield back my time. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, my friend. That was so well said, and great orator yourself, and I love how you laid out the case methodically. That's what a former U.S. attorney from the Western District of Tennessee would do, so thank you for that.
We all try. Thank you, sir.
Facts are stubborn things, as John Adams said. Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to yield next to another brilliant lawyer, this one from the state of Virginia, my good friend, Mr. Klein.
I thank the gentleman from Louisiana for yielding, and it's true. The wasteful spending, the tax hikes, and the excessive regulations of the Biden administration are crushing working families, small businesses across this country. In particular, I want to rise tonight in support of the House Joint Resolution to denounce Biden's overly ambitious rule proposed for changing the definition of the waters of the United States, also known as WOTUS. You know, agriculture is the #1 industry in Virginia, and the 6th District is proud to be home to more than 8,000 farms. Narrowly defined water regulation is key to ensure that Virginia's agriculture industry can succeed and local industries can thrive. Unfortunately, the disastrous EPA is working to regulate every pond and every puddle, every stream and small creek with their new WOTUS regulation. This new rule is going to negatively impact the vital goods and services that farmers and ranchers and small businesses provide to the Commonwealth and across the nation. I've heard from farmers and property owners up and down my district. One thing is clear: they do not want to be told how to use and regulate their land by Joe Biden's radical EPA. Imposing this overly broad and burdensome regulation will grant Biden's bureaucrats more arbitrary control over our rural communities, saddling folks with costly red tape. It's far past time that we rescind the administration's new WOTUS ruling and protect America's farmers from this gross overreach of government power. I want to thank the gentleman again for organizing this evening's event, and I yield back.
Thank you, my friend. The regulatory environment is just out of control, and that recent Supreme Court opinion of the EPA versus West Virginia came out on our side, and I think that some of these agencies will begin to have their wings clipped a bit, and hopefully this WOTUS rule will be handled appropriately. Thank you for highlighting that really important issue. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to yield next to one of the new stars of the Republican Party here in the Congress, a gentleman from Oklahoma, former state senator there, and now represents the 2nd District, representing his people very well. Mr. Breach.
Thank you very much to the Congressman from Louisiana. Mr. Speaker, I couldn't stand for a more important topic, and this is what I believe is the greatest domestic threat that's facing this country. Our national debt and our last 40 years of inheriting prosperity from our parents and our grandparents, and in the last many years we have been borrowing and stealing prosperity from our children and our grandchildren because of an insatiable appetite for spending other people's money, with the easiest thing to do, in a manner that's not in line with our revenue. And there's a founding father who gave us a great warning. Thomas Jefferson told us, he said, you should not allow your leaders to load you with perpetual debt. It's the same Thomas Jefferson who years later would make the comment, he would talk about what he defined in Latin terms as the abusive state of man. And he said, the forehorse of this frightful team is public debt. Taxation follows that, and in its train is wretchedness and oppression. Our liberty as a nation is in jeopardy. We hear trillions of dollars that are, tossed around, and I don't think we really understand the size and scope of $1 trillion. If I stood on this floor and at a second at a time I laid a dollar bill on this podium and I didn't stop to eat or sleep, taking a second at a time to lay out that dollar bill, it would take me 11 days. You'd get tired sitting in that chair, Mr. Speaker, 11 days watching me count out $1 million. If I was to lay out a dollar at a time on this table, a second at a time, the time to lay it out and retrieve my hand, it would take me 31 years to lay out $1 billion if I didn't stop to eat or sleep. In order to get to $1 trillion, it would take me 31,000 years. 31,000 years if I didn't stop to eat or sleep a second at a time. We know what has happened in 2022, 40-year high record of inflation. The average Oklahoman spent $7,000 more than they did the year prior to buy the exact same goods and services because of devaluation of the dollar. That's the tip of the iceberg. That's what we see. That's what people are feeling. But what's under the water that we can't see is this collision course that we're headed towards. This gigantic iceberg of the mountain of debt and our unfunded obligations. Our national debt at $31.5 trillion. Every man, woman, and newborn child, if you take that number and you divide it, every baby, including babies, that open their eyes today and take in their first breath of air owe $94,000 just to pay off that $94,000. They will pay it off through a lower standard of living. It's a hidden tax that we're going to pass on to our kids because of our selfishness. $1.4 trillion has been a number that's kind of been in my head for the last few days. The CBO number, the Congressional Budget Office number, said that this year's deficit's $1.4 trillion. We will overspend $1.4 trillion this year. If you go back 40 years ago to 1983, that's exactly the size of our gross national debt in 1983, was $1.4 trillion. It took us 200 years as a nation to get to $1.4 trillion, and this year we will overspend in 1 year that amount. CBO also giving us projections about where our interest rates are taking us. Within 7 years, what we spend, what we flush down the toilet just in interest payments, is going to match what we spend on our entire defense of our country. But if you take that interest payment out to 10 years from now, it's also $1.4 trillion. So there's the number yet again. In 1983, our size after 200 years, $1.4 trillion, our gross national debt. This year, we'll overspend by that amount, our annual deficit. In 10 years from now, that will be just the interest that will be flushed down the toilet, annual debt service payments, 10 years from now. That's a 50-year spread of $1.4 trillion. We're in trouble. Our current debt to GDP ratio, gross national debt to GDP ratio, is 129%. There's only 11 other countries in the world that have a higher debt to GDP ratio than we do. And these are the small countries. The small countries that aren't a world leader, a shining city on a hill. Economists are predicting that Medicare will be insolvent in 2028. They've actually bumped the number to 2028. It's when we were only going to be able to pay out to 90%. To 90%, it'll be an automatic 10% cut in 2028 to Medicare if we do nothing. In 2033, the actuaries are telling us on Social Security that it becomes insolvent. There'll be an automatic 25% cut to Social Security. Without anyone changing anything, that's what we face. When you add the liabilities, the unfunded liabilities of Medicare, Social Security, what we owe veterans for pensions, federal employees for pensions, other trust programs we've stolen out of over the last many years, and you add it in addition to our $31 trillion, our sum total is $120 trillion of unfunded liabilities / debt. That came out last year with very little fanfare. Only the Heartland Institute picked it up. That $120 trillion total, they said if you put it against all assets in America, if you assessed it against the valuation of all property, all land, all homes, all stocks, and they even said this, down to pieces of furniture, it's 86% of all wealth in America right now. So you remember I talked through how long it would take to get to $1 trillion. It would take you 31,000 years if you counted out a dollar at a time. It would take you to get to 120 trillion, 3.7 million years to count out a dollar at a time to get to $120 trillion. If you didn't stop to eat or sleep and you counted out a dollar at a time. According to the U.S. Treasury Department, in its February 2022 report that I just cited, in order for us to pay this all back, another way of looking at it, if every household would just send a $1 million check to your federal government, that will make us square with the house as a nation. Thomas Jefferson wasn't alone. Benjamin Franklin, he warned us, if we can gather it, from his conversation to Elizabeth Powell and when this Constitution was put together. And when he was asked outside by Elizabeth Powell, as one of the leading members of Philadelphia Society, after weeks of putting this Constitution together, she said, "What have you given us, a republic or a monarch?" And his response was, "We've given you a republic if you can keep it." And that's important because Article 4, Section 4 of our U.S. Constitution guarantees to every state a republican form of government and to protect them against invasion. But we'll stay on the Republican conversation, the republic form, for a moment. Why is a republic important? Our founders in that study in the Constitutional Convention, they looked at all forms of government. They spent weeks. And a republic was different, and they knew it, than a democracy. Benjamin Franklin also described democracy. He said it's two wolves and a lamb voting on what they're going to have for lunch. But liberty is a well-armed lamb contesting the vote. And what we're talking about is the liberty of this country. We are trading our liberty for debt and dependency. Liberty means something. In the constitutional preamble, it says that we, the people, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, ensure domestic tranquility, establish justice, all the elements. But the last one, secure the blessing of liberty for ourselves and our posterity. Secure the blessing of liberty for ourselves and our posterity. It's a mission statement. And we have a duty to live up to the mission statement that was handed to us 200 years ago, and we're missing the mark. May God help us obtain the courage to put our national interest ahead of our own personal self-interest and squarely face these problems that are addressing the American people. And I'll end by saying this. Martin Luther King Jr. had a statement that my old boss, Tom Coburn, kind of tweaked, and he shortened it. And it's this. Cowardice asks the question, is it safe? Vanity asks the question, is it popular? But conscience asks the question, is it right? It is right to secure the blessing of liberty, not just for ourselves, but our posterity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, my friend. It's a harsh truth, and we have to address it. And you're right, as you implied there, the inevitable result of living beyond our means today is that we and our children inevitably are going to have to live below our means tomorrow. We're going to have a higher debt, we're going to have higher taxes, less security, less opportunity. It's not going to be the same America that we've always known and valued. It's a harsh truth. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to yield next to a gentleman from Wisconsin, my good friend, Mr. Grothman.
Well, I know normally this hour is taken up with speeches that I think are not bipartisan enough. And I've decided to take this time to congratulate President Biden on his decision not to veto the bill we are sending over to him, which will prevent the District of Columbia from decreasing the penalties for severe crimes committed in this city. I think what President Biden has done is he finally recognized what a lot of us have been saying over the last few years. The District of Columbia is just plainly and simply not capable of self-governance at this time. I'm glad President Biden agrees with us on that topic. Right now, the District of Columbia has the second highest spending per capita in the country on its schools, trailing only New York. Nevertheless, its test scores are abysmal. The over 200 murders last year in the nation's capital is also an embarrassment, and that number has skyrocketed this year so far as of mid-February. I'll tell you, this is the nation's capital. There's no city we should care about more than the District of Columbia. It should be a shining light to represent the United States. People come here from all around the world. I remember once I took a trip to Taipei, the large capital city of Taiwan, and I was there with some friends, and I asked our tour guide, is there anywhere at night we should not go, expecting there were some places we could not walk to without danger. We were told there's nowhere in Taipei we can't go. Nowhere? Nowhere in Taipei is not safe. And I was kind of embarrassed about my country because I thought, well, I was safe going to Taipei. If I had visitors coming from Taiwan to Washington, D.C., I would be talking for quite a while explaining all the places we couldn't go here. I don't know that people are aware of Vladimir Putin makes fun of our country for allowing such decline in the District of Columbia. Not only how embarrassingly high our crime rate is, but how embarrassing low our test scores in the schools are, how embarrassing it is to have so many homeless people wherever you look. So I hope President Biden builds on this new conversion in which he is admitting the District of Columbia is not capable, apparently, of setting appropriate punishments for crimes here. I look forward to working with President Biden on perhaps things we can do to improve the decisions by the local school board on their schools, maybe make some changes in their welfare policies that lead to so many homeless people here. But in any event, like I said, I'd like to end tonight's speeches on an upbeat message, thanking President Biden for his conversion to the understanding that the people here in the District of Columbia, who, by the way, he's not a perfect man, but they voted 6% for Donald Trump in the last election. I kind of wondered, what type of people would do that, but they did. But in any event, hopefully President Biden would be happy to meet with us, and think of other things we can do to improve the life in our nation's capital. Thank you.
Thank the gentleman, and I'd just point out, as you said, that our resolution blocking those crazy changes to D.C.'s criminal code was so strong that even Joe Biden couldn't agree to veto it. So we're doing the right thing. We must continue, and we will. I'm grateful to my Republican colleagues for joining me for this special order hour. And with nothing further, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
Just read the questions. The question on the motion to adjourn. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate.